These two will have to be the base load for countries for a very long time. And I don't agree that gas is a transition fuel. I think it's a destination fuel until we have a realistic solution that can do away with gas. It's a destination fuel that you will need for a very long time. And when we say we need more investments in gas, and as His Excellency mentioned, they're expanding in LNG. We're building 65 million tons. We're producing 77 million tons today. We're building 65 million tons of LNG that has already been FID'd. Okay? Now, so almost double. 48 million tons coming from Qatar, and our investment in the US is another 16 to 18 million tons. So we're bringing really a lot of gas to the market, but it's not enough. And you can't achieve what we need as humanity and the number of people that are going to grow, as His Excellency Dr. Sultan mentioned. We need growth. 1 billion people today are deprived of basic electricity that we all enjoy. So we need to be fair. And I think one point I'd like to just add to that on the investment side. It's very, very, very unfair of some in the West to say that African countries should not invest in oil and gas, and they should remain green or whatever you want to call it, while this is a God-given wealth that they can create for their national growth and for their prosperity, and it is oil and gas that is needed for the world. And we should not forget the oil and the petrochemicals and what you need there. People love kayaks. They love the coolers that they take for picnics. There's no renewable that can manufacture that. It's oil-based solutions that get you there. Okay, so it's ethane crackers and plastics and so on that are needed. I know we need to do a lot of work there, but let's not forget the reality of what we need. A lot of stuff that you have around you here, and the decoration and the flooring and all that, is oil and gas. Yeah, what we're wearing. Okay, so let's be realistic while achieving the goals that we want.
Minister Suhail, I'd love you to build upon what you've just heard from your colleague with the question of the climate community perhaps dreamt things, dreams that were inachievable, but also from the fossil fuel provider's standpoint, is enough being done?
No, I don't think we're doing enough, but there is a wave of new thinking and I'm glad I see it more in the IOCs, in the NOCs. Typically, the technology and all of that comes from you, Discalci, and the others who are here. But I am really glad to see companies now thinking of reducing their carbon intensity, to see state-owned companies seeking the highest technologies to reduce methane emissions. And that is kind of a change in the industry that we haven't seen. We need to remember that the cleanest hydrocarbon is probably produced here in the Gulf. If we compare the carbon intensity of what we produce as a barrel here, and you compare it with barrels elsewhere, probably we have the cleanest barrels or the greenest barrels you can find. And that comes at an investment. It doesn't come free. I mean, us and Qatar and same with gas. You could produce gas, but you could produce gas also with the intention in mind to reduce the carbon intensity. And that's, I'm sure, what QP is doing, and Qatar Gas, and what ADNOC is doing. The fact that we here in the Abu Dhabi walk the talk and say that we will use the only electricity we will use in the field to produce oil is going to come from renewable or clean sources, that's by itself, it's a commitment. It doesn't come free. It comes, I'm sure, at a cost. But that's the cost that we are willing to do our part. And I'm sure we will see more of these actions. So we will do our part. But realistically, you need a base load. Until we reach a price for the base load to complement the 100% renewable energy, whether it's a battery or other technologies, we will need a base load contributor. And I agree with His Excellency Saad, for a very long time, gas will be there. Percentage-wise, it may reduce, and it will reduce. But in absolute numbers, it will increase, and it will increase significantly. What is the worry? The worry, with that increase in demand, we will not have enough supply. And gas and oil are a finite resources. They are not going to stay there forever. We have seen countries going steeply in decline. Only, talking about oil, and gas is like oil. Only within the 23 countries with OPEC Plus, since 2000, the reduction in the ability to produce is more than 3.7 million barrels. What does that tell you? That tells you that we are in a decline. Many countries, they are in the decline mode. Same with gas, I am sure. So not every country have the resources that Qatar has, or UAE has, or Saudi Arabia, or other countries. Many countries have started earlier, and they are in the decline mode. Same with the US. How many years? And are we going to have a
That's a wrap.
Testing. All. Hello?
Yeah.
Excellencies, distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen, could I kindly ask you to take your seats so that we can commence with the proceedings? Thank you so much.
Shia.
Delegations, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for taking your seats so that we can start with the proceedings. Thank you. Distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen, may I make a final appeal for you all to take your seats so that we can commence with the proceedings. Thank you so much for your understanding. Distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen, the session is about to start. Please take your seats. Doors are closed now. Thank you.
Good morning. Everyone, please take your seats. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to welcome you all in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, for the 13th session of the Assembly of the International Renewable Energy Agency. I am Vanessa Interiano, permanent representative to IRENA and ambassador of El Salvador to the United Kingdom. I am presiding over the opening of the 13th session of the Assembly on behalf of Her Excellency, Mrs. Alexandra Gil Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs of El Salvador and President of the 12th Assembly. Under item 1 of the provisional agenda of this session, I declare open the 13th session of the Assembly of IRENA. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the Director General, Mr. Francesco La Camera, and the Secretariat for their continuous assistance during the Presidency of El Salvador, as well as to the host country, the United Arab Emirates, for their hospitality and for facilitating the necessary arrangements towards convening this Assembly session. I would like to invite Her Excellency, Mrs. Alexandra Gil Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs of El Salvador and President of the 12th Assembly, to address the Assembly via a video message in Spanish. Thank you.
Excelentísimo Director General de la Agencia Internacional de Energías Renovables, IRENA, excelentísimos jefes de delegación, señoras y señores. En enero del 2022, El Salvador fue honrado al recibir la presidencia de la 12ª Asamblea de la Agencia Internacional de Energías Renovables, la cual, bajo el lema Transición Energética del compromiso a la acción, puso de relieve la necesidad de adoptar medidas concretas para acelerar la transición hacia un sistema energético más amplio, justo y resistente. Al asumir nuestra presidencia, nos comprometimos a trabajar por un mundo más sostenible y seguro para las generaciones actuales y futuras. Estamos convencidos de que la transición hacia el uso de energías renovables con tecnologías más limpias es una herramienta clave y fundamental para abordar el cambio climático y mitigar sus efectos devastadores. Este impulso que El Salvador ha querido dejar como legado se enmarca en la visión de nuestro presidente Nayib Bukele sobre la vital importancia del sector energético como uno de los pilares para llevar desarrollo a las poblaciones, en particular como una apuesta viable para garantizar que el 100% del consumo de la energía eléctrica sea limpia, renovable y amigable con nuestro medio ambiente. En El Salvador, la Comisión Ejecutiva Hidroeléctrica del Río Lempa, CEL, es la instancia rectora de la energía. La CEL ha demostrado un liderazgo clave en impulsar la innovación y el desarrollo energético hacia la dinamización y el fortalecimiento de este importantísimo sector en mi país. Bajo nuestra presidencia, la CEL ha impulsado acciones y espacios de trabajo multilaterales en el marco de su rol para contribuir activamente al logro de una sociedad más verde y por ende sostenible. A un año de haber asumido la presidencia de esta asamblea, me gustaría destacar algunos logros importantes, como la segunda conferencia de alto nivel de la Alianza Geotérmica Global, que tuvo lugar en San Salvador el 30 de septiembre del 2022, organizada de manera conjunta entre IRENA y el Gobierno de El Salvador, en colaboración con la Asociación Internacional de Geotermia. El Salvador reconoce en el multilateralismo el mecanismo clave y único para abordar los desafíos globales, por lo que en el marco de nuestra presidencia impulsamos el acercamiento y la colaboración entre IRENA y la Organización Marítima Internacional, con el objetivo que ambas organizaciones trabajen conjuntamente en la descarbonización del sector marítimo, uno de los sectores más difíciles de abordar en materia de sostenibilidad energética. Como resultado de propiciar esa alianza, se desarrolló el Foro de Innovación del Sector Marítimo en Londres en septiembre del 2022, en el cual se puso en relieve prácticas innovadoras, seguras y sostenibles en materia de tecnología para acelerar la transición del transporte marítimo internacional hacia la descarbonización. Mi gobierno agradece profundamente la confianza depositada en El Salvador al haber sido designado, junto con Japón, como cofacilitador del marco colaborativo para mejorar el diálogo sobre altas proporciones de energías renovables en los sistemas energéticos, un espacio que nos permitió compartir experiencias en función de la integración de altas proporciones de energías renovables en los sistemas energéticos. La visión del Salvador, al apostar por una relación estratégica con IRENA, ha significado la suscripción de un acuerdo orientado a la descarbonización del país, facilitando nuestra participación en la plataforma de financiamiento del acelerador de la transición energética. Con el apoyo de IRENA, El Salvador contará con un centro de excelencia que fortalecerá la operatividad geotérmica y brindará la oportunidad a nacionales y extranjeros de capacitarse en el desarrollo del sistema energético. Como presidencia saliente, El Salvador se siente orgulloso del progreso logrado en el campo de la energía geotérmica, ya que es clave en el proceso de descarbonización de las matrices energéticas de nuestros países. Reiteramos nuestro compromiso con los miembros de la agencia y apostaremos por ampliar aún más nuestra cooperación a donde sea requerida y necesaria. Felicitamos a la India por asumir la presidencia de la 13ª Asamblea de la Agencia Internacional de Energías Renovables y auguramos los mejores éxitos durante su mandato. De igual manera, le reiteramos a este país amigo nuestro total apoyo en las iniciativas que impulse durante su gestión, poniendo a disposición toda la experiencia de nuestro El Salvador en este importante rol. Dejo testimonio de mi agradecimiento a la CEL, a su presidente, mi amigo Daniel Álvarez, y a todo su equipo por todo su arduo trabajo y desempeño durante el 2022, lo que nos permite culminar nuestro ejercicio de la presidencia de IRENA de manera exitosa. Confiamos en el excelente trabajo que CEL continuará realizando a nivel nacional e internacional. En nombre de mi presidente, de mi país, de mi gobierno, agradezco profundamente a IRENA, a su director general, señor Francesco Lacámara, y a los miembros, a todos los miembros de la agencia, por la confianza depositada en nosotros y por el continuo apoyo durante todo este proceso y este periodo. Muchísimas gracias.
Before proceeding, I would like to inform you that media will be present during the proceedings of this Assembly session, with the exception of the administrative and institutional matters and other mandates. I would also like to inform you that in the interest of enhancing transparency and inclusiveness, the open plenary and ministerial meetings of the Assembly will be live-streamed on the IRENA website. On January 15, part of the day will be closed to take up proceedings of the Assembly of an administrative and institutional nature and other mandates. I take it then that the Assembly approves these arrangements. Thank you for your agreement. I now invite the Assembly to turn to item 2 of the provisional agenda, organization of work. We will take up item 2A, election of officials. According to the rules of procedure, the Assembly shall designate a president and 4 vice presidents at the end of each session, who will then formally be elected at the next session of the Assembly. The Assembly will recall that at the end of its 12th session in January last year, members designated by acclamation India as president of the 13th session of the Assembly. The rules further provided that at the beginning of each session, members shall confirm the designation and so formally elect the president. At this Assembly session, India is represented by His Excellency Raj Kumar Singh, Cabinet Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy. Do I take it that the Assembly wishes to elect India as President of the 13th session of the Assembly? I hear no objection. It is so decided. It is my pleasure to declare India, represented by His Excellency Raj Kumar Singh, President of the 13th session of the Assembly. Let me now hand over to the President of the 13th Assembly. Please, Mr. President, join me on the podium. Thank you.
I will give you the young Irish boy.
I would like to thank Her Excellency, Ms. Alexandra Hiltinoco, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of El Salvador, for her work as President of the 12th session of the Assembly. It is my pleasure to carry on this task of presiding over this very important body. Let us continue with the proceedings. I now wish to invite the Assembly to turn to the election of the Vice Presidents of the 13th session of the Assembly, who will form the Bureau and support me during our deliberations. At the end of its 12th session, the Assembly designated Belgium, Indonesia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Zimbabwe as Vice Presidents of the 13th session of the Assembly. Do I take it that the Assembly wishes to elect these members as Vice Presidents of this Assembly session? I see no objection. It is so decided. It is my pleasure to declare Belgium, represented by His Excellency Mr. Philippe Henry, Vice President of the Government of Wallonia and the Minister for Climate, Energy, Mobility and Infrastructures. Indonesia, represented by His Excellency Mr. Arifin Tasrif, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, represented by Honorable Junior Francis, the Minister of Urban Development, Energy, Airports, Seaports, Grenadine Affairs and Local Government, as well as members of the delegation present in Abu Dhabi, and Zimbabwe, represented by Honorable Jemu Soda, the Minister for Energy and Power Development, as Vice Presidents of the 13th session of the Assembly. I have asked for their support in presiding over certain sessions of this Assembly and to act on behalf of the Presidency as needed. I am looking forward to working closely with the Vice Presidents in conducting the business of this session. I now turn to the appointment of the Rapporteur. Rule 31 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly requires that the President proposes to a member of the Assembly to act as Rapporteur. I wish to inform the Assembly that we had proposed to Canada to act as rapporteur for this session, and I am pleased to inform you that Canada has accepted this responsibility. Do I take it that the Assembly concurs with this proposal? I hear no objection, so decided. It's my pleasure to declare Canada as a rapporteur for the 13th session of the Assembly. I would like to thank Canada, the rapporteur, for accepting this position, and I am looking forward to working with Canada in finalizing the summary report of this session. We would like to thank you all for the trust placed upon us in guiding the deliberations of the 13th session of the Assembly. I am looking forward to our collaboration to ensure a successful outcome of this meeting and working with the Director General, Mr. Francisco La Camara, and his team. This concludes our consideration of Agenda Item 2A. I now invite the Assembly to take up Agenda Item 2B of the Provisional Agenda, Adoption of the Agenda. The Provisional Agenda of the session is contained in the document A/13/L1. The Provisional Agenda for the coming 2 days contains a number of programmatic, policy, and institutional discussions which are of direct relevance to the ongoing work of the agency, its work program, as well as for its next strategic cycle. Do I take it that the Assembly wishes to adopt the Provisional Agenda as contained in document A/13/L1? I see no objection, so decided. This concludes our consideration of Agenda Item 2B. I now invite the Assembly to take up Agenda Item 2C, Appointment of the Credentials Committee. In accordance with Rule 25 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, a Credentials Committee shall be appointed at the beginning of each session. It shall consist of 9 members who are appointed by the Assembly on the proposal of the President. Following the expressions of interest received by the 6th of January 2023, I have consulted with the members and I propose to the Assembly to appoint the following as members of the Credentials Committee: Belgium, Colombia, Cuba, Cyprus, Fiji, Mali, Spain, Uganda, United Arab Emirates as members of the Credential Committee. Do I take it that the Assembly concurs with our proposals? I see no objections, so decided. On behalf of the Assembly, I would like to thank the members of the Credentials Committee for making themselves available for this important task. The committee will convene for a meeting today at the lunch break at 1 p.m. in meeting room B2. We shall revert to the matter tomorrow under Agenda Item 14A to consider the report of the Credentials Committee. I would like to remind all the member delegations of the need to present their credentials as soon as possible and before the start of the Credentials Committee meetings. Delegations that are still required to submit credentials may do so at the designated desk of the Secretariat in the registration area at the Manhattan Lounge upstairs. I understand that the Secretariat also stands ready to assist should there be any request for clarification or assistance in this matter. This concludes our consideration of Agenda Item 2C. I now invite the Assembly to take up Agenda Item 2D, the participation of observers. The list of states and entities that have completed the formalities for their application for observer status at this, the 13th session of the Assembly, is contained in document A/13/1/L.2. Do I take it that the Assembly wishes to grant observer status for the 13th session of the Assembly to these states and entities contained in document A/13/L? I hear no objection, so declare. This concludes our consideration of agenda item 2D. I now invite the Assembly to turn to agenda item 3. Under this agenda item, I will take this opportunity to address the Assembly, and after that, we shall hear the welcome remarks to the United Nations Secretary General and the Minister for Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Emirates and President-designate of COP28, as well as the Director General of IRENA. Excellencies, Director General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for India to serve as the President of the 13th session of the IRENA Assembly. I would like to personally express my commitment to steer the deliberations on the very important topics of energy transition, as well as other important administrative and institutional issues towards successful outcomes. Let me also express as to how pleased I am, and I'm sure that you will also be equally happy, that we are finally able to meet again in person after so long. I'm looking forward to working with all of you, with each and every member of the Assembly. The developments around the globe in the recent years have sent clear messages about the challenges facing our planet. The current energy landscape, the current economic landscape, is indicative of the challenges which face us. The challenges which confronted us because of conflict, because of COVID, resulted in changing the terms of the discourse radically. It brought to the fore the salient importance of energy security, a topic which had actually fallen into the background in all our discussions regarding energy transition. Now, energy security has emerged as a salient challenge. Now, energy security also embraces access, because we have millions of people without access to energy. It also embraces affordability, as the prices of energy have gone up exponentially around the world, including in developing countries, facing challenges in the current winter. It has also brought this gap, the challenges of COVID, also brought before us a challenge of supply chains, the supply chain disruptions. Now, as we move forward in our discussion regarding energy, including energy security, energy affordability, and energy transition, we'll have to take into account these challenges pertaining to supply chain disruptions. The urgency of energy transition remains. That challenge has not gone away. That challenge still remains. And that is a challenge which we need to face along with other challenges which have emerged. So the terms of discourse will need to be modified somewhat as we discuss, as we go forward and plan for the future of a planet where there is energy access, energy security, and where both energy and affordability, and where both energy access, energy security, and affordability is in the context of clean energy, renewable energy, so that we don't further imperil our one and only planet because of climate change. As I mentioned, it remains a fact that the present pace of energy transition has been somewhat, not somewhat, but has been actually inadequate to achieve the 1.5-degree pathway. And barring some countries, even for achieving a pathway of sub 2 degree, of limiting the temperature increase to sub 2 degrees, that challenge remains facing us. Now that challenge, meeting that challenge will require investments, will require access to technology. And it will require a determination to make these available in order to ensure that our energy challenges are met. When we talk about energy challenges, it can't be in compartments. The energy challenge is a complete challenge, a whole challenge. It cannot be compartmentalized. Excellencies, transitioning to renewables will be at the core of meeting these challenges, because as we have learned in our country, transition to renewables also helps in meeting the challenge of access. We achieved universal access in our country by connecting 29 million homes in 19 months. And a part of this was possible only because of the transition which we have carried out, which we have effected in renewable energy, in our energy capacity. We have 42% of our renewable energy capacity already come from non-fossil fuel sources. If you will recall, at COP21 in Paris, our Prime Minister had pledged that by 2030, 40% of our power generation capacity will come from non-fossil fuel sources. We achieved that target in November 21, 9 years in advance. Today, as I mentioned, my established non-fossil fuel capacity of our country is 177 gigawatts. 177,000 megawatts is our non-fossil fuel capacity already. And it's growing. We have a further 70 gigawatts, that is 70,000 megawatts of renewables under construction. Now, because we achieved our target so far in advance of what we had pledged in our NDCs, in Glasgow, we upped our ambition to state that by 2030, 50% of our capacity will come from non-fossil sources. Now, by 2030, my established capacity will be 820 gigawatts. Right now, the established capacity is 408 gigawatts. In 2030, the established capacity, power generation capacity of India will be 820 gigawatts. That's the rate at which we are growing. In fact, we are growing at a faster rate, so it will be more than what we assessed. In the past couple of months, my energy demand has grown by 12.5%. In the past year, my energy demand has grown by 10.6%. So actually, our estimate, earlier estimate that my established energy capacity will be at 20 gigawatts by 2030 is rather short of the mark. As we see it, as our economy grows, my energy capacity will have to be 1,000 gigawatts by 2030. And 50% of that is 500 gigawatts. So right now, I have 177 gigawatts established, about 75 gigawatts under construction. That makes it about 245. I'll have to add another 250 gigawatts in the remaining 7 years, which I shall do, which we shall do. Despite the fact that our per capita emissions are very low, they are 1/3 of the global average. That's another thing regarding which we have upped our ambitions. We had pledged that by 2030, we'll reduce the emissions intensity of our economy by 33-35% by 2030. So by now, up till now, we've already reduced the emissions intensity of our economy by about 30%. So again, we'll cross that in a year or so. So in Glasgow, we upped our ambition to say that by 2030, we'll reduce the emissions intensity of our economy by 45%. Despite the fact that our per capita emissions are one of the lowest in the world, 1/3 of the global average. So we are carrying forward this transition, and that experience has told us that access also, the problem of access and affordability is also something which can be moderated by transition. But it will require funding, it will require technology for the developing world. That is another thing which I think we need to, as a community of nations, we need to keep in mind. That just like COVID, this problem of climate change is not amenable to country-wise solutions. Just like, you could not protect, one country could not protect itself without making sure that the challenge of COVID is beaten everywhere. Similarly, the problem of climate change cannot be solved by one country transitioning or another, or some countries transitioning, leaving out other countries. No. The problems of the carbon dioxide emissions will continue until all countries are able to transition. And all countries will be able to transition only if we help those countries which need help. I mean, we have no problems in attracting investments. Whatever capacity enhancement we are doing, we are getting investments. I mean, every fund in the world is invested in our country. But that is not true of the other developing countries, especially in Africa. Investments are not going there. So we'll have to put in place mechanisms for insurance, for guaranteeing returns on investment so that investments can go to Africa. And these are challenges which we have to meet as a community of nations. Otherwise, energy transition will not happen. So we have also, in our deliberations, we will talk about the global stocktake, which will come up and be discussed in COP28 in Abu Dhabi here. Now, the global stocktake, again, has to be done with a comprehensive perspective. There has to be a comprehensive perspective with which you can do the global stocktake. That perspective must take into account the challenges of energy security, the challenges of affordability, of availability of energy, access to energy, energy security, energy availability, and energy transition taking into account the different stages of development of different countries, the different per capita incomes of different countries. Their ability to carry out transitions depends upon their ability to deploy capital, their ability to access technology. You can't talk about energy, you can't have a comprehensive stocktake without keeping this perspective in mind. So the global stocktake will have to be carried out keeping this perspective in mind. As which country was able to do more? Which country is able to do less because of its circumstances, because of its being at a lower stage of economic development? And so that is again something which will have to be done, otherwise it will not be realistic. Now these are things which we will need to keep in mind. And the global stocktake, as I said, is now being carried out in a totally different context. So the challenges facing us in IRENA are huge. And the challenges facing us in IRENA are actually the challenges facing us as a planet. But these are challenges which we shall have to meet together. And we shall be able to meet these challenges only when we recognize these challenges. Look at these challenges in the face. Say that, yes, these challenges exist, and then work out solutions for that. Denial will not get us anywhere. Denial of reality has never been a solution. It will not, the problem will not go away because of denial. So we'll have to face the reality, and we'll have to meet these challenges. And we'll have to prove that as Homo sapiens, as human beings, we are up to it, that we can raise our act to actually meet these challenges as humankind. Thank you. It is now with great pleasure that I invite the United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his welcoming remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to greet the 13th session of the Assembly of the International Renewable Energy Agency. As you gather to take stock of the world's energy transition, one clear fact stands out. Our world is still addicted to fossil fuels, with the 1.5-degree goal fast slipping out of reach. And the current policies, we are headed for 2.8 degrees of global warming by the end of the century. The consequences would be devastating. Several parts of our planet would be uninhabitable, and for many, this would be a death sentence. If we are to avert climate catastrophe, renewables are the only credible path forward. Only renewables can safeguard our future, close the energy excess gap, stabilize prices, and ensure energy security. Today, their share in global electricity is about 30%. That must double to over 60% by 2030 and 90% by 2050. And it is possible if we act now. Excellencies, to help get us there, I have put forward a 5-point energy plan for a just transition. First, we must remove intellectual property barriers and treat key renewable technologies, including energy storage, as global public goods. Second, we must diversify and increase access to supply chains for raw materials and components for renewables technologies without degrading our environment. This can help create jobs, millions of green jobs, especially for women and youth in the developing world. Third, decision makers must cut the red tape, fast-track approvals for sustainable projects worldwide, and modernize grids. Fourth, energy subsidies must shift from fossil fuels to clean and affordable energy, and we must support vulnerable groups affected by this transition. And fifth, public and private investments in renewables should triple to at least $4 trillion a year. Excellencies, today most investments in renewables are in the developed world. The price of renewable technologies can be 7 times higher in developing countries. We must all work together to reduce the capital cost for renewables and ensure that financial flows to those who need it most. Multilateral development banks must play their part by investing massively in renewable energy infrastructure, taking on more risks and leveraging private finance. Developed countries must work with credit agencies to scale up green investments in developing countries. And I urge ministers of energy and others to promote ambitious national policies and greater social and economic equity, including by taxing the windfall profits of those exploiting today's energy crisis. Excellencies, I welcome the Just Energy Transition partnerships that have been established to support Vietnam, Indonesia, and South Africa. Such initiatives are a critical first step, but we must go faster and further. This is why I have called for a climate solidarity pact in which all big emitters make an extra effort to reduce emissions this decade and ensure financial and technological support for countries that need it. Together, let's jumpstart the renewables revolution and create a brighter future for all. Thank you.
I would like to thank the United Nations Secretary General for his remarks. It is now with great pleasure that I invite His Excellency Mr. Kasava Rossi, the President of the 77th General Assembly, for his welcoming remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is one of the most pressing issues of our time. And it is a challenge that has affected and will affect all of us and all of those who come after us. Energy and climate change are intrinsically linked. The message from science is clear. Fossil fuels account for 75% of global greenhouse gas emissions and 90% of all carbon dioxide emissions. So, success in climate protection depends on transition to carbon-free energy use. But the energy transition we have foreseen was a peacetime agenda. How will it work in time of major political confrontations, when energy supplies are turned into a tool of conflict? In the short term, addressing emergencies, there might be setbacks in the transition, and the greenhouse gas emissions will probably rise. But if you look to the investment trends, the long-term impact of the conflict might be the opposite. From solar to wind, wave and geothermal, renewable energy sources are available for every climate. Their use has a potential of strengthening energy sovereignty. We can choose to truly reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, imported or locally produced. We can choose to transition to more sources of energy that will not upset the sensitive balance of our planet. We can choose to ensure that the transition to a renewable energy is equitable. If we are to attempt to reach the goals set out in the Paris Agreement, member states must act without delay. According to the International Energy Agency, renewables in principle could constitute 2/3 of global power generation by 2030. How can we make this a reality? One, by investing in scientific tools of measurement. That includes the creation of a follow-up mechanism to assess where we are making headway and where we lag behind. Two, in order to speed up the transition and make renewable energy a global public good, we must share our knowledge and transfer our technologies. We should work to make the intellectual property rights regime an enabler of energy transition and innovation, not a barrier to it. Three, we ought to bolster partnerships with stakeholders, from academics to civilians, through corporations who have good track records in sustainable energy initiatives. How else will we ever achieve SDG 7 or reach net zero emissions by 2050? Dear friends, we are in a desperate race against time. We need bold, transformative action to curtail climate change. We have the knowledge. We have the means. We should only have the will. Thank you.
I would like to thank the President of the General Assembly for his remarks. It gives me great pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Sultan bin Ahmed Al Jaber, the Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Arab Emirates, and the President Executive for COP28 to deliver the statement to the host country. You have the floor, Excellency.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the United Arab Emirates and for the 13th IRENA Assembly. It is a great honor to deliver the UAE's welcoming address on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the UAE Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Allow me to acknowledge all the delegates who have made it possible for IRENA to become the leading advocate for renewable energy. And allow me to thank the Director General and the entire staff for your efforts in promoting the adoption of renewable energy and clean technologies across the globe. And let me also congratulate His Excellency Raj Kumar Singh on assuming the presidency of this assembly. You will have the UAE's full support in advancing IRENA's mission in this very critical year ahead when the UAE will host COP28. COP28 will be a milestone moment as the world conducts the first global stocktake to assess progress against the goals of the Paris Agreement. But we don't need to wait until the global stocktake to know just how much work there is ahead of us. As we seek to close the gap between ambition and reality, no sector offers as much potential as renewable energy. And never has IRENA's mission been more important than in the crucial years ahead of us. Since its foundation, IRENA has paved the way for the extraordinary growth in renewable energy capacity that we have seen worldwide. IRENA has been at the forefront of this growth, guiding supportive policies and encouraging new technologies that have led to lower costs. Last year, renewables accounted for 81% of all new energy capacity installed. And the sector is now on course to expand more in the next 5 years than over the last 20 years combined. With wind and solar now the most affordable new energy sources, the economic case has already been proven. And that is in no small part thanks to the tireless work and efforts of everyone at this very important organization. Its most critical phase now lies ahead. And that is accelerating project implementation in a very short period of time. Over the next 7 years, we will need to more than triple renewable energy capacity worldwide. The world must move much, much faster than ever before. And IRENA has a critical role to play in leading that global acceleration across all sectors, all regions, and all communities. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to meet the scale and pace of change we need, IRENA will need to adapt and innovate. The Energy Transition Accelerator Financing Platform, ETAF, is a good example of this. Launched on the sidelines of COP26, ETAF is already helping to target funding for emerging economies. The UAE has already committed $400 million in initial funding to support this platform. Ultimately, the success of this initiative, like ETAF, will be judged by IRENA's ability to bring on new partners and operationalize a robust pipeline of projects that sustain economic growth. The UAE will continue to support IRENA as you continue to challenge yourselves. Distinguished delegates, the UAE has seen the benefits of adopting renewable energy firsthand. 18 years ago, we launched a plan to explore its potential, and the benefits soon became clear and very evident. We have built the world's largest and lowest cost solar plants that are fundamental to our net zero development pathway. We have also invested $50 billion in renewable energy on 6 continents around the world. Through these investments, we have seen that you can be pro-climate and pro-growth. Throughout this journey, IRENA has been a supportive guide and continues to show the way. We aim to leverage IRENA's partnership and support for the benefit of the world at COP28. Working hand in hand with IRENA, the UAE will champion innovation and ambition to transition global energy systems. We will propose transformative solutions that are based on science and fact, backed by policy and endorsed by business and industry. In short, we will leave no stone unturned in the pursuit of inclusive climate progress. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the UAE will continue to be IRENA's closest partner and strongest advocate. I look forward to working even more closely with you to bring about a step change in progress, and I thank you all for being here and for being an advocate of IRENA, and I hope to soon welcome you all to the UAE at COP28 at the Emirates Climate Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. I now invite the Director General of IRENA, Mr. Francisco La Camara, to provide his welcoming remarks to the Assembly. You have the floor, Director General.
So, Mr. President, Excellencies, Mr. Singh, Minister of Power and New Renewable Energy of India, His Excellencies, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology of UAE, COP28 President Designate and Chairman of Masdar, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot imagine how nice it is to look at you from here. Some familiar faces, friends, but also new faces. And this makes the difference. I have heard the words of Dr. Sultan. You can sure that IRENA has the capacity to make the difference thanks of all your support. I have the great honor of welcoming you to the 13th session of the IRENA Assembly in our headquarters city of Abu Dhabi. At the outset, allow me to congratulate the President of the 13th session of the Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Singh, Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy in India. We had good discussion about our shared hopes for this session and the year ahead. And as you know, India will play two important roles, the presidency of IRENA, but also be chairing the G20 this year. I look forward to working together these 2 days and the year ahead, and I would like to congratulate Vice President of Belgium, Indonesia, Vincent and Grenadines, and Zimbabwe. Finally, let me thank the ongoing presidents of El Salvador for their leadership of the 12th session of the Assembly and active support of the agency in 2022. We collaborated closely throughout the year on issues of common interest, such as hosting the second high-level Global Geothermal Alliance conference in El Salvador. I'm especially pleased, after 3 years, I say, we are again meeting in person. Out of IRENA 168 members, 147 countries and the European Union, 9 states in a session and 3 non-members are participating to this assembly, with 90 represented at the ministerial level. Together with the observer and the private sector, we convene close to 1,800 participants. This large and diverse presence demonstrates the critical role of our agency that plays in international cooperation on energy transition. And the mandate entrusted to ARENA has never been more critical and relevant. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is lingering, intersecting with multiple challenges, including conflict and climate change, worsening inequalities and fragilities. Energy is the cornerstone of these challenges. Volatile markets, unpredictable supply partners, and soaring prices are impacting countries, communities, and families, with the vulnerable suffering the most. Renewables-based energy transition can be a power force for positive change, and the agenda of this Assembly is shaped with this in mind. With COP28 taking place in our host country, the UAE, we will discuss how to align our action around energy transition priorities to fit into the first global stocktake process that we conclude at COP28 in Dubai later this year. And I will have the chance in discussing my report to outline some of the engagement we want to have in this context. We will have focused discussion on our ministerial and plenary session on topical issues, such as critical material and project facilitation, as well as strategic conversation on shipping and infrastructure. This session of the Assembly is of particular significance as you will consider the new medium strategy that will enable the agency to continue to be effective and assertive throughout the coming 5 years. We have little time left to tackle climate change and realize the Sustainable Development Agenda. The intersecting crises we face demand concerted global action, grounded in multilateralism, to emerge stronger and more unified in achieving our common goals. And the ARENA Assembly provides a platform to drive a global energy agenda. I firmly believe that your insight, thought, and experience will not only guide the agency work in the coming period, but also convey to audiences around the world that transforming the global energy system is a path that leads to resilience, equality, and prosperity. Grazie a tutti per essere qui. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dr. This concludes our consideration of agenda item number 3. We'll pause for a few minutes and get the panel ready for the discussions on the world energy transition and the global stocktake.
തരാൻ പറയും ഒരു
Please settle down. Please settle down. We shall begin. The doors may be closed. Please settle down. I now invite. Please settle down. I now invite the Assembly, high-level plenary session, which will set the scene for the Assembly's deliberations and consider the role of energy transition in the context of the global stocktake. In preparation for COP28, it will reflect on the key priorities of energy transition in diverse developmental, sectoral, and geographical settings. Let me now provide some context to our discussions. In preparing for the first conclusion of the global stocktake at COP28, countries and stakeholders from around the world are assessing their progress under the Paris Agreement. This process will inform us of whether we are on the right track to significantly reduce the impacts of climate change. Energy transition is essential to this process, as this sector accounts for more than 2/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions. Renewables are playing a critical role in energy transition, and in IRENA and its analysis, we have seen that technology, policy, and socio-economic pathways that will contribute to both national decarbonization and development priorities coincide. It is up to all of us in this room that we implement the plans at a greater speed and scale. Climate change has already started to impact the world, particularly the most vulnerable regions. And it is these vulnerable regions who have actually contributed the least to the levels of greenhouse gas emissions. So it is those countries, the small island development nations and such countries, who are at the lowest rungs of development, who have actually contributed the least to the global load of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas emissions, who are actually the most vulnerable to climate change. We must also, the global stocktake must also keep in mind the fact that each country is at a different development level. Its requirements are different. Its access to energy, availability of energy in that country. And because of all these aspects, the concepts of common but differentiated responsibilities has been accepted ever since the discourse on climate action began. So the global stocktake will need to keep in mind this principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. It will also need to keep in mind the obligations of those of the developed countries, those who have contributed the most to the carbon dioxide load, to provide finance and technical support, finance and technological support to the developing countries for assisting them both in energy security and energy transition. The global stocktake will have to keep these in mind. In the discussions today, we will try and identify concrete and immediate actions to drive implementation of energy transition, keeping these factors in mind in the coming decade. We'll continue to discuss these priorities in the afternoon, as also on how we can use, how IRENA can, as a global international organization, help in the energy transition process. I look forward to the discussions, which I am certain will be insightful and compelling. Let me now hand over to Becky Anderson, the managing editor of CNN Abu Dhabi, and the anchor. Becky, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed. And I'm just going to ask those of you who are at the back of the room with the doors open to please come and take your seats. We are running a little behind schedule. I'm going to try and make up some time. It will be easier if I've got everybody in the room and seated in order to get on with these next two panels. Thank you, Excellency. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome those who are here with us in the room, as well as those who are online today. This room is full of leaders from around the world representing different views of the energy transition, reflecting IRENA's global membership. When it comes to climate change, you are all working towards the same goal. Although that is a common goal, paths clearly differ given your unique perspectives. And that is why we are here today. As Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber pointed out, the global stocktake, which kicks off today, has been designed to assess the individual and collective progress towards his common, this common goal. And to that end, it is absolutely vital that we get everybody's perspective, and that perspective gets equal consideration. And with that in mind, I will moderate this discussion today, forgive me, free of protocol, so that we can truly address the issues that matter to all of you in an honest and interactive fashion. I wouldn't expect anything but that from my esteemed panel. Energy has an outsized impact on the delivery of climate action. That is a fact. So the purpose today is to drill down on how that energy transition can contribute to this first global stocktake, which will close at COP28 at the end of this year. Now look, I mean, I'm not telling anybody in this room anything that they don't know when I say that COP27 saw the adoption of an agreement by richer nations to create a loss and damage fund. That was a result. Details, though, are still to be worked out, and the agreement out of COP27 didn't increase ambitions on lowering emissions or any new steps to preserve the 1.5 degrees limit. We know that we are not on track to meet the goals set out in the Paris Agreement. Frankly, in many instances, the world is regressing, and this is not likely to change by COP28. So the conclusion of the global stocktake in Dubai will inform decisions on how to course correct over the next 7 years towards realizing climate and sustainable development goals. Today is about building a common understanding about what this roadmap might look like for 2030 and how to leverage renewable energy and IRENA's energy transition platform, as Francesco laid out, as a key driver for success. Because success, the idea is, will provide socio-economic and energy security solutions that are universally acceptable. So, our first panel is designed to provide wide-ranging national and regional perspectives on the challenges as well as the opportunities on the path to energy transitions, where we are and where we need to go. The second panel, in about 45 to 50 minutes from now, will address implementation, how we get to where we need to go and at pace. Right. I don't think anybody on this panel needs individual introductions. So let me crack on. I've got two ladies on the panel, so forgive me. I'm going to start with those two ladies. And Teresa, let me start with you. You're the third Vice President of the Government of Spain and Minister for Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge in Spain. Spain had a very ambitious energy transition agenda early on. What are the lessons learned as you emerge from the first phase of the implementation process?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think that this is a very good question because we have learned a lot. I could underline a couple of issues that may be things in common with many other countries. The first of them is that this is not a thing that involves just changing one technology by another one. It is a systemic change. So the infrastructure, the way we manage, the way we introduce the skills, so to be sure that it works, need to be put in place. That's the first comment. It is interesting, but I think that we need to work in many other related aspects, not just the change of one technology by another one, and that's all. The second thing is that there is a business dimension which is very interesting, but we need to pay much attention to the social dimension, because we need the social support for this transformation. Of course, we can provide a much more cleaner air, we can provide jobs, we can think about innovation, we can think on how to combine the needs for the raise of renewable energy solutions and how it relates to biodiversity concerns or the local community benefits or the benefits on pricing, but we need to work and to pay attention to that. Not only dealing with the workers on the coal sector, which of course is very important, it's just transition, but also how it benefits. We have achieved 52% of the electricity production in Spain last year coming from renewable energy sources, and it was a very dry year and with many other additional pressures, but our goal is to go to a 100% renewable energy system, and I say energy system, not just power system. So I think that much is still to be done, but I think that we still need to work on all the other related aspects within the capacities that we need to build to be sure that it is a success with no regret coming from anyone.
Good. Okay, and that gives us a sort of a good starting point to understand where you are at and where many others are at. Look, let's be quite clear about this. With few exceptions, with a few exceptions of SIDS and smaller countries that are not emitters, no one is on target at this point as far as Paris is concerned. We face a world with headwinds of high inflation, Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine and the issues that that has had with regard to energy security, energy crisis, and the moves that have been made to enhance energy security, political uncertainty, climate-related disasters. This is not a great way to start 2023. It's going to be a challenging year. John Kerry, let me bring you in at this point. You know, collectively, the NDCs are not on track to hold temperature rise at 1.5. Have we moved past that target at this point? And what policies and measures is the US putting in place to increase your own ambition?
Well, thank you, Becky. So let me be very, very blunt here today, if I can, because I think we need to be at this point. Some scientists will assert that we have already blown by 1.5. Other scientists will tell you that we may not have gone by it yet, but we may have some overshoot, and we may have to claw back. Others will say it's a mistake to get trapped into that part of the discussion right now because they believe that we really can meet the 1.5. Theoretically, yes, we can. But there's nothing in the current activities of countries all around the world, mine included, that indicates that we are prepared to do what we need to do in order to meet the 1.5. What is exciting, I mean, this is on the one hand one thing, and on the other hand another thing. On the one hand, really exciting things are happening. There's amazing stuff happening. There's about $1 trillion of venture capital engaged. We're making progress on batteries, on direct air carbon capture, on CCUS, on hydrogen, on electrolyzers. I mean, you can run the list of the things which are fairly simple to define that we need to do here. There's no mystery. This is mathematics and physics, not politics and ideology. But we're not responding to the reality of that evidence, folks. And so we've got to galvanize people all around the world to understand. And Minister Singh said earlier, you know, no one country can do this. I mean, the United States is now about 10% of emissions, down from 15 and heading down. And I have to tell you, I mean, even if we went to zero, even if China went to zero, we don't solve the problem. Every country has to step up. And that's the virtue of the stocktake. Because the stocktake, most of us could put out a pretty good assessment right here today, right now. But it's a process put together by the Paris Agreement that requires us to make this part of the consideration of the next wave of NDCs. And that's critical. Why? Because in Glasgow, everybody signed on to the agreement that said 1.5. Everybody signed on to the understanding that we had to raise our NDCs by Sharm el-Sheikh, but it didn't happen. So we're progressing along with outsiders within the inside of this process. And I just say to everybody, on the other hand side, there is evidence that because we are moving so slowly, we are putting ourselves at far greater cost, far greater risk, missing the opportunities of buying into this transition, which is really potentially the most exciting economic transformation that we've ever made. Now, to do that, we have to do a number of things to bring money to the table and to treat a good part of the world, the better part of the world that doesn't contribute to the problem, that doesn't have the money to develop, that has to be able to develop to bring their people along in this process. And so we've got to find the money. Where will the money come from? No government in the world has enough money to do what we need to do. We're talking about trillions. Who has the trillions? The private sector has the trillions. So what we need to be doing globally is exciting that private sector money to begin to move to bankable deals that bring development to parts of the world that have been left out, clean development, but that also enlist everybody in the effort to be able to make the transition to the kind of a world and economy that we need. So I just say to everybody, this has to be the year of reality. And with the stocktake, that will happen. Next year comes the transparency arrangement. So Paris envisioned creating accountability. The problem is we haven't had that sufficient level of accountability until perhaps hopefully now. We build on that. We bring the money to the table. Final comment, IRENA should not just be, in our judgment, an entity that is doing analysis and pushing the analysis. IRENA should now move into the effort to help take its analysis and bring developing countries and others to the table with the bankable deals. Use the information that IRENA is able to put together. The sister organization, or cousin, however you want to look at it, to IRENA is the IEA. And the IEA has told us that if we just deployed renewables at the level that we could, you could meet the 2030 goals. We're not even doing that. So it's a question of organizing ourselves, my friends. It's a question of speaking the truth, each to the other. It's a question of making choices and moving on those choices. And I hope everybody here will come away from this conference really committed to jump-starting 2023 and this process. And by the way, Sultan Al-Jaber, the designate president, gave a terrific speech this morning at the opening of the Atlantic Council, really laying out the agenda in ways that it needs to be embraced. And if we follow what UAE is beginning to talk about having happen in COP28, I think there's a lot of promise in that, and it's an exciting journey.
Okay, that's the US perspective as to where we stand at the beginning of 2023. Thank you. Thank you, John. let's get the perspective from Europe. Frans Timmermans, where are we at this point? I mean, the ongoing energy crisis has driven a rush for fossil fuel imports from around the world. These may or may not be temporary measures to meet energy demand. But how do you balance these measures out at this point with the efforts to combat climate change? Where are we at?
Well, I think the first thing I want to say is that in my lifetime, there are two events that changed the course of history for Europe. One was the end of the European divide in 1989. And the second is the Russian invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February last year. And I cannot emphasize enough to this audience how fundamental the change is for us Europeans because of this aggression, which is not just an attempt to occupy a peaceful country, an unprovoked war. It's also an attempt to impose autocracy on a continent that has enjoyed freedom and democracy for best time of the years since 1989. So this is the backdrop against which we have to continue to play our part in being successful in this energy transition and in fighting climate crisis. And Europeans came together on this, and I'm happy to report that we've even been able to go beyond the goals we had set, 55% reduction of emissions by 2030. We are speeding up the introduction of renewables. 45% is our goal for 2030. We're also diversifying our energy supply because Putin turned energy into a political weapon, and we cannot allow that to happen. So we are working with partners across the world to make sure that the fossil fuel we will be needing, the cleanest possible fossil fuel we will still be needing, will be coming from different sources. And finally, Europeans have reduced their energy consumption by 20% in a very short period of time, because reduction of energy consumption is an essential element for us to get where we need to be. So since we are fighting for our sovereignty, for our liberties, for our values, our energy sovereignty cannot be found in more fossil fuels because we don't have them. But our energy sovereignty can be found in renewables because we can create our own energy resources. We have a shallow sea, the North Sea, which has huge potential for offshore wind. We have the European population very much committed to supporting Ukraine, but also to go for rooftop solar and other renewable energy sources. And this transition is moving faster than we had anticipated before. And I hope this could be something we can work with worldwide partners. We know that this is only effective if others do the same. But this whole image that was created as though because of this war, Europe would step back from its commitments is wrong. We're speeding up our commitments and we're delivering on that.
Perspective from Frans Timmermans. Thank you for that. Let's move to Indonesia, if I can. Southeast Asia will be a key driver of global energy demand and supply. Indonesia, one of the world's biggest carbon emitters, has just set a new target, two targets. One, a target on your own, two, a target that you've identified with international support. Where are we at, to your mind? And what steps is Indonesia taking to drive progress on the energy transition ahead of 2030? And I'm looking for concrete steps, because you haven't detailed those steps in these new targets that have been released.
Thank you, Becky. Recently, we just improved our target, reduction of emission from 29% by 2030, which is equal to more than 800 million tons of CO2, into more than 900 million tons of CO2. What we are in the program right now is about the early retirement of our existing coal-fired power plant. And then we are going to drive more further the use of clean, renewable energy. We have a bunch of resources of clean, renewable energy in the country, but the thing is how we are going to use it, because the location of the source is quite far from the market itself. The other thing is that we think, as the result of DG20, through the JETP program, we have the support to use such kind of financial support to reduce our coal-fired power plant. The other thing is that we are looking the use of our recent oil gas reservoir that we've been pumped oil gas in the past, but we can still use this to store the carbon capture. We do several cooperation with some other countries, from some oil and gas companies in the global, and that we will start it soon, and we hope that we can reduce the things as soon as possible. We are going to collaborate also with our neighbor country like ASEAN, how we can cooperate and then to fulfill the needs of each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for keeping your answer tight. We've got about 20 minutes left on this panel, so I'm going to crack on and get everybody a chance to put their position as to where they believe we are at, and then we can hopefully have enough time to have a wider discussion about how we get there. Representative from Tonga, I think, let me just bring you in at this point. As a small island developing state, your country is on the front line of climate crisis. What does the global energy transition look like to you at this point? Where are we? And what should it look like to safeguard your and other vulnerable countries' futures? Your perspective, if you will.
Thank you. In the Pacific, renewable energy generation in the electricity sector is still very low. So we are very much susceptible for fossil fuel prices. And as such, I mean, lately after the Ukraine, when Russia invaded Ukraine, we experienced very high fossil fuel prices. And as such, electricity went up, food item went up because shipping freight went up. So basically, we want to get away from that. And as such, we have reviewed some of our targets. So instead of actually providing more time to actually reach 70% renewable energy generation, we shorten it. Now our target is 70% by 2025, which is only about 2 to 3 years' time. And this is only possible, I mean, like what John Kerry was saying, through partnership with private sector. I mean, in the Pacific, we've been known to be frustrated with the lack of access to financing from global facilities. So the other alternative is actually working with private sector on Pangapole project. And that's what's happening, and that's why it actually allowed us to actually have this very ambitious target for renewable energy. The other important thing is that, yes, we are very small economies. But we are trying to actually do what we can to actually help trying to fight climate change. And rightly so, I mean, for the Pacific, climate change is an existential threat to us. And we will do whatever we can to actually keep it 1.5 degrees Celsius. And one of the key thing about us is that the fact that we can work as a region. So for renewable energy, I believe it will be a mixture of regional approach and national approach. Because also the small size of the economy of scale tend to play a big part in some of this private sector project. So we need to actually look at a regional project, and also at the same time recognizing that some of these small countries have different challenges, different status in development. So there need to be a mixture of regional and national project.
Can I just ask you, is the world supporting you at this point?
Well, we've been trying. There are some good partners who've been working with us. But the fact is, as has been pointed out, you know, for us, it's a matter of survival. So it's something that been a cause of frustration for small island developing states. Basically, keep trying to actually see what can we do. But at the same time, we recognize the fact that it doesn't matter we hit 100% renewable. Because of the small size of our economies, it won't make a difference. But hopefully it can actually showcase to some of our bigger emitters that, well, at least we're doing our part.
I'm going to come to a question to each of you about what you want the outcomes to be out of COP28. Clearly we'll ask you, you know, specifically to help SIDS reach their ambitious renewable energy targets. I mean, and I'll come back to you on that. Before we get to that point, Your Excellency, the Minister of Mines and Energy in Colombia. Colombia is in the process of defining its transition roadmap. Just explain where you are at. I want to get your national perspective. And if you can just sort of provide some context on a more regional Latin American basis about the significance of Colombia's role and its context for this transition.
Me permito hablar en español. Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. El desafío en países productores de petróleo y de carbón es distinto en términos de la descarbonización de la economía. Esa es una realidad que los Emiratos Árabes nos han enseñado y otros muchos países que son productores, y tiene que ver con cómo nosotros vamos a transformar nuestra economía, que históricamente ha sido dependiente de la economía del carbón y del petróleo. Eso significa entonces que la transición energética es una transición también de las exportaciones, y que esa transformación de las exportaciones implica necesariamente una transición en el modelo de producción local. Para nosotros ese es entonces el desafío, pues no solo se trata de inversiones en el sector de la energía, que por supuesto son fundamentales, sino inversiones también en el sector productivo para poder hacer esa transformación integral que requiere la transición energética justa. En cuanto a nuestra matriz energética en Colombia, hemos identificado que pese a que es fundamentalmente renovable, en el sentido en el que 68% es hidráulica, tenemos una enorme vulnerabilidad frente al cambio climático, en particular en las épocas secas. Y esa es una realidad de otros países tropicales y otros países de la región latinoamericana cuya matriz es similar a la nuestra. Ese desafío nos obliga a pensar en la integración eléctrica latinoamericana como una oportunidad para mitigar ese impacto del cambio climático sobre cada uno de los modelos de las matrices energéticas nacionales. A nivel regional latinoamericano hemos hablado en la última Semana de la Energía que se realizó en la hermana República de Panamá sobre la importancia de la integración eléctrica y cómo desde esa integración eléctrica podemos entonces sacar el mayor provecho de las energías renovables que podemos generar en nuestro continente. Tenemos la ambición en Colombia de que la integración latinoamericana puede en este momento ser precisamente lo que nos permita descarbonizar el modelo continental. Y esa es la invitación que estamos haciendo en general. Y vamos a hacer, en este momento llevamos 3 meses de un diálogo nacional para generar consenso social y político que nos permita avanzar en la transición energética justa con la definición de metas, de los recursos necesarios y de los habilitadores regulatorios, cuyo producto final, roadmap, estará listo hacia mediados de este año.
Thank you. A good national and regional perspective there. We've had perspective from some of the world's largest emitters. We've heard from Tonga about the significant challenges faced by small island developing states. I think I just want to move on to Simon.
And we've just taken some very far-reaching decisions on an emissions trading system, which will, again, provide our member states 700 billion euros. They can invest also in the energy transition or in other measures to take us to climate neutrality. So we're on the same page, but we have to be careful that we synchronize our efforts. It is not useful if investments in the United States approaching European companies and asking them to come to the United States would then weaken the industrial capacity of Europe. We're in this together. I'm optimistic that we can find common solutions. I think if you compare the levels of investment, I actually believe we're investing more than the IRA. But that's all right. I mean, everybody who invests is a winner, and the amounts of investments are not that important. So I think we can synchronize our approaches. It will need a lot of discussion. The last thing we need is a transatlantic rift. Our relationship is stronger than ever before. We are commonly facing an adversary who has issues with our fundamental values, and we have to make sure we prevail. But we also are in this fundamental industrial transition together. Right. Because we can't do this on our own. We need other major players, and that's not just the United States, that's India, that's China, and many others to do the same. And we need to share the technology. I'd just like to refer to what the Secretary General of the United Nations said. That's the only way forward. Open sourcing, sharing technology, allowing the whole world to make this transition at what I would say lightning speed.
I absolutely
agree completely with that.
Yeah, thank you. And I did promise that everybody would get an equal chance here today, and we can't just concentrate on talking about the transatlantic relationship, although incredibly important in what you've just been suggesting, and I know that you've suggested this is not just about Europe's relationship with the US, but elsewhere. Indonesia, your perspective, how do we get to where we need to be at this point? You've just heard comments from your esteemed colleagues. Your closing thought on where we need to get to this year. What are the real hot issues for you? Well, 2023 as we move towards COP28.
Well, 2023 COP28. Well, I think what we've done before, we always synchronize, programs, which has been set in the previous COP before, into our programs, and then this will affect to the policies in our countries. So we have to support. So what we have to highlight here is just in case the two main factors like technologies, financials cannot available to support all the programs. This will cause us kind of problems that probably we cannot achieve our target to reduce the net zero emission by 2060 in our country or others, but also in the next 10 years from now. So we need cooperation, and we need to open the availability of affordable technology to us. Because in a country like Indonesia, we have resources, we have the market, we have got potential to work together with all of the international communities. Thank you.
A concluding comment from Tonga, if you will, sir. Your Excellency. Tonga.
Thank you. For us, for COP28, of course, loss and damage will be one of our priorities. Operationalizing it is something that will be a priority for all small island developing states in the Pacific, especially in the Pacific. I'm sure the others will follow. The other one is it's something that we've been pushing for a long time, is actually trying to have better access to finance. Alternatively, we can look at having a simplified climate finance program for small island developing states. If we're not going to be able to do it for the whole membership, maybe we can have a special case for small island developing states. Given our capacity and capabilities, that might be a way to actually help us, again, with working with the private sector to actually expedite some of the work we're actually doing. On a similar line, we need to actually have a greater share on adaptation, because we are experiencing the effect of climate change right now. So we need a little bit more on adaptation so we can actually work with it in actually combating the negative effect of the climate change right now. And lastly, I think it's to do with ARENA and also COP28. We are small island developing states, but we are big ocean states. Basically, it means 99% of our countries is ocean. Tonga is 1% land and 99% ocean. So we need to invest more on ocean technology. It will be hard for us to keep putting out solar panels on land, given the size of the land that we have. So it will be something that we will be looking at is to try and invest more in developing ocean technology. So thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We've got about 4 or 5 minutes left before I give the floor to our esteemed panelists from India. Let me get to Your Excellency, Minister of Mines and Energy in Colombia for your final thoughts. The realistic sort of ambition for 2023, if you will, and how renewables fit into that ambition.
There are 4 challenges for this coming year before COP28. The first one is how to finance mitigation and adaptation, as my partner here just mentioned. I think funds from northern countries have to be put into mitigation and adaptation in global south countries, regions. The second challenge is how to make the transition from extractivist economies to productive economies. And that's particularly important for countries like Colombia and other ones in the global south that have been dependent on oil, gas, and coal. The third one would be how to finance initiatives like keeping coal under the ground. We have regions that are now mining regions, and they're hoping to make the transition, but those regions are still dependent economically on the coal that is still under the ground. If we finance those regions and the transition in those regions, then we are gonna, of course, benefit the global climate struggle. And the fourth idea is how to make and how to finance interconnection in Latin America. How can we, from the renewable potential that we have in the south of our continent, how can we also impact the transition that the US is willing to have, impacting from the decarbonization of the electric matrix in the whole continent.
And power system reform and the interconnectedness of power grids, I think, is a really good talking point as we move into implementation and into the next panel. Teresa, I started with you. I'm going to close out with you. Your response to what you have heard today from the various national and regional perspectives, and your perspective on where we need to go in 2023.
Thank you so much. I did say 3 things. The first of them is that I don't know any other country in the world better placed to keep and to get back what we miss in Sharm el-Sheikh. What about the phase out of fossil fuels? And what about massive deployment on renewable energy solutions? So I really expect a successful COP at the end of the year, dealing with positive and bold messages in these 2 files. That's my first comment. My second comment is that the renewable energy work is a peace-building file. And we were discussing for a long time on the geopolitics of renewable energy solutions, and there are still things that we need to address properly. What about the value chain, the access to raw materials, the new materials, the circular economy, as Franz was saying? What are those apparently technical aspects that are so critical. What about cooperating and working together for storage? What about thinking on the access and the acceleration and the anticipation of the benefits, including the price benefits for consumers? And I think that this is very important, and it is probably at a different level in political terms, but it is absolutely unavoidable that we need to succeed on that. And my third comment is that it is a cooperation agenda, and the mood should be a cooperative mood. We do not need any type of trade wars on this. Of course, there's industrial aspect dealing with all of this, but I think that this cooperative mood should be part of the main principles driving the transformation.
Simon Steele, you've got 60 seconds. How do we keep the momentum going if indeed you will suggest that there is momentum at present?
Well, Becky, COP28 has a significant agenda to deliver. The global stocktake is at the center of it. But other areas in adaptation, the global goal on adaptation lands there. Finance, the 100 billion is supposed to be delivered, the doubling of adaptation finance, and providing a platform, the principles of finance, whether it's the reform of the multilateral development banks, the international finance architecture, and the platform for the new collective goal on finance, where the billions are supposed to transform into trillions that's needed to fuel the transition and the closing of the ambition gap. So there are some significant elements to land. However, it requires the cooperation of every single country represented in this room. All parties must come together in order to achieve the level of ambition we're needed to get to where we need to go. Understood. And we have a lot of work to do.
Simon, thank you. Mr. Singh, we have heard from our speakers. The view is that there are urgent and necessary actions in the short term. I think let's just take 2 or 3 minutes maximum, if you will, before we move on to the following panel. Just to comment on what you've heard and to share your own opinion.
Thank you, Becky. Thank you for guiding the discussion. I would also like to thank the speakers for very lucid comments, insightful comments on where we are at and what we need to do. What comes out, I believe, is that we have moved from where we were, let's say, 3 years back, 4 years back. How I see it is that most of us, most countries have started making progress towards transition. The progress has been slow, has not been as fast as we would want it to be, but there is progress. There is acceptance of the fact that there is a climate problem, that we need to address it, and energy transition is one of the ways, essential ways of addressing it. So that is a positive. That is one. It is a fact that we are not where we want to be, that the pace of progress needs to be much more. So I think this message needs to be nuanced a bit. It's very easy to say that we've done nothing and the world is in dire straits, but we are getting there. And I see a unanimity across the world about this. So that's the positive. As far as we are concerned, as far as India is concerned, we've done it in the sense that we are one of the 5 top countries in energy transition, in tackling climate change. And of those top 5, and it's not us saying it, it's independent observers saying it. Of the those top 5 countries in climate action, we are the sole large economy, the other are smaller economies. And we are the only large economy whose climate actions are concerned with a sub-2 degree rise in global temperature. We've achieved our NDC, which we pledged in Paris 9 years in advance. We've upped our ambition. We've reduced our emissions intensity already by 30%. So again, we have upped our ambitions. We have emerged as the biggest market in the world for renewables and the most attractive market, as Bloomberg says, for investment in renewables. My capacity addition continued even during COVID. Even during COVID, I added about 24 gigawatts. Now, but there are problems, and those problems we need to get cognizance of. It's very easy to say that let's do more, let's do more. There are technology problems. Some problems we have solved, some problems we are still facing. One problem was about the stability of the grid, when we added so much of capacity. So for the stability of the grid, it is possible to take action. We have taken action. We have set up renewable energy management centers, and there are technology aspects which we shall share. Incidentally, we added almost about 170,000 circuit kilometers to our grid to enable this capacity addition of renewables. And since we have to take the capacity addition of renewables to 500 gigawatts by 2030, we've launched a plan for further expanding that grid so as to add this additional 250,000 megawatts of renewables. And that requires an investment of almost $9.5 billion, which we shall make. But the problem is storage. Now, there are many states in my country where we have added solar and wind, where during midday, for example, they have to let go of energy free of cost because it's excess. When the wind blows, then again you have excess wind energy. Because you don't have storage, you have to sort of waste energy. Because you don't have storage, you don't have round-the-clock energy. So storage is a problem. Now, if storage is expensive, we have carried out some of the largest bids in the world for storage. The last bid we concluded was 3,000 megawatt hours. Now, the cost we got was 4 times the cost of energy. So that's a problem the world has to solve.
Mr. Singh, we're going to deal with implementation. I'm only going to just stop you here at this point. Please forgive me. Out of respect, I want to close out this panel to ensure that we get the implementation panel through before 1:30, and we are running a little bit late, but thank you, and thank you for your thoughts. John,
sorry,
briefly, I'm talking 60 seconds.
Promise you, but this is a totally different topic. But there's so many countries here, and yesterday the wife of Alexei Navalny and his daughter Dasha have made it clear that he is in very bad health, as you all know how he's being held. So every country here that could express its belief that Alexei Navalny deserves at least, if not his freedom, to have the medical care that he needs right now, it would really be helpful. And I ask everybody to join in that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Right. Shall we have you, thank you all very much indeed. It's never easy when we've got as many people on the panel as we have, but I think everybody had a chance to really put some very insightful perspectives on both the national and regional level. So with that, I'll ask you to leave the stage. Thank you very much indeed. I look forward to seeing you in the this afternoon and the days ahead. We're going to bring in some other panelists now. It seems that we are pretty clear that that there is action that needs to be taken, and this panel certainly recognising that renewables should absolutely be part of this mix and need deploying and at rapid pace. We've clearly seen the different realities from different parts of the world, and the understanding that none of this is going to happen without the private sector being involved. We need to act to help the most vulnerable, and those actions need to happen immediately. So with that, we will move on to what will be the discussion about implementation. And while I'm bringing people to the stage here, I'm going to ask those who need a coffee or need a glass of water to do so now, because we are going to restart in literally a couple of minutes' time. And we will get the doors closed. If you just need to stretch your legs now, I'm not even going to give you 2 minutes actually, I'm going to give you 60 seconds because we've switched this panel up so quickly. So just give you 60 seconds before we continue.
start to shops.
So who have I not got on the stage? Great. Sorry? Okay, when we are ready, I will give the floor to the Vice Minister of New and Renewable Energy from India, who will chair the rest of this meeting as I understand it, and who will be handing back to me for the second panel shortly. Our guest from India in the middle of the... Okay, where's the vice? Do you want me to start? Okay, Elizabeth, would you like me to start? Okay. I'll be joined by the Vice Minister of New and Renewable Energy from India shortly. But I think we'll start because we are running a little late. Thank you, everybody, for your attendance and your participation in this panel today. Our first panel looked at ambitions as outlined in plans and commitments. We looked about where we are, where we need to go. The point of this panel specifically is implementation. How do we get to where we need to be? And it is my great pleasure to introduce our next group of speakers. Grant Shapps is the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. Ms. أعمال is the Vice President for Europe for Breakthrough Energy. Christian Brook of Siemens joining us today. Rajiv Mangal, the Vice President of Safety, Health and Sustainability at Tata. Also the co-chair with Christian Brook of the Alliance for Industrial Decarbonisation, importantly. Akin Steiner, UN Development Programme and co-chair of UN Energy. Daniel, it's great to have you, the CEO, Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General for Sustainable Energy, co-chair of the UN Energy panel as well, and we'll be joined by His Excellency Salman Hart when he can join us. Grant Shapps, I know that we haven't got you for very long, so I do want to just start with you. It's important that we do take a perspective from you, given the UK's involvement in 2026, the UK and other world leaders representing more than 70% of global GDP. You launched the Breakthrough Agenda. What from that needs to inform this global stocktake decision at COP28? Can you just give us a sense?
Well, thank you very much, and it's great to be here. And for those who I've not met, I know many of you, you can think of me as the new Alok Sharma. I am in charge of all of the climate side of things for the British government, but fortunately for me, I don't have a COP to organise. So that is the big difference between me and Alok Sharma, but that's the area that I look after for the British government. And of course we had that COP in Glasgow, and as you rightly mentioned, brought along 70% of the world's GDP and had that big advance in terms of the number of countries signed up to getting to net zero by 2050. But here we are in the UAE, and by the time we get to the COP at the end of this year, in November, we will be in a stocktake position, really having a look at whether countries are living up to those expectations, whether the world is on track. And as we heard in the previous session, there are serious concerns about all of that. But you ask about what I've been doing here in the UAE this week. I've met with very many people, and I was writing some notes down about it with this pencil right here, and it got me thinking about what's inside this pencil, which is graphite. And it took me back to a story on a Friday night in Manchester, which is always a good place to start. I studied in Manchester, and believe you me, this particular story was in a laboratory where a couple of people took a piece of sticky tape and managed to pull the graphite off into a single atom layer, and that's where the story of graphene started. And this week I've been at Khalifa University in the joint venture of research here in Abu Dhabi, where work is being done to join up the technology that graphene could present. For example, we heard from the previous speaker, from the Indian minister, that it's possible to produce enormous amounts of wind energy. But when the wind blows too much, you can't store it, and it doesn't provide that long-term base. In the United Kingdom this morning, I just checked the figure, 64% of our electricity for the whole of the United Kingdom came from wind energy, largely offshore. We have the largest wind farms in the world there. But again, we can't store it when they're blowing stronger than is required, perhaps at night. The graphene technology could be the solution, including to many other things, to having better battery storage. And these new technologies, this new breakthrough agenda, could be part of that story to making sure that the world can come together and can resolve those problems. Now, I don't want to put too much stake in technologies because it can be an excuse not to get on and deal with things today in the present time. But I do think the breakthrough agenda that we're working so hard on, enabling new technologies with some of the great companies that are actually up here on the stage and operating globally now, to try to resolve this great climate challenge, are a big part of the solution. And as the UK, we will be innovating, doing the science, and working in partnership with countries like the UAE, as I've been doing this week in advance of COP.
Thank you, Grant. Christian Brook and Rajiv Mangal, let's bring you in on this discussion, because we have heard from our last panel how important it is that the private sector is involved. It is key, as far as our esteemed guests here are today, to accelerate the energy transition and decarbonise key committing sectors. So how does that happen? Christian Brook.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, great that we talk about implementation. I really appreciate that. What can you expect from companies or corporates like us to do in that regard? First of all, you can expect that every corporation today has energy transition, energy resilience, energy security in the heart of their strategy, because it's an investment risk for every company and corporate leader to take care of. Second, obviously, what we can do as corporates, we are good in implementing. We can build assets, we can bring innovation into reality, and we can deploy capital. So along of the arms and legs that we're going to need to do the energy transition, private companies can and must provide. You also can expect private companies to take a certain amount of educated risk. We are investing billions in new technologies which are not paying off today. We're investing into new factories which are not loaded yet. That's our job to do. But you also can expect a company to do one thing, to look for profitability and to run at the end a profitable company, and only to take a balanced risk approach. And if I look on all this coming together for us as an energy technology company, what I conclude from it, we are too slow. And if you all are coming with this assessment, we really clearly have to say we have to change certain boundary conditions to actually deploy all the things what companies can and must do. And a couple of these things were raised here before, right? I think we have to, if we want to accelerate substantially, we have to get shorter in the implementation time. We have to shorten approval times. We have to really shorten execution times. We have to talk about what is a risk and reward profile in an energy transitioning world that really unlocks these trillions of dollars which are required to invest globally to drive this forward. So I think we have, on the one hand, you can expect that the private sector will take their accountability. We are set up for it. We are investing into this. But if we do not change the boundary conditions, we will fail in achieving our targets. We are not on track, and we are tremendously off track. And this is same for the energy sector, same for all industrial sectors, what we discussed together with my colleague from Tata with the Decarbonization Alliance, where we really try to bring the examples to demonstrate on it can be done. We don't have to wait for anything. But the boundary conditions which we have today do not bring us to the implementation speed what we require.
As we, Rajiv, start this global stocktake, it will conclude at the back end of this year at COP28. What's your perspective today, and where do we need to get to in order to provide, a decent chance for success in the 7 years to come?
Thank you. As a responsible corporate citizen and also as a co-chair for the Alliance for the Decarbonization, as my esteemed panelists said, one is we need to set ambitious targets for setting the decarbonization ourselves. Tata Steel as a company has already announced net zero by 2045, and we have also set for ourselves short and medium term targets with key enablers, which looks at greening of power, looking at use of sustainable raw materials, as well as what's the best in class technology. But at the same time, there's a big role on the governments to support us on the requisite policies, which will help us on issues like carbon pricing, which will look at on demand creation. Today, if we were to sell green steel, there is no standard for green steel. Different countries will have different standards. I think there's a need to see how we can harmonize standards across the world, because we are not dealing with a country problem, it's a connected problem. And how do we have an economic viability for the new technologies and the ecosystem that gets into it? Because for private sector, there's a lot at stake. The assets can get stranded by policy change. There's a risk of litigations. There's a growing stakeholder expectations from the system. So my expectation from the global stocktake, how we can push governments and countries to bring right policies. How we can accelerate the interconnected cooperation of technology transfer, not get into intellectual property right issues, and support financing to implement the actions across geography from one country to other. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Ademir, I want to bring you in at this point. We heard Dr. Sultan at the outset of this meeting today talking about the ambition to be pro-planet, pro-growth. And he talked about how the ambition for COP28, the global stocktake and beyond, is for everyone to be involved. How do we ensure the benefits of the energy transitions are evenly spread and that solutions are found in that inclusive manner? And any thoughts at this point that you want to provide us with on the issue of implementation will be gladly accepted.
Thank you very much for that comment, and thank you for having me here today. I agree with all the points that have been said, but I'm gonna switch it to the developing nations and also the Caribbean and the SIDS. So a lot of people talk about technology advances, which is critical, but what they lack to talk about is that energy transition and development is one of the same when it comes to the continent of Africa and a lot of SIDS. And we have all the technologies available today to make sure no one is left behind. So in terms of implementation, we have to get the data to countries to understand what their energy transition is, of which in many countries it's actually development, it's actually energy access, it's truly leaving no one behind. And we have to make sure we do it in such a way that everybody lives a dignified life. And I say this from the continent, that when solutions are brought to the continent, you now see people saying, oh, we can connect someone with a little bit of energy or a little bit of power. That is not right. There is a minimum you need for anyone to live a dignified life. Africa, Asia, and a lot of the SIDS want to develop as well. They want to have industry, and that is how you have to plan it. So for me, one of the most critical things is the energy transition plans is not one of the same. I'm from Nigeria, from colleagues are from Kenya. You can't have the same thing for all African countries, like you can't have for all Caribbean countries. So you have to look at the unique nuances of that country and develop the energy transition plans based on what the country needs and what it has to develop. That is where policy is going to come. The second part that is very, very critical is you can't ask people to transition out of nothing. The average African that has energy has 404 kilowatt hours. That is almost 20 times less than the average American. You know, so you have to look at that when you tell people to transition, we have the once in a lifetime to make sure the energy they're getting is clean from the start. We don't have to come back 30 years later and transition because we are starting for such a low base. And I think that needs to be part, and that is what we're working for. I'm hoping Akim is here, my colleague from the UN, to stress that we can be clean from the start. The development has to be part of the clean energy transition.
You're making a really good point. And Akim, let me bring you in at this point. 2 points then, to address specifically Damiola's point there, and also given the ongoing debate that frames climate and development as competing priorities, how should the global stocktake conclusion, outcome, call it what you will, deal with that?
Well, I think, Becky, let me first of all answer by saying in this hall, I doubt I have to persuade anyone that climate and development are no longer competing. We live in a world, and if you take any statement made this morning here, the statistics that Dr. Sultan presented in terms of what is actually happening in the energy world, we are in the midst of an energy revolution already. Unfortunately, it's accessible to some and is leaving behind a great majority. Our problem here is therefore not climate versus development, it's in the way that development finance is excluding or enabling people to make these transitions and these investments, including, to Damilola's point, to the 1 billion people who still don't really have access to electricity. I think if you look at energy security, energy economics, if you look at the logic of what is happening in the global marketplace, Europe, 800 billion Green New Deal, United States, the IRA, $350 billion, China, India, hundreds of billions of dollars being invested in these green economic infrastructure transitions, then any developing country that is looking to be part of a global economy clearly has many reasons to view that investment as one that is about development. But the problem really comes down to framework conditions, I think was one term that you used just now, and secondly, finance. We are asking the developing world to borrow expensively, even with concessional finance, to accelerate the transition to clean energy, because the rest of the world now has a problem. If you look at where we are with the climate finance debate today, it's a disgrace. $100 billion not on the table. Developing countries today investing multiples of that in actually carrying the energy transition forward. So if we want to deal with this problem of not transitioning faster, and therefore the global stocktake can add up lots and lots of numbers and then tell us that we're failing. If it doesn't take us to the core of how we're going to finance in our global economy today, these transitions we're going to be meeting again in 10 years' time and still be taking stock in terms of not meeting the targets. So finance becomes crucial, and both at domestic level and international.
And some innovative ways of providing finance to the developing world. Absolutely. At a time of inflation, higher interest rates, and damaging debt.
Exactly. And so just asking developing countries to, against the backdrop already having a debt problem, to borrow more to address the issue of climate change is a futile exercise. We need to rethink, first of all, domestic policy. Governments need to set the right incentive framework so the private sector can indeed come as an investor. What we need is not more lenders. What we need is more investors, domestically and internationally. At that point, the transition that is meant to be a global project in which countries are investing one another's capacity to do so becomes reality. Then the stocktake will indeed show the net positive that we already see in many individual countries.
Anne Mettler, you're Vice President for Europe at Breakthrough Energy. We talked this morning about where we are and where we need to go. We are talking now about how we get there, implementation. We've talked a lot, and the political discourse often focuses on fossil fuel production and power. Decarbonisation breakthroughs in end-use sectors like industry and transport are absolutely essential, of course, for achieving Paris as well. So 2 or 3 things for you just to sort of take on here. When you consider implementation through your prism of breakthrough energy, how do you make that all-inclusive, universal? What are you working on which ensures we are not just looking at, solutions for and from the developed world? And what are the 2 to 3 actions in these other sectors, industry, transport, that we need to see enshrined at COP28, for example? I mean, so it's a relatively broad sort of plate for you there, but please,
Thank you so much, Becky. I think that these are excellent questions, because decarbonization, a deep decarbonization of industry and transport is, of course, all important. And here, I really have to say, from the perspective of breakthrough energy, we need a step change in innovation, and also really need to think about sort of the public policy framework. It's what Christian just referred to as the boundary condition.
في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ، وزير الصناعة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة العضو المنتدب والرئيس التنفيذي لأدنوك ومجموعة شركاتها كوب 28.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates, to Abu Dhabi, and to the 7th Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. Thank you, Fred, for your kind introduction. Thank you for your leadership, for your partnership, and for making sure that we always have the right mix of expertise participating in this very important forum. And as the opening event of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, this forum helps set the energy agenda for the year ahead. And as the UAE prepares to host COP28, the Emirates Climate Conference, this year carries a very special significance. The UAE approaches this task with humility, a clear sense of responsibility, and a great sense of urgency. Like all countries around the world, the UAE is exposed to the risks of climate change. We have always considered environmental stewardship as an integral part of our economy, and view climate action as central to the successful development of our nation. We are proud to be the host country of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, the first country in our region to commit to the Paris Agreement, the first in the region to submit a nationally determined contribution, and the first to set out a roadmap to net zero. And we will continue to focus on this very important journey. More than 18 years ago, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates, had a long-term vision of the future, and he took a bold step when he decided to establish Masdar. This was our first major, practical, proactive move into the energy transition. Under His Highness's guidance, Masdar has grown to become one of the largest renewable energy investors in the world, and is aiming for a 100 gigawatt portfolio by 2030. Over the last 15 years, the UAE has invested a total of 50 billion US dollars in renewable energy and clean tech globally, and plans to invest another 50 billion US dollars in the years ahead. And beyond investing in new energies, it was His Highness who said, there will be a time when we load the last barrel of oil. And he continued, if our plans and investments today are right, it will be a moment of celebration. This call to action by His Highness at the World Government Summit in 2015 clearly underscored his vision for sustainable development, delivered by economic diversification and enabled by a rapid transition of our energy systems. And today, over 70% of our economy is generated outside the oil and gas sector. And as the founding CEO and chairman of Masdar and the MD and CEO of ADNOC, I will continue to follow our leadership's vision and guidance in making today's energy cleaner while advancing and continuing to invest in the clean energies of tomorrow. And we will use our experience, our ambition, and deep and rich network of partnerships to inform our approach to COP28. During the course of the year ahead, we will work very closely with COP27 Egyptian presidency, the UN FWC Secretariat, and of course, all relevant parties to build on and accelerate progress made before us. Yet, we must be honest with ourselves about how much progress we have actually achieved and how much further and faster we truly need to go. Of course, we have collectively achieved major milestones along our journey. In Glasgow, 90% of the world's economy is committed to net zero by 2050. Sharm el-Sheikh elevated the voices of the Global South, put loss and damage firmly on the agenda, and started to address reforming the climate finance system. COP28 will have particular significance as it will mark the first global stocktake, a comprehensive assessment of progress against the goals of the Paris Agreement. And we don't need to wait for the stocktake to know what it will actually say. We are way off track. We are way off track. The world is playing catch up when it comes to the key Paris goal of holding global temperatures down to 1.5 degrees. And the hard reality is that in order to achieve this goal, global emissions must fall 43% by 2030. To add to that challenge, we must decrease emissions at a time of continued economic uncertainty, heightened geopolitical tensions, and increasing pressure on energy security. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no other way to really address our climate challenge. We need to make transformational progress. And for that to happen, we must be prepared. We must be prepared to transform the process with the support of all parties and stakeholders. We want COP28 to transform systems and accelerate 2030 trajectories through game-changing partnerships, game-changing solutions, and real, tangible outcomes. We want it to be a COP of solidarity that bridges global north and south and includes public and private sectors, scientists and civil society, women and youth. And we want it to be a practical COP, a COP of action, a COP for all, a COP that raises ambition and moves from goals to actually getting it done across mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and of course, finance. Allow me to elaborate on those points one by one. On mitigation, we know that many of the solutions do exist. Scaling renewables and nuclear and hydrogen and carbon capture and energy efficiency and of course the least carbon intensive oil and gas as well as new technologies yet to be developed and deployed. Wind and solar added the record growth of 550 gigawatts between 2020 and 2022, and are on course to grow more over the next 5 years than over the last 20 combined. The market is actually telling us something here. The market is telling us something. We are at a turning point in history. Low carbon growth is the future, but we must get there much faster. We must triple renewable energy generation from 8 to 23 terawatt hours by 2030. We must more than double low carbon hydrogen production to at least 180 million tons for hard to abate sectors. We also need to transform our food and our agriculture systems because we know that agriculture accounts for 1/3 of global emissions. Much greater investment in agri-tech, smarter water use, and food production is needed to transform this critical sector alongside many other sectors. And we need to do all this in an accelerated time frame against a fast approaching deadline. And let me just add this. Our world is on its way to being home to 9.7 billion people by 2050. And we'll have to produce 30% more energy than what is available today. And as long as the world still uses hydrocarbons, we must ensure they are the least carbon intensive possible. We will work with the energy industry on accelerating the decarbonization, reducing methane, and expanding hydrogen. Let's keep our focus on holding back emissions, not progress. On adaptation. On adaptation, the number one priority is very clear. We must do more to protect our most vulnerable communities and our most critical systems from extreme weather and biodiversity loss. We must protect our rainforests and invest in nature-based solutions like mangroves that act as powerful carbon sinks while protecting coastlines and preserving natural ecosystems. We must ensure that our global food system is resilient to the changing weather patterns that threaten farmers around the world. And to enable this progress, we must double adaptation finance for the global south to $40 billion annually by 2025. On climate finance, we simply need more. And we need to be more affordable. And we need to be much more accessible. We need to ensure that every concessional dollar is matched by $2 or $3 of private capital. To make this happen, we need to answer the call from the international community for inclusive reform of the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions. In fact, that is a critical success factor. And to encourage this process, the UAE, as chair of the World Bank IMF Development Committee, intends to play a proactive, supportive, and facilitating role. And on loss and damage, we need to help the most vulnerable to rebuild after climate-related disasters. Together with the international community, we must build on the progress made in Sharm el-Sheikh and fully operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund. Distinguished delegates, dear friends, as an ambitious young nation that continues to evolve, the UAE has grown through partnerships, opened up to new ideas, and learned many lessons along the way. We don't claim to have all the answers, but we believe we have something valuable that we can contribute. At the crossroads of North and South, East and West, we will listen. We will engage with all those who wants to engage. We will listen. And we will engage with those who want to engage. We will build bridges. And we will pursue global consensus in this very important collective effort. Together with the high-level champion, Her Excellency Razan Mubarak, and the youth champion, Her Excellency Shamal Masroui, we will work very closely with the UNFCCC to move from ambition to real action. And we will mobilize the private sector and all other sectors to deliver greater, more meaningful impact. So let me extend an open invitation to all parties across government, private sector, and civil society. Cooperate, collaborate, share your ideas, and talk to us. I am here to listen, and I am here to engage. We can only succeed if we have an open and constructive dialogue. Let us together create a paradigm shift for tangible progress. And let us remember that reaching net zero emissions will deliver the biggest market transformation with the greatest economic and human promise since the first industrial revolution. I urge all parties to help make COP28 a COP of concrete outcomes and practical solutions. We are united by our common goal. We are united by our common humanity. And we look forward to hosting you all in the United Arab Emirates, where together we can ensure sustainable development for this generation and all generations to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this press conference of the 2023 Assembly, IRENA Assembly. This press conference is live streamed, and I also send a warm welcome to the media joining us from around the world today. We are still waiting for one speaker who is on his way. When His Excellency is coming, he will join us on the podium. Allow me to present our distinguished speakers today. We have Francesca La Camera, the Director General of IRENA. We will have the IRENA Assembly President in a minute. And finally, representing the COP28 presidency, we have Her Excellency Mariam bin Mohammed Zayed Harab Al-Meiri, the Minister of Climate Change and Environment of IRENA's host country, the UAE. Due to urgent engagements, Her Excellency won't be able to stay for the entire press conference, and the more we're happy to have her with us right now. And without further ado, I hand over the floor to our first speaker, Director General Francesca La Camera.
So, first of all, for paying so much attention to our assembly and coming here to listen from us. Allow me to some special thanks to my friends coming from the States and being here in front of me. We have the pleasure to have a chat in my hotel room and in Europe. It's a pleasure to see you again. Where we are with an administration. We have said on many occasions.
I know.
We have been clear to say that we are in the right direction. So it's not. Mic is off. It's on now.
Yes.
Okay. I do the other way. I close down. So we have said many times that the direction of travel is clear. So we are inevitably going to a new energy system that will be based largely on renewables, complemented by hydrogen, mainly green hydrogen, and the sustainable use of biomass. This process is simply unstoppable. So the question is not the direction of travel. The question is if this travel is happening at the speed and the scale that is coherent with the achievement of the Paris Agreement goal. And the answer today is simply not. So it will be very important, and we have said in our report many times, and now I understood also from today, that we need to triple our installed capacity every year from now to 2030 to assess in 2030 is still we have the chance to keep the 1.5 alive. So this is very simple and is in front of us. And I think the discussion on the stock take gave the sense of the urgency to act. Dr. Sultan has also, the designated president of the COP, has already said how he sees the importance of IRENA in the process towards the COP28. I can say to you that IRENA will be engaged to be in a narrative that may provide element for the outline of the post-COP28. So we know that the stocktake will have two steps, one where we are, and the other when we discover where we are, what we have to do next. So we will concentrate our analytical capacity to understand what has to be happen next. We will present this already in March in the occasion of the Berlin Transition Dialogue. We will continue work on a daily basis with our host country to ensure that we can support them in all ways and means with our capacity. We will take profit also the fact that we are friends with the presidency of IRENA, but also with the presidency of the G20, so that we can make our messages to be built and to build the consensus that we need for having successful negotiation in COP28. And naturally, I will be here to respond to your question after my friends will have the chance to present their speeches. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Let me also welcome the President of this Assembly, His Excellency Shri Rai Ram Singh, Minister of Power, New Renewable Energy of India, and currently also holding the G20 presidency. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. All the countries who are members of IRENA are meeting together in person after all the member countries of IRENA are meeting together in person after a gap of 3 years. Now, these 3 years have been disruptive years because of conflict, because of COVID. These disruptions have led to disruptions in the global supply chain. These disruptions have emphasized the fact that energy security is also an issue. So when we started our deliberations, we noted that as we go forward for the global stocktake, we'll have to keep in mind the disruptions which have happened and the salient factors which need to be addressed as we go ahead on our journey to energy transition. The aspects of access, aspects of energy security, energy affordability need to be kept in mind. In the global stocktake, the preliminary discussions indicated that the one good thing we in IRENA have noted, that one good thing is that now there is consensus across the world that energy transition is absolutely essential. And progress has been made for carrying out that transition by and large in most countries. But every country is on board. Nobody has any philosophical opposition to the need for energy transition. That's a way forward, step forward. The pace has not been what we expected it to be or what we need it to be. Now that is something which we have noted. So the pace has to increase. Now that pace will increase provided finance is forthcoming, at least for the developing countries. The developing countries will need finance. The $100 billion which was committed in the past COPs, that will need to be forthcoming. Access to technology will need to be forthcoming. But with this, the will is there. The will across the world is there to carry out the energy transition. There are challenges. There are technology challenges. Those challenges we shall meet as we go ahead. We are adding renewables. We will be introducing green hydrogen, green ammonia on a large scale. India is already taking it up on a large scale. So are some other countries. So that we have round-the-clock renewable energy and so that we proceed beyond electricity into other sectors for decarbonization. If to proceed beyond electricity into other sectors for decarbonization, you need green hydrogen and green ammonia. It was noted that there should not be trade barriers when we come to the new age materials which are necessary, like new green hydrogen and green ammonia. So the discussions in IRENA today and going forward tomorrow will be critical to charting the new roadmap for energy transition, the new roadmap for decarbonization, which shall include all these, not only renewables, but also green hydrogen, green ammonia, storage. All these are elements of the new energy paradigm. And that is what we shall discuss in the forthcoming 2 days, today and tomorrow. This session is critical because it comes at a time when India is also the presiding over IRENA and will also be presiding over the meeting of G20 this year. And you have COP28 again in Abu Dhabi here this year. And IRENA will be a major player both in G20 energy discussions as well as in COP28. And we expect IRENA to be able to bring forth the issues as well as the answers That is our challenge in IRENA. We shall do so. IRENA shall do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. And now I hand over to the Minister of the UAE. Please.
Thank you so much. I just want to make sure everybody can hear me. Okay, I'm going to bring this microphone closer. Thank you so much for being here with us, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with my colleagues. As IRENA's host country and member and COP28 president, the UAE supports the comprehensive outlook for a just energy transition that really enables a realistic, renewable-centered energy transition without impacting the global energy security. So this approach of energy transition has to be ambitious and pragmatic, as it is an important contributing element to the proceedings of the COP28. It is realistic to say that we need to meet the 2030 timeframe for emissions reductions established by the IPCC. Loss and damage from climate change is impacting people and communities around the world, and it is no more a myth, and it does not distinguish countries, communities, or race. We are saddened by the way severe weather conditions around the world are occurring at an unprecedented rate as the global average temperatures rise. So the COP28 will really further prioritize the need of the world's most vulnerable communities, including working with IRENA, to advance loss and damage agenda. So at COP28, we aim to transform and accelerate climate action to meet our common target. The global stocktake, as you all know, will provide a robust overview. It's basically like a report card. And we will know how effective the global efforts in combating climate change are in reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. Thus, we must utilize this milestone to ensure better, more efficient, and more equitable access to climate finance to implement and enhance mitigation and adaptation measures. So governments, international financial institutions, and private finance will all play a key role. As you all know, this was also mentioned by my colleague, His Excellency Dr. Sultan, we have introduced an innovative financing tool that is the ETAF platform, the Energy Transition Accelerator Financing Platform, which supports its strategic objective of really uniting global efforts to address climate change through the promotion of renewable energy. So ETAF will attract a new joint investment and provide innovation solutions and financing tools to prevent renewable energy in developing countries. During COP27, we introduced a new situation analysis report that was prepared in cooperation with the Global Green Growth Institute to address green financing by promoting green bonds and Sukuk program in the UAE. We see tremendous potential for the development of a domestic green bond and Sukuk market in the UAE. I think it's really important to understand that climate action is not a cost to bear, but it is an opportunity to seize. And so going forward, we hope to see a significant increase in issuance by all types of players. Higher volumes of green investments will not only help us achieve our collective climate ambitions, but will also contribute to consolidating the UAE status as a regional hub for sustainable finance. The COP28 UAE presidency is focused on delivering concrete, pragmatic solutions. We want to keep 1.5 degrees alive, and this means we need to slash emissions by 43% by 2030. Last year, the UAE cabinet approved the net zero by 2050 pathway, and this we demonstrated at COP27 and basically provide how the UAE is taking its action in mitigation, and we're showcasing, or we already know, all our interim targets for all our priority industries. So this pathway really adopts an absolute emission reduction target of 18% by 2030, utilizing the 2019 baseline. So in this respect, this pathway, and as I said, for us, climate ambition is about opportunities. we can see that in a result of going down this pathway, we will be able to project results in a cumulative addition of 3% in the UAE GDP and create 200,000 jobs between 2025 and 2050. And many of these jobs are in the realm of energy, renewable energy. It's all about carbon capture, storage projects, batteries, hydrogen-oriented projects. We really believe that innovation is key in tackling climate change, and it has designed breakthrough solutions that can really rapidly accelerate what we need. At COP28, this is going to be an all-inclusive COP. This is going to be a COP where we're going to be showcasing solutions, real pragmatic solutions, because this is what we need to bend the curve in our climate action. And so with that, I want to thank you all for being here with us. And thank you again. And I'm sorry, but I have to run to a next commitment. But I know you're in good hands here with my colleagues. So thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency, for coming and taking the time. Thank you so much. And now I open the floor for questions. Please name the media you're working for and to whom you would like to address the question. We have time till 2 p.m. Who would like to start? Please.
Hi, Kira Taylor from the Brussels-based Euractiv. Director General, first a question for you. What international cooperation is needed to reach the renewable energy capacity required for a 1.5 degree pathway, particularly regarding knowledge sharing and everything that's going on with supply chains? And Minister, for you, the EU and India are looking to work together on green hydrogen. What cooperation are you expecting in the coming years, especially given the changes in the energy market following the invasion of Ukraine, and what is needed to enable this? Thank you.
Yes, please. Get closer to you.
Okay. To respond fully to your question, you have to wait a little bit. In which sense? That we have already made clear that we have to rewrite the way the international cooperation works, because it does not work effectively if we want to stay in line with the Paris Agreement goal. As I told you, we will try to write down a narrative that may be the response to the fact that the stocktake will say to us that we are not in line to achieve the Paris Agreement goal. So we have to build this narrative. And in the context of building this narrative, we also will try to explain how we have to rewrite the international cooperation, try to focus and try to identify the tasks of the different actors that are in this game. So the multilateral financial institutions, the development bank, the development agency, the government, the regional entities, and other. So we hope that we'll be able to be everything ready for the COP28. I think a first glance of this may be seen by you in the occasion of our presentation of our World Energy Transition Outlook in Berlin at the end of March. We will continue to work with our partners to try to build a consensus around this new narrative, so that we can have, naturally, Arena will not participate to the negotiation. We are not part of that, but at least we can give and provide food and element for the discussion, and try in some way, if it's possible, to guide the discussion until towards a good end.
A question about the cooperation between India and the European Union on green hydrogen. That's a very valid question. We have taken up green hydrogen and green ammonia in a big way. We have already plans for manufacturing of 6 million tons of green hydrogen and about 30 million tons of green ammonia. Now the plans for that, the industries for that, etc., they're all in the advanced stage. So we shall be starting the setting up of the factories for that. The European Union will need green hydrogen and green ammonia on a large scale. We have plans to produce at least 50 million tons of green ammonia per year, which would come to about 10 million tons of green hydrogen per year by 2030. The world will need much more, but I think we can scale that up. Our advantage, of course, is that we have established a huge capacity of renewable energy. Our renewable energy capacity is about 166,000 megawatts, and I have another about 70,000 megawatts under construction. I'm not talking about nuclear. If you add nuclear, so I have 177,000 megawatts of non-fossil, and another about 80,000 megawatts under construction. So that makes it 250,000 megawatts. So I have a huge capacity of renewables. I'm adding renewables every year, at gigawatt scale. And our cost of renewables are the lowest in the world. My per megawatt cost of green energy, solar energy, is just $600,000, which is the lowest in the world. So our green hydrogen and green ammonia will be the cheapest in the world. Unfortunately, what we have seen from Europe is that the papers which they have taken out, they are, shall we say, they are restrictive of trade. They are, there is some protectionism seems to come out of that. Now that won't work. You see, if we are going to decarbonize, if the world needs to decarbonize, protectionism won't work. It has to be an open trade, free trade, with a free competition.
The gentleman with a grey shirt.
Hello, my name is Kenton Chance with the Caribbean Media Corporation. I have a question for Irina. Small island developing states, such as those in the Caribbean, we face a sort of conundrum. We appreciate the need for renewable energy, but yet our land space is small for solar farms or wind farms. We depend heavily on tourism, and there's this concept that solar farms and wind farms uglify the environment. How do you suggest we balance all of these competing interests? Thank you.
So naturally, this also depends on what islands we are talking about. You know, Irina is especially engaged with the Lighthouse Initiative for all the small islands. And also, if they are small islands, they are different one from the other. So the solutions could be different. I think the Prime Minister Tonga made very clear that the islands are small islands, but they are islands that have a large territory in terms of ocean. So that one technology the technologies that could be interesting, that they are the ocean technology. So we have to understand how could be the best mix for that. I have to say that we have already achieved some success in having more gigawatts of renewables in the small islands. Absolutely, that is not enough, and we have to accelerate our path on this. This is the reason we have also launched this ETF platform. We hope that will give us the opportunity to fund a significant number of projects for the small islands and the least developed country. And I'm sure that if this instrument will work, we intend to have a good bunch of projects funded before COP28 and presented in the occasion of COP28. I'm sure that the commitments of country to support the ETF will become stronger, and we can be more effective in funding projects for the small islands.
Two things which we can look at in the context of small islands. One is offshore wind. Now, offshore wind is very promising. It has a CUF of 60 to 70%. So, offshore wind will be a possible answer depending on what your shoreline is and what the depth of the ocean is as you move away from land. The other, of course, is geothermal. So, these will need to be investigated. As we are moving forward towards energy transition, we are exploring newer technologies. And that is something which will be ongoing. This is a problem which we will have to address as a community of nations with IRENA, with all the countries acting together.
Linda Gasparello, White House Chronicle on PBS. I'd like to ask the Minister and the Director General, about the necessity for a technology stock taking at COP28?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we have added a huge quantity of renewables in our country, and there are technology challenges. One technology challenge is regarding the transmission system. The other technology challenges is regarding storage. So the technology challenges are there. Unless we solve it, we will not have round-the-clock renewable energy, and we will not have energy transition. For energy transition to work, you need round-the-clock renewable energy.
The gentleman with a shirt, the blue shirt, please.
Hi, Mike Scott from Forbes. You talked about, this is a question for the Minister, you talked about issues of energy access, cost and affordability. Do you think that the need to take into consideration those issues will speed up or slow down the energy transition?
The problems of access? Well, the problem of access and energy security is a problem which has to be faced and solved. And we believe that solving the problem of energy access and solving the problem of energy transition can go hand in hand, because the energy access can be provided with renewables. So basically both can go hand in hand.
Thank you very much. We slowly need to wrap up. Second last question.
Thank you. I'm Spanish media, El Español, and I want to ask to Mr. La Camera, what do you think about the responsibility of the European Union in the world energy transition? Or, I mean, what more should the European Union do to help to the world transition, energy transition? Thank you. Okay. Only I want to know what is the responsibility to accelerate in the world the energy transition of the European Union is what I ask. In your opinion.
First of all, naturally, we don't judge what the countries or the regional organization are doing. But if I can be an Italian, it's also European citizen, I can say that I'm proud of what the European Union is doing. We have seen that the European Union has been able to accelerate in 2 months the objectives. They've been one of the first to establish a fund for the just transition to support developed countries. Part of their efforts and also the system for the permit is allowing country to have money to invest in developed country. What I was doing when I was in Italy, using the money coming from the bidding for making cooperation, international cooperation. So as far as I can say, I think European Union is doing what it can do, because any one of us have limitation. But I am proud as European citizen of what they are doing in the European Union.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to slowly come to an end. Last question, please.
Alessandro Farrugia from QN Italy for Francesco La Camera. What's the effect of the energy crisis created by the war in Ukraine? Did it slower or accelerated the energy transition?
We discussed this 2 times with the minister. Naturally, in the short term, we may have assisted with the disruption of the supply chain. Also, is a small slowdown for the transition. But in our point of view, if I can speak also in his name, we talk about this energy security problem that now is becoming the predominant one. And the energy security will finally push country to become more independent. And to becoming more independent means having more actors in the market, so means going to a decentralized energy system. And this is only possible if we go to renewables. Naturally, with the complementary storage, with the updating and renewal of the grids. But the inevitable in the medium-long term, this crisis is the last lesson that the country are receiving to become more independent and working for a system that is more decentralized.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very, very much. This concludes our press conference. We will issue a press release shortly on the Global Stock Stake session this morning. And I thank you all for coming and wishing you a very inspiring IRENA assembly. Thank you very much.
Energy is the biggest problem in these towns. Energy. The solar project started in 2012. That's when we started looking at how to utilize the sunshine we have in Kasese. The low-income earners were our biggest target. People still thought solar energy was very, very expensive. Someone would look at buying a solar panel, spending 350,000 shillings at once for lighting. It was nowhere to be seen. Because we needed to explain to them that the cost of paraffin, of using kerosene, that cost per month, you can use it to pay a loan for 2 years. So we had to go into the communities and tell them what they are going to save. This growth came along out of serious mobilization and obviously changing mindset. Now they are appreciating they are indeed saving a lot of money.
Njingala hano nije munyewe wekeno ga witu mumukali n'abana 12
itwaje basule twafunga sola pepe koleshe tadogo anga tatu nimkolesere tadogo amalwere nakabya manene no maniswanga musio mwa nyumba kusangana bintu bya berihya nishasende situchuruka yasende sinene
ye Bridget ni mwaliana wayi ni mukamwara wayi munalengekani ndi abana aba ngabawulire tadoba nokubatokera ibibangana tunga kasente ikangana bimisaho yabo ibakakora ko indi mibiri
agusente se parafini ngabitogeye koloke business yeshangeta andi ngandi mutogeri ulagwe byeriria ingatogeri urabana bayibe shanjimba ngatoke bawulire shangeta
beta hati butuku buno ngabana singakiure parafini nangasangana ingamabirisi ndi hakiri ngatunga sola.
IRENA came in and they have been supporting us in so many aspects. One of the projects now, they are trying to put up a software for solar energy so that every time we want to put up a solar facility on your house, we can go to the software, see how many panels you need, what strength and where they should be positioned. So health-wise, we have solved the problem of chest congestion-related diseases. If you go to our health center, you will see the trend. The patient level has gone down. Now that children no longer have a lot of chest congestion complications, we have seen improvement in the performance in class. People are always hungry for development. So if you really come in and say this is what will bring development, people will grab the chance. And therefore, it was easy for us to mobilize people to embrace solar energy. By 2050, where will Kasese be? And how are we preparing for our energy transition? To prepare our cities for the future.
En Costa Rica, la matriz eléctrica es casi 100% renovable, entonces estamos usando electricidad producida en Costa Rica, es decir, no importada, y que es renovable con el medio ambiente, y somos de los pocos países en el mundo que tiene esta ventaja.
Costa Rica creo que definitivamente ha tenido la visión de dejar la era del carbón. La principal fuente contaminante, evidentemente, es la flota vehicular, sobre todo en el gran área metropolitana, que le cuesta al país atender las enfermedades vinculadas con la contaminación. A mí me empezó a dar buenas señales cuando empezamos a observar al sector privado hacer sus inversiones para que esto pasara. Todas iniciativas de gobiernos locales y del sector privado, ansiosos de que sus cantones sean cantones para la gente. Los gobiernos locales y particularmente sus autoridades adoptan una serie de compromisos.
La razón por la que decidí comprar un e-car es primeramente por una cuestión de ahorro de dinero. Luego de que lo compré, me metí en la nota de todo lo ecológico y todo lo verde, y uno como que la conciencia está tranquilo de que cuando está uno en una presa, cuando está uno cuando va a hacer un viaje muy largo, no estás contaminando. Tengo 3 hijos y tengo que dejarles un planeta.
Hoy los puntos de recarga inundan el país, que lo que tenía era una valoración de cuáles eran los factores decisivos para crear un ecosistema, empezar a ver la zona de recarga, el marcaje de la zona, el vehículo eléctrico que no solo no hace ruido, sino no contamina, y empezar a ver una infraestructura muy interesante alrededor de la vida cotidiana de las personas. Eso es lo que hace finalmente el cambio, que la gente lo siente cerca y lo empieza a experimentar.
El autobús eléctrico va a hacer una gran diferencia en economía, para el chofer, para la gente, para la ciudad, para los usuarios. Va a hacer menos contaminación, menos bulla, reduce espacios, pues más descansado, menos estrés en muchas cosas. Todo eso genera para la ciudad una mejoría. Podemos lograr como sociedad dejar una mejor huella de carbono a nivel mundial. Es un cambio generacional viable totalmente.
El impacto de la movilidad eléctrica en Costa Rica es muy amplio. Va desde impactos directos a las personas hasta impactos colectivos como sociedad. Es el fin que perseguíamos, era tener un ambiente mucho más saludable, es tener un aire mucho más limpio, es aprovechar que Costa Rica lo puede hacer.
张家口是处于北京的上风上水，它在北京的西北部。这样子呢，所以举办一届这个低碳的奥运会， 也是展示我们中国绿色发展的理念的一个窗口，对我们实现可再生能源供暖、减少污染，包括绿色交通、绿色大数据。我们现在目前装机口是整个可再生能源装机达到了2000万，2003万千瓦。
但是在张家口这样的地区，在我们国家呢，可能还是比较落后、贫困的地区，老百姓呢，很多地方还是没有能使用这个集中供暖的，那要烧大量的这个我们叫散煤，这就带来了一个是说，我说它不干净。现在很多数据中心就搬到张家口去，用张家口的风电给他们供电，又带动张家口经济的发展，也提高了张家口使用可再生能源的比例。成本的下降呢，就让老百姓可以用风力发的电去解决它的采暖问题，这样呢，我们的空气质量也改善了，就整个华北地区的这个排放水平大幅下降。它张家口唯一的最丰富的资源就是它风很大。现在呢，张家口的风电装机达到了1600多万千瓦，而且呢，这个风电随着技术进步，我们的这个成本也做到了比火电还要低。风和光发电完全可以替代燃煤发电、天然气发电等传统的化石能源发电。
然后我从2014年参加工作以来，一直生活在这个地方，然后全程的参与了河北建筑工程学院煤改电的全部项目的全部过程。以前烧燃煤的时候，燃煤锅炉房里边都是一层煤灰，我们进去一趟出来一趟，仍有可能都是黑的。自从改到这个风电供暖以后，锅炉房里边变干净了，锅炉房养了鱼，养了花，干干净净，一尘不染。这是对我本人来说，我觉得是最直观的改观。采用了这个可再生能源风电供热以后呢，对我们的工作环境有了改观，对学生的一个生活环境也有了很大的改观。我们共同把这个事情做到了今天这个成就，然后把这个事情做到今天这个成就。
风和光是新的煤炭，是新的石油，而且它是廉价的、清洁的电力能源。这些能源呢，将来是宝贵的财富。那张家口地区完全可以吸引一些高耗能的一些产业到张家口去落户。可再生能源发展呢，不仅刚才说解决了当地的能源转型问题，减少了整个污染物的排放，同时也拉动了张家口地区的经济发展。
我们这个公司呢是中宾合资合作的一家企业，而华北地区呢，实际上过去的几年大家可以看到它雾霾非常严重，所以呢，当地政府包括企业也在致力于如何实现清洁供暖，进行大气雾霾的治理。在这个方面呢，地热能正好契合了这个需求。我们印象最深的就是在雄县地区，在雄安新区雄县地区，能源替代的方式。也就是我们现在打造的一个华北地区首座无烟城，或者我们叫零排放城市。这样其实对资源的保护来讲的话，是非常重要的一项举措。然后经过10几年的打造，目前已经成为了一个地热供暖、替代燃煤燃烧的一个传统供热系统的一个。
然后比起之前呢，我们用传统能源来进行供热的话呢，现在的这个地热能资源呢，它对我们的这个甚至说对我们从业人员的这个健康也是有一定的改善。通过我的工作呢，让这个换热站变得更加自动化、智能化。从这个开采井 把地热水我们抽取上来之后呢，通过我们的这个板式放射器，然后进行热量的这个储存和这个交换。剩下的这个剩余就是交换出来剩余的热量呢，我们把它送到我们的这个用户侧的这个供热循环水的里去，然后这个取出热量之后的这个地热水，我们把它回灌到我们的这个热储层当中，地下的地热水的热储层当中，这样的话实现这个取热不耗水的可持续性开采。那我们的这个使用了智能调节的这个一个手段，所以就导致这个离我们热源近和离热源远的这个用户都能享受到一个比较舒适的一个供热温度。
我在这边生活10多年了，但是老人和小孩对这个空气他特别敏感。你像我们孩子吧，如果要是出去之后天气不好的话，如果出去的次数多了之后，他就很容易得这个肺炎。使用地热之后，明显的感觉空气质量就高了。我还是希望国家能大力的发展地热这一块，因为地热它毕竟是清洁，然后给我们带来了特别实惠，还有就是它对这个空气真的是改善的特别明显。这个费用这一方面呢，然后你像我们这种普通家庭都是完全可以接受的。
首先，我觉得让我觉得非常自豪的是我们的工作确实对我们的后辈是在造福我们的后辈。因为这个清洁能源的使用，然后让清洁能源实现供暖，有助于这个雄安新区的这个空气，然后有助于让雄安新区的空气变得洁净，然后有助于人民的身体健康。同时，对于我们的这个孩子来说的话，我希望他们能有一个茁壮成长的环境，能让他们在绿水青山中成长。
大气污染通道城市的一个补贴政策，各地呢也都纷纷出台了地热能以及其他可再生能源的补贴。在未来的发展的话，我们希望进一步扩大规模，然后也提高大众对地热能的一个认知。其实目前来看，不光是在中国，在世界各国对地热能的认知度还是不是很高，所以我也希望借助 Arena 这个平台，对我们地热能再进一步去推广，从科研上，从这个资源开发利用，从项目上，从这个企业知名度上来讲的话，可以没有任何污染排放，也就是我们实现无烟城也好，零排放城市也好，最基础的一个要求。
I'm sitting at the moment in the town of Bogatic in western Serbia, heated by geothermal energy and fully covered with clean and green energy. Bogatic is in the center of this Mačva region, which actually gave huge geothermal potential. We are trying to promote district heating systems in European countries using geothermal energy. And we have now full support and make Bogatic the first city fully independent on fossil fuel. If you spend 150,000 euros per heating season to burn tons of coal and mazout oil, you have now next to zero, few thousand euros per year of total cost. Take care that their children breathe clean air. No chimneys, no pollution, no fog anymore. On the basis of this experience, we have now a number of municipalities that are interested to do the similar thing. Everybody is trying to use geothermal because it's locally available and it's reliable on a long-term basis.
We need to protect, restore, and invest in nature.
The clock is ticking. We are in the fight of our lives, and we are losing.
Reaching global net zero emissions represents the greatest market transformation with the greatest economic promise since the Industrial Revolution.
It is time to act, and we have to act now.
We have the collective capacity to transform.
Abu Dhabi's bold vision for sustainable energy is transforming this nation and inspiring our region.
Of people from all over the world, from every generation, from every part of society, in a common effort.
We in the UAE extend an open invitation to the world and welcome you all to partner with us in shaping a united vision of a shared, positive, progressive future.
Energy is the biggest problem in these towns. Energy. The solar project started in 2012. That's when we started looking at how to utilize the sunshine we have in Kasese. The low-income earners were our biggest target. People still thought solar energy was very, very expensive. Someone would look at buying a solar panel, spending 350,000 shillings at once for lighting. It was nowhere to be seen. Because we needed to explain to them that the cost of paraffin, of using kerosene, that cost per month, you can use it to pay a loan for 2 years. So we had to go into the communities and tell them what they are going to save. This growth came along out of serious mobilization and obviously changing mindset. Now they are appreciating they are indeed saving a lot of money.
Njingala hano nije munyewe wekeno gawiti mumukali n'abana 12.
Itwaje basuli patunge sola pepe kolisheta dogo. Anga papu nimkolesereta dogo amalware nakabya manene no maniswanga musio mwa nyumba kusangana ebintu bya berihya. Nishasenda situchuruka yasenda sinene.
Ye Bridget nimwaliana wayi nimukamwara wayi munalengekani ndi abana aba ngabawulire tadoba nukubatokera ibibangana tunga kasente ikangana byumisaho yabo ibakakora ko indi mibiri.
Agusente se parafini ngabitogeye koloke business yeshangeta. Kandi ngandi mutogeri ulakwe byariria ingatogeri ulabana bayibe shanjimba ngatogeba baulire shangeta.
Beta hati butuku buno ngabana singakiure parafini ngasangana ingamabirisiima ndi hakiri ngatunge sola.
Irena came in and they have been supporting us in so many aspects. One of the projects now, they are trying to put up a software for solar energy so that every time we want to put up a solar facility on your house, we can go to the software, see how many panels you need, what strength and where they should be positioned. So health-wise, we have solved the problem of chest congestion-related diseases. If you go to our health center, you will see the trend. The patient level has gone down. Now that children no longer have a lot of chest congestion complications, we have seen improvement in the performance in class. People are always hungry for development. So if you really come in and say this is what will bring development, people will grab the chance. And therefore, it was easy for us to mobilize people to embrace solar energy. By 2050, where will Kasese be? And how are we preparing for our energy transition? To prepare our cities for the future.
En Costa Rica, la matriz eléctrica es casi 100% renovable, entonces estamos usando electricidad producida en Costa Rica, es decir, no importada, y que es renovable con el medio ambiente, y somos de los pocos países en el mundo que tiene esta ventaja.
Costa Rica creo que definitivamente ha tenido la visión de dejar la era del carbón. La principal fuente contaminante, evidentemente, es la flota vehicular, sobre todo en el gran área metropolitana, que le cuesta al país atender las enfermedades vinculadas con la contaminación. A mí me empezó a dar buenas señales cuando empezamos a observar al sector privado hacer sus inversiones para que esto pasara. Todas iniciativas de gobiernos locales y del sector privado, ansiosos de que sus cantones sean cantones para la gente. Los gobiernos locales y particularmente sus autoridades adoptan una serie de compromisos.
La razón por la que decidí comprar un e-car es primeramente por una cuestión de ahorro de dinero. Luego de que lo compré, me metí en la nota de todo lo ecológico y todo lo verde, y uno como que la conciencia está tranquilo de que cuando está uno en una presa, cuando está uno cuando va a hacer un viaje muy largo, no estás contaminando. Tengo 3 hijos y tengo que dejarles un planeta.
Hoy los puntos de recarga inundan el país, que lo que tenía era una valoración de cuáles eran los factores decisivos para crear un ecosistema, empezar a ver la zona de recarga, el marcaje de la zona, el vehículo eléctrico que no solo no hace ruido, sino no contamina, y empezar a ver una infraestructura muy interesante alrededor de la vida cotidiana de las personas. Eso es lo que hace finalmente el cambio, que la gente lo siente cerca y lo empieza a experimentar.
El autobús eléctrico va a hacer una gran diferencia en economía, para el chofer, para la gente, para la ciudad, para los usuarios. Va a hacer menos contaminación, menos bulla, reduce espacios, pues más descansado, menos estrés en muchas cosas. Todo eso genera para la ciudad una mejoría. Podemos lograr como sociedad dejar una mejor huella de carbono a nivel mundial. Es un cambio generacional viable totalmente.
El impacto de la movilidad eléctrica en Costa Rica es muy amplio. Va desde impactos directos a las personas hasta impactos colectivos como sociedad. Es el fin que perseguíamos, era tener un ambiente mucho más saludable, es tener un aire mucho más limpio, es aprovechar y que Costa Rica lo puede hacer.
张家口是处于北京的上风上水它在北京的西北部。这样子呢，所以举办一届这个低碳的奥运会 也是展示我们中国绿色发展的理念的一个窗口，对我们实现可再生能源供暖、减少污染，包括绿色交通、绿色大数据。我们现在目前装机口是整个可再生能源装机达到了2000万、2003万千瓦。
但是在张家口这样的地区，在我们国家呢，可能还是比较落后、贫困的地区，老百姓呢，很多地方还是没有能使用这个集中供暖的，那要烧大量的这个我们叫散煤，这就带来了一个是说我说的不干净。现在很多数据中心就搬到张家口去，用张家口的风电给他们供电，又带动张家口经济的发展，也提高了张家口使用可再生能源的比例。成本的下降呢，就让老百姓可以用风力发的电去解决它的采暖问题，这样呢，我们的空气质量也改善了，就整个华北地区的这个排放水平大幅下降。它张家口唯一的最丰富的资源就是它风很大。现在呢，张家口的风电装机达到了1600多万千瓦，而且呢，这个风电随着技术进步，我们的这个成本也做到了比火电还要低。风和光发电完全可以替代燃煤发电、天然气发电等传统的化石能源发电。
然后我从2014年参加工作以来，一直生活在这个地方，然后全程的参与了河北建筑工程学院煤改电的全部项目的全部过程。以前烧燃煤的时候，燃煤锅炉房里边都是一层煤灰，我们进去一趟出来一趟，仍有可能都是黑的。自从改到这个风电供暖以后，锅炉房里边变干净了，锅炉房里养了鱼、养了花，干干净净，一尘不染。这是对我本人来说，我觉得是最直观的改观。采用了这个可再生能源风电供热以后呢，对我们的工作环境有了改观，对学生的一个生活环境也有了很大的改观。我们共同把这个事情做到了今天这个成就，然后把这个事情做到今天这个成就。
风和光是新的煤炭，是新的石油，而且它是廉价的清洁的电力能源，这些能源呢，将来是宝贵的财富。那张家口地区完全可以吸引一些高耗能的一些产业到张家口去落户。可再生能源发展呢，不仅刚才说解决了当地的能源转型问题，减少了整个污染物的排放，同时也拉动了张家口地区的经济发展。
我们这个公司呢是中宾合资合作的一家企业，而华北地区呢，实际上过去的几年大家可以看到它雾霾非常严重，所以呢，当地政府包括企业也在致力于如何实现清洁供暖，进行大气雾霾的治理。在这个方面呢，地热能正好契合了这个需求。我们印象最深的就是在雄县地区，在雄安新区雄县地区，能源替代的方式。也就是我们现在打造了一个华北地区首座无烟城，或者我们叫零排放城市。这样其实对资源的保护来讲的话，是非常重要的一项举措。然后经过10几年的打造，目前已经成为了一个地热供暖、替代燃煤燃烧的一个传统供热系统的一个。
比起之前呢，我们用传统能源来进行供热的话呢，现在的这个地热能资源呢，它对我们的这个甚至说对我们从业人员的这个健康也是有一定的改善。通过我的工作呢，让这个换热站变得更加自动化、智能化。从这个开采井 把地热水我们抽取上来之后呢，通过我们的这个板式换热器，然后进行热量的这个储存和这个交换。剩下的这个剩余就是交换出来剩余的热量呢，我们把它送到我们的这个用户侧的这个供热循环水那里去，然后这个取出热量之后的这个地热水，我们把它回灌到我们的这个热储层当中，地下的地热水的热储层当中，这样的话实现这个取热不耗水的可持续性开采。我们的这个使用了智能调节的这个一个手段，所以就导致这个离我们热源近和离热源远的这个用户都能享受到一个比较舒适的一个供热温度。
我在这边生活10多年了，但是老人和小孩对这个空气他特别敏感。你像我们孩子吧，如果要是出去之后天气不好的话，如果出去的次数多了之后，他就很容易得这个肺炎。使用地热之后，明显的感觉空气质量就高了。我还是希望国家能大力的发展地热这一块，因为地热它毕竟是清洁，然后给我们带来了特别实惠，还有就是它对这个空气真的是改善的特别明显。这个费用这一方面呢，然后你像我们这种普通家庭都是完全可以接受的。
首先，我觉得让我觉得非常自豪的是我们的工作确实对我们的后辈是在造福我们的后辈。因为这个清洁能源的使用，然后让清洁能源实现供暖，有助于这个雄安新区的这个空气，然后有助于让雄安新区的空气变得洁净，然后有助于人民的身体健康。同时，对于我们的这个孩子来说的话，我希望他们能有一个茁壮成长的环境，能让他们在绿水青山中成长。
大气污染通道城市的一个补贴政策，各地呢也都纷纷出台了地热能以及其他可再生能源的补贴。在未来的发展的话，我们希望进一步扩大规模，然后也提高大众对地热能的一个认知。其实目前来看，不光是在中国，在世界各国对地热能的认知度还是不是很高，所以我也希望借助 Arena 这个平台，对我们地热能再进一步去推广，从科研上，从这个资源开发利用，从项目上，从这个企业知名度上来讲的话，可以没有任何污染排放，也就是我们实现无烟城也好，零排放城市也好，最基础的一个要求。
I'm sitting at the moment in the town of Bogatic in western Serbia, heated by geothermal energy and fully covered with clean and green energy. Bogatic is in the center of this Mačva region, which actually gave huge geothermal potential. We are trying to promote district heating systems in European countries using geothermal energy. And we have now full support and make Bogatic the first city full independence on fossil fuel. If you spend 150,000 euros per heating season to burn tons of coal and mazout oil, you have now next to zero, few thousand euros per year of total cost. They care that their children breathe clean air. No chimneys, no pollution, no fog anymore. On the basis of this experience, we have now a number of municipalities that are interested to do the similar thing. Everybody is trying to use geothermal because it's locally available and it's reliable on a long-term basis.
department should have the primal decision and primal responsibility coordinating for offshore wind. Harbours are also important. You need harbours with adjacent space and infrastructure for staging. OEM manufacturing, etc. needs to be well designed and ready in advance of turbine deployment. In 2019, the ESMAP IFC report Going Global, Expanding Offshore Wind to Emerging Markets identified 3.1 terawatt of offshore wind technical potential in just 8 emerging markets: Brazil, India, Morocco, the Philippines, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Turkey, and Vietnam. The potential is huge. A final comment on floating wind. Here, the promise of a quick solution for deep waters is breathtaking. However, floating wind is in its infancy and will only mature with the delivery of the technology at a very large scale. We would, as a last comment, like to thank IRENA and the other 2 alliance sponsors, the Danish government and GWEC, for this opportunity to highlight offshore wind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before I pass to Thomas for closing remarks, can I briefly invite Mabashir to provide a comment?
Hi. Thank you very much. We are very pleased to be here, and it is a real pleasure to address a few words. As we all know, offshore wind farms are mature renewable energy solutions that take advantage of the force of wind produced at high seas to generate electricity. Mauritius is a small island with a huge maritime zone, which can be used for the development of offshore wind farms. It is a well-known reality that offshore wind is more efficient than onshore wind farms due to higher and greater consistency of wind speed and absence of obstacles. As a matter of fact, they require fewer turbines to produce the same amount of energy as compared to onshore wind farms. In the past, the growth of offshore wind farm installations over the world had been slow due to high investment costs. However, recently, the costs have been dwindling over the years and is expected to decline further. Experts in Mauritius have expressed the view that wind resources are substantially superior offshore, so that higher expected output could compensate for the higher cost of development. Since wind turbine output typically varies with the cube of wind speed, the observed cost differentials between onshore and offshore wind farms implies that offshore wind speeds will have to be 20 to 30% greater offshore to justify the additional expense. Wind energy generation already form part of the Mauritian generation mix, with an onshore wind farm of 9.35 megawatt. More wind generation facilities are being planned for the future to meet the new target of 60% of renewable energy by 2030 and the elimination of coal by the same year. As per the Renewable Energy Roadmap 2030, Mauritius is aiming to integrate a total capacity of 100 megawatt of offshore wind farms, 50 megawatt in 2026 and 50 megawatt in 2029. In addition, the government of Mauritius has secured a financial support for technical assistance from the United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, to perform a feasibility study for the development of offshore wind farms in Mauritius. In this respect, the Technical University of Denmark, DTU, has been recruited by UNEP to perform this study, which is expected to be completed by end of this year. It is being anticipated that a positive outcome of the feasibility study will indeed trigger investment in offshore wind farms for an installed capacity superior to that earmarked in the Renewable Energy Roadmap 2030. The investment can either come from the government or from the private promoters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mauritius. And with your intervention, we have reached the end of this side event on offshore wind. Ladies and gentlemen, you were in the room when it happened, the first discussion of offshore wind at IRENA, and it really shows that this is a technology that is mature for takeoff and for really playing its part in bringing us onto the 1.5 degree pathway. If any governments here present if your interest has been raised or you want to know more about the opportunities that offshore wind bring, please approach IRENA, GWEC, Colombia, Denmark. We are here to help you, to listen, and to work with you going forward. And with that, we'll bring this session to a close. Thank you very much.
distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the proceedings. Kindly take your seats, and we're closing the doors. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a pleasant lunch. I declare open the meeting of the afternoon session. We will now take up agenda item number 5, the annual report of the Director General. Medium-term strategy 23-22-27. This will allow the members to address both items during their interventions. The Assembly has before it document A/13/3, the annual report of the Director General on the implementation of the work program and budget for 22-23. The Assembly also has before it document A/13/L4, titled the Draft Medium-Term Strategy for 2023 to 2027, and a related draft decision contained in document A/13/DC/L1. The Director General will make a presentation on both items. For 22-23 and the draft medium-term strategy 2023-2027. It gives me great pleasure to invite the Director General to take the floor. Director General.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you once more to Abu Dhabi and share with you the highlights of IRENA's work and the direction for the coming 5 years. The richness of our discussions until now reflects the critical importance of international cooperation for energy transition and IRENA's privileged space in the institutional landscape. Today, our global family includes 168 members, and each of our members has priority crises have highlighted the consequences of tying economies to fuel that are prone to price shock and supply risk, and by far the largest contributors to climate change. Worldwide, no question on the affordability of energy have emerged, with a growing number of households having difficulties in meeting their basic energy needs. At the same time, the challenges facing over 700 million people without energy access have been magnified, rendering services like health, water, and information technology out of reach. Concerns around energy security have prompted and we have entered a new era of climate action, with some 140 countries setting net zero strategies, increasingly reaffirmed through legislation and implementation plan. In sum, the economic, social, and environmental case for a new energy system is abundantly clear. There is a shared conviction that with renewable energy we can bring a lasting solution to today's energy problem and help create resilient and inclusive economy and society. The last decade moved renewables from niche to mainstream, with a shift in competitiveness between renewables and 2021 created $55 billion in saving from global generation costs in 2022. The immediate and positive impact of the shift to renewables is evident in many ways. For instance, ARENA has been monitoring the renewable employment trend since 2012. Our latest jobs report, published in cooperation with the International Labour Organization, revealed that, despite the global difficulties, the total number of people employed in the renewable energy sector rose by 700,000 to 12.7 million in 2021. Importantly, we also observe that the sector attracts diverse workforce. Over 40% of jobs, above the average of 32% in overall renewables, and almost double compared to 22% in oil and gas. Timely, accurate, and comprehensive knowledge is an essential foundation for informed decision-making. ARENA is a reliable and trusted source of such data and analysis. We continue to monitor trends, strive to stay abreast of the latest development, and provide insight into what lies ahead. In 2022, we generated knowledge on topical issues such as green hydrogen, critical material, policy framework, the agri-food chain, and tackled emerging geopolitical trends. But we have also worked hand in hand with our members to support respective energy transition and bring our data and analysis to life, with the real impact on the ground. This morning, we started the discussion on the global stocktake, which will show how far we have come in achieving climate objective. And the nationally determined contribution, the NDCs, are the cornerstone of this process. ARENA has worked with over 20 countries to date in response to their request for support on the energy component of their NDCs. Through this work, we gain important insight on the realities the countries face, which, in terms resource assessment and technical analysis is among the most requested in the context of the NDCs. This also indicates that many of our members are still in early stage of the energy transition, with great needs for technical assistance and capacity building. We are acutely aware that the role of the private sector will be critical for the achievement of climate and development goals. And we have been seeking to create different opportunity for closer cooperation. I want to mention two recent new initiatives. About 25% of global GDP is produced by the industrial sector, which emits around 28% of greenhouse emissions. So in September 2020, major company aim to accelerate the decarbonization of industrial value chain. And this number has increased to close to 30 and is increasing week after week. At COP27, we launched the Global Offshore Wind Alliance that we have been seeing in action just a few minutes ago, the GOA, with Denmark and the Global Wind Energy Council to drive the global deployment of this promising technology. IRENA estimates that 2,000 gigawatts of offshore wind will be needed in 2050, from just over 60 gigawatts today. 13 countries have joined GOA to date, and we hope this number will grow in the coming months to take contributions focused and practical, bringing effective tools and instruments that facilitate projects, enable investment, and increase transparency on options available to country. Despite difficulties in getting this work stream off the ground due to the pandemic, we are starting to see concrete results. The number of projects and partners continue to grow in the climate investment platform, which we created with UNDP and Sea4All in cooperation with the Green Climate Fund. 9 projects were matched with partners with some 240 megawatt of projected capacity. We also convened the first investment forum in partnership with Indonesia. Milestone with the Energy Transition Accelerating Financing Platform that has been made many times this morning. ITAF partners, the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, the ASEAN Infrastructure Investment Bank, Mazda, and the Swiss Re, the insurance company, have committed funding close to 1 billion in renewable energy projects. More partners are poised to join, and the first call for project was announced at COP27. We will have a dedicated session on ITAF tomorrow, where we'll have a deeper discussion on this topic. And I will provide, after the General Assembly, to send you all the list of projects that has been sent country by country, so that the government are all aware also about the private project that promising trend in sight. But make no mistake, the speed and the scale of the transition is inadequate, and nothing short of radical and immediate action will bring us back on track. IRENA World Energy Transition Outlook chart the fastest path to emission reduction, consistent with the 1.5 Celsius goal. It prioritizes existing solutions and those with the most chance of becoming viable in the coming years. The outlook positions efficiency and electrification as main driver, enabled by renewable power, green hydrogen, and sustainable modern bioenergy. VITO, the World Energy Transition Outlook, also for job creation and inclusive economy and a more equitable world. But every year we see that progress is lagging, making the task more difficult, more expensive and more complex. A critical mass of solutions required to meet 2030 goals now exist. The question is whether we will have the resolve, discipline, and investment to shift the course toward an inclusive and resilient economy and society. It is with this backdrop that you are considering IRENA's medium-term strategy for the coming 5 years. I often say that the ongoing energy transition is not just a fuel replacement, but it is of the energy system centralized and based on fossil fuels. Today, we don't have this luxury of time to reach at the same pace. We are more quickly and strategically towards different economy, social and environmental goals. But to realize this goal, we cannot solely work on the supply side. The demand side of the energy equation must be driver of the development and decarbonization so that we can create a system that is resilient and inclusive, fueling a more just world. Demand will also point us to new direction and priorities, warranting a closer scrutiny of the choices we are making. We need to build new pillars of infrastructure. First, the physical infrastructure requires major rethinking, not only to integrate high-share renewable energy, but also to enable its distribution and trade. Land grids will be expanded across borders and regions, connected to a maze of seabed cables for clean power supply. A network of ports will emerge, connecting new points of supply and demand. Infrastructure build-outs at this scale involve new thinking on planning and investment, most notably for multilateral financial institutions. And we have the opportunity in this General Assembly to discuss this aspect related to the diverse functioning of the port into a new energy system in one ministerial session dedicated to it. Second, policy and regulatory infrastructure require a similar role that reflects where we need to be and not where we have been. Net zero commitment must be embedded in legislation, properly resourced and translated into implementation plans. ARENA has long advocated for an holistic approach to policy making that drives systemic change, breaks the current silo, and consider wide implications of the energy transition. This approach must extend across borders and reshape the way support is provided to developing countries. So we have to consider how we can rewrite the way the international cooperation works. Finally, we need to pay close attention to infrastructure or institutional and human capacity. Already, many of our members lack some of the essential capacity to be part of the global energy transition and realize its vital benefits. But we are also seeing a sign that the lack of skilled labor may become an obstacle in a growing number of countries. Realizing the ambition of demand. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot build a new energy system with tools, a system of the past. Just like we innovate to improve technologies, we must innovate to reimagine, as I say, international cooperation for the new energy era. To do so, we have to reassess the role and the responsibilities in the institutional landscape we created for priorities of the last century. International organizations, regional and multilateral financial institutions, and bilateral engagement need to consider who is best placed to take on the role in these three pillars of the new infrastructure. A renewable-based transition is a vehicle for climate-proof energy system, improved energy security, element. you are asking us to lead this global effort with clarity of purpose, urgency in action, and the conviction that we can succeed. And we will play our part faithfully, with an open door to all who need to be part of this quest. I am confident that your active engagement and continued support, our mission will be realized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joe, for a very comprehensive presentation. I would like to inform the members that the Secretariat had invited the delegations to register in the speakers list prior to the opening of the Assembly for member interventions under the agenda item number 5, annual report that (23) 2027. In order to ensure the highest level of participation, speakers are invited to limit their interventions to 3 minutes. I now give the floor to United Kingdom. 3 minutes. UK, United Kingdom.
Hello. Mr. Lacania, thank you for that annual report of the DG. The UK supports the adoption of the medium-term strategy 2023 to 2027 and looks forward to the mid-term evaluation of the strategy in 20. The medium-term strategy working group. We agree that IRENA's targeted work on project facilitation and investment, specifically aimed at overcoming the bottlenecks in developing countries, will continue to be an important and impactful strand of work. We look forward to showing our commitment as the UK to IRENA in the next year, including via the Critical Minerals Collaborative Framework as co-facilitator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, United Arab Emirates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank the Director General and for his presentation on this annual report and the midterm strategy, and we also send a very great appreciation for the Secretariat for their excellent work. Special thank you also to Denmark and Kenya for facilitating the work on the medium-term strategy in the last 2 years. One important element in the midterm strategy is the renewables acceleration fund. Fund, we agree, will help secure additional sources for implementing parliamentary activities. However, we would like to invite IRENA to maybe provide a little bit more information in the next reporting on an overview of a transparent manner on the contributions, allocation, and the results expected. The last few years have been challenging years, and we are very pleased to see how IRENA was quickly adapt and how they adjusted to the challenges in hand. We have heard this morning in our host country statement that 2023 will be an exciting year for the UAE. And for all of us here, I welcome the effort IRENA is taking to work with us on this important task, delivering on an action-focused COP28. COP28, ladies and gentlemen, will focus will be the focus will be the global stocktake, measuring how outcome of the Emirates Climate Conference convened convening action and implementation to close the gap between ambition and reality, where renewable energy will be the backbone of the energy transition. The UAE is definitely in close communication with the Secretariat, and we have established a task force to work together on initiatives towards a renewable road to COP28 by amplifying the voice of renewable energy, providing a reliable and affordable solution. And already, as His Excellency Dr. Sultan mentioned in the morning, we started the process to establish the Energy Transition Accelerator Finance Platform, ITA, that we launched with pledging from the UAE $400 million. So mobilizing climate finance to help climate vulnerable communities transition to the energy system of tomorrow is, ladies and gentlemen, a top priority for the UAE. We also welcome IRENA's effort to mobilize additional partners to that platform. Renewables projects in developing nation. The call for projects is open, and with IRENA we look forward to welcoming your projects' ideas, ladies and gentlemen. The UAE is working closely with IRENA on various other initiatives, such as the Energy Transition Education Network, which empowers teachers with the tools and knowledge to engage young people in the energy transition at an early phase of their learning. Crucial next step in the journey to climate resilient and zero future and get the future workforce ready for the challenges ahead. It is vital that our youth can enter a cleaner working world, and industry has a critical role to play in bringing down emissions. Another important pillar for the UAE, as well as IRENA, is the focus on raising the ambition in the heart to a base sector. 20 energy transition ministerial in Indonesia. This alliance seeks to identify business opportunities to cut industry emissions from hard to abate sectors. COP28 IRENA task force is also I'm finishing, Your Excellency. Currently, a special work stream mobilizing funding for adoption with the aim to empowering life and livelihood in sectors such as agriculture and health, which is particularly very close to us. So we are very pleased with the results presented in the annual report and looking forward to work with IRENA and our peer member states to fulfill our vision and mission in the medium-term strategy. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and I'm sorry I took a little bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuan. United States. Not there? Let's go ahead then. United States? Not there? Let's look at this country. Belgium?
Monsieur le Président, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Director General, dear colleagues, we're going through challenging times. We're going through a period of profound change in the world of energy. The 5 next years will be crucial for the international will require efficient action unprecedented international cooperation and continued innovation. IRENA has to be more agile, practical, and to look ahead and plan ahead to navigate through these uncharted waters. It's in this context that Belgium responds favourably to the annual report, as well as the proposals for the mid-term strategy for 2022-3 to 2027 proposed by the Director General and his team. I applaud them for their committed work, and Belgium believes that the mid-term strategy wants it to place emphasis on systemic change. It's a holistic approach which implies pursuing the objectives of sustainable development, but also to bear in mind all the policies required to optimize the structural, economic, social impacts which will be pivotal that we shouldn't lose sight of all short-term problems, for example, the prevailing energy crisis and the significant contribution that renewable energies forms could do to mitigate it, as well as increasing energy security. On this point, I'd like to emphasize the need for IRENA to work on flexible solutions and to beef up grids in terms of interconnectivity with transport and distribution as well. And furthermore, if awareness heightening measures are successful and IRENA is becoming more and more well known for its natural circle of influence, and Belgium has therefore emphasized the need to reinforce its communication efforts. And finally, with a view to preparing COP28 and with reference to the session this morning on the global stocktake, I'd like to emphasize two particular points: the importance of working on financial flows. As is set at 2.1c of the Paris Agreement to render financial flows consistent with a trajectory towards low greenhouse gas emissions and a more resilient form of approach to climate change. I want to underscore the importance of human resources which are crucial, and we need sufficient personnel and well-trained personnel to effect the transition on the ground, to create jobs, and we can provide useful support in this regard. And we're convinced that IRENA can work in this direction, even increase its ambitions for the world community and achieve the climate objectives. When it comes to exchange of best practice, this was always the case. Belgium remains resolute when it comes to working in close cooperation with IRENA and its members for a more sustainable ecological transition, and one which is fairer as well. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Major. Now, before we go to the next country, I request Minister Jemu Soda, please. Zimbabwe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am James Soda, Minister of Energy and Power Development, and would like to start by thanking the President of the Assembly for inviting me to preside over this session. I proceed by giving
On behalf of Indonesian government, I would like to convey my appreciation to IRENA for taking a strategic role during Indonesia G20 presidency last year, especially in energy transition working group. We really appreciate the role of Director General, Mr. Kamara, on this occasion. The Bali Compact and the Bali Energy Transition Roadmap of G20 are expected to be guidance for accelerating clean, sustainable, just, affordable, and inclusive energy transition, in which IRENA give tremendous contribution during the discussion process. Each country has various potential to be developed, yet there are many challenges that need to be addressed, whether individually or through collaboration among countries. Specific studies for the energy transition implementation in Asian regions especially. Thank you.
Thank you, Indonesia. I now give the floor to Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. The report on the implementation of the work plan for 2022-23 is acknowledged, and congratulations to the Director General and his team for the remarkable work performance against all odds despite the challenges caused by COVID-19 restrictions. The report is comprehensive and highly informative. Zimbabwe notes the remarkable increase in capacity contribution for renewables into the global electricity mix over the last decade. To improve the investment frameworks. Research work published by IRENA is worth noting because members can easily benchmark renewable energy tariffs and also cost other environmental scans done by IRENA. The SDG 7 tracking is a real eye-opener, and it has awakened countries to see the reality towards the achievement of the universal access to electricity and also to clean cooking. Zimbabwe's electricity access has improved, and we are now sitting on 62% based on the statistics for 2022. Credit goes to the renewable energy policy, and the associated incentives and regulations which include duty-free importation. However, we have noted with concern the amount of the reduction in the increase and ensuring that Africa is not left behind. Zimbabwe does have an ambition to increase the contribution of renewables to about 2,100 megawatts by 2030, and to that effect, we have put in a program where the government will be supporting the private sector through a government implementation agreement and also de-risking some of the investments, especially with regards to currency convertibility. We are also looking at finalizing the competitive procurement framework for the renewable energy, benchmarking against some of the processes which IRENA has implemented. The country is also working towards a policy on e-mobility and energy efficiency, which are critical to ensure that green energy is adopted in the country and the energy is used efficiently. Our endowment with critical minerals for energy transition, such as copper, lithium, cobalt and nickel, and rare earth minerals, is critical in ensuring that we become part of the value chain, and various policies have been put in place to ensure that minerals are value added before they can be exported. Zimbabwe recommends that IRENA provide technical support for members to develop strategies for net zero carbon goal through smart transition, but from unabated cleaner technologies, taking into consideration the role of some of the energy minerals which countries do have. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. I give the floor to Japan.
Thank you, Chair. The current energy crisis. The current energy crisis caused by Russia's aggression against Ukraine threatens access to affordable energy for vulnerable populations, not only in developing countries but also in developed countries, highlights the importance of energy security. Our efforts to phase out dependencies on Russian energy have once again shown that renewable energy can be a viable option for ensuring energy security. Furthermore, in the midst of an historic era of energy transition, we must accelerate our effort to achieve full decarbonization in order to combat climate change. While renewable energy offers many advantages, there are various challenges in expanding the deployment of renewable energy. It is therefore unrealistic to expect that all countries will be able to leapfrog the renewable energy at all once. Global efforts to achieve a fully decarbonized world will become a pie in the sky if we do not properly take into account particular national and regional circumstances. In the recently published report titled Energy Transition Perspective 2023, IEA also pointed out that along with all the benefits that promotion of renewable energy brings, it could also introduce some risks. Those would include, for example, supply chain issues from manufacturing to disposal of renewable energy devices, which will be dealt with later, as well as supply chain issues for the critical mineral resources needed for such manufacturing. What are the realities that we face? First, we need a period of energy transition, a period during which we will continue to rely on fossil fuels while ensuring their cleanest use through emission abatement technologies and other measures on the one hand, and at the same time promoting and accelerating the deployment of renewable energy on the other hand. An overly doctrinate approach which advocates walking away from fossil fuels before achieving sufficient deployment of renewable energy in each country will sacrifice both energy security and economic growth, and therefore almost certainly not lead to decarbonization. Late last year, Japan took a big decision in its domestic energy policy, which included the decision to extend the operational life of our existing nuclear power plants and to develop and construct innovative next-generation reactors. We are confident that the stable baseload electricity provided by nuclear power will establish a foundation and further paves the way for expanding renewable energy. Our decision will, by which and contribute to energy market stability. Second, energy is necessary for everyone. It needs to be both affordable and stable. The cost of electricity generated from wind and solar power has dropped dramatically over the last several years. However, the cost in relation to the deployment of renewable energy cannot be discussed uniformly, as it is still largely dependent on local geographic conditions and economic and social circumstances. In addition, further deployment of renewable energy will increase demand for critical mineral resources, driving commodity prices significantly upward should the current pace of demand growth continue into the future, and this in turn will raise renewable energy cost. Furthermore, there could even be supply shortage arising from vulnerable supply chains of precious critical mineral resources. It is not at all difficult to imagine what burden a society will have goal to achieve decarbonization in the first place is to combat climate change. Renewable energy is the most powerful tool to achieve this, but it is not an end to itself, and there are several points of contention in this regard. First, it is necessary to establish more sustainable and decarbonized supply chains by increasing our efforts to implement life cycle assessments. For example, it has been pointed out the lifetime CO2 emissions of electric vehicles, when fully accounted accounting for their manufacturing and use are not necessarily lower than those of existing internal combustion engine vehicles. In the transition period, hybrid vehicles as well as plug-in hybrids will be a realistic option. It is also important to decarbonize manufacturing process and therefore to establish fair rules for this purpose. The establishment of a sound market will help to realize sustainable cost These problems referred to in IRENA's report published in 2016. If left unaddressed, it will become a ticking time bomb that could severely damage our confidence in renewable energy. In Japan, with an eye to expanding recycling and reuse, the public sector, in conjunction with the private sector, is working to develop organic solar cells, which will have significant advantage over the organic cells used in conventional solar panels. As such technology is expected to reduce the environmental burden of disposal. Taking such technological advances into account, it is important to establish fair and effective policies and regulations for the future mass disposal of batteries, solar panels, and etc. Third, acknowledging the GHG emission as a precise problem, it will not be constructive to have an attitude of hostility towards any particular fuel or technology. And the development should be accelerated in parallel with renewable energy. These technologies also contribute to the implementation of new energy sources such as hydrogen. Conversely, well-established technologies such as internal combustion engine could still be useful and efficient if applied together with new energy sources such as synthetic fuels, and thereby contributing to reduction of emissions. It is my belief that IRENA is the most appropriate international organization to discuss these issues. That is why I have dared to speak out today. I hope you will understand that our ambitious proposal reflects the seriousness of our commitment to decarbonization. I am confident that IRENA and its member countries will work together to steadily resolve these issues. Finally, on the promotion of renewable energy. And we look forward to further advancing our cooperation with IRENA. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
しながら取り組んでいきます。IRENAからの一層の協力を期待いたします。ご清聴ありがとうございます。Thank you, Japan. Members are advised to keep their statements or interventions to as short as possible. Thank you. I now give the floor to the government of Malaysia. I wish to thank the government of United Arab Emirates for hosting the 13th IRENA Assembly, and I would also like to thank the Director General and his team from the Secretariat for the report that was presented. Malaysia is of the view that the agency has done a tremendous job in implementing the mandated work program for 2022-2023 in driving and spearheading the global energy transition agenda while supporting the energy transition initiatives undertaken by various countries to achieve the respective climate MDCs. It is without a doubt that the net zero climate future that many countries in the world, including Malaysia, envisage hinges on the vast and smart expansion of RE capacity within our national power grid. Therefore, the work that the agency has undertaken
also like to thank IRENA for the assistance rendered in undertaking the study for the Malaysian Energy Transition Outlook 2050, in which the DG has shared its initial findings during the 5th International Sustainable Energy Summit held in Kuala Lumpur in August last year. We look forward to the outcome of this much anticipated study, which will be a reference for us to reassess our existing long-term energy scenario planning for a more ambitious and aspiring future energy target. Malaysia believes that a just energy transition is important and that such effort must be undertaken by taking into consideration the various local needs and social realities. Therefore, in moving forward, Malaysia hopes that IRENA will continue its work in supporting regional organizations such as ASEAN and shall consider establishing regional support centers to enable localized support and collaboration in accelerating the energy transition effort by countries in each region through ASEAN region under the ASEAN IRENA MOU framework, which have supported the energy transition efforts of various ASEAN member states, including the publication of the second ASEAN Renewable Energy Outlook. Finally, on behalf of the Malaysian delegation, we would like to thank the DG, La Camera and his team for the good work that the agency has done. As the chair of the ASEAN Renewable Subsector Network, we would also like to thank the agency for undertaking various targeted programs in assisting the region as well as ASEAN member states in achieving the respective energy transition aspirations and climate targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia. I now give the floor to Fiji.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, according to our delegation. As a new minister under the portfolio responsible for energy, I would like to take this opportunity to thank IRENA for the invitation. I would also like to convey and reiterate a sincere appreciation and gratitude of our new Prime Minister, Honorable Sitiwani Rabuka, who just took office a few weeks ago but couldn't make it to this very important meeting, and conveys his best wishes. I would also like to give our assurance and reaffirm our commitment in supporting the work of IRENA. I'd like to commend the Director General on the presentation of the annual report, implementation of work program and budget for 2022-23. The report has showed the cohesiveness, which includes the core research requirements and contributions from the sub-programs. I take this opportunity to express Fiji's sincere appreciation to Member States and development partners that immensely contributed through their voluntary contributions. It can be noted that IRENA has gained over the advancing program activities and continued engagement with its members during this challenging time. We thank the Director General on his statement in the annual report, stating that today many governments face multiple challenges of energy security, economic recovery, and affordability of energy bills. This is a problem that has been highlighted in many interventions that is currently faced by the small island development states, the SEEDs, especially countries in the Pacific that are prone to cyclones, natural disasters. This is mainly caused by climate change. The annual report has identified the impact of current global crisis in the renewables generation. In addition, the report highlighted some areas of concern for SEEDs, such as material requirements for transition, the level and kind of investment needed, key policies and measures that can enable our transition, as well as how to sustainably to implement the national determined contributions to strengthen climate resilience. Natural disasters are natural occurrence in Fiji, with cyclones impacting our whole nation drastically, especially in our vulnerable communities. Our immediate challenge now is to implement global initiatives in a synchronized and collaborative manner
through the mandate of this organization, it is important to ensure that all member countries, especially for our seats, are equipped with the necessary tools with the financial and technical support to leapfrog towards achieving our renewable energy targets and contribute towards keeping the global temperature below the target at 1.5 degrees. Your Excellencies, to conclude, I believe that many of the global leaders and energy decision makers are here today in the Assembly and will not ignore the issues from seats and will provide a solution to address and provide concrete initiatives. With those words, I once again thank you all for your attention and wish you fruitful and worthwhile deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you, Fiji. I now invite Germany.
Thank you. Director General Camera, Presidents of this Assembly sessions, colleagues. Let me start by delivering my Minister's Robert Habeck's warmest regards and by expressing Germany's appreciation of Irina's impressive work. It is with great pleasure to participate in this important event, one of the leading global gatherings for accelerating the global energy transition. In 2022, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine has posed a significant challenge to the energy transition in Germany and in many other countries, in particular with regard to ensuring the stability of supply and affordability of energy. In response of this accelerate implementation of renewables and hydrogen, and we will in the future save up to 50% of the primary energy and electrify mobility and housing. We work together with our neighbors in the north, in the east, in the south, in the west, and with partnerships all over the world. The goal is totally clear. Faster away from fossil fuels and into renewable energy, coupled with a clear improvement in energy savings. With a view on the global transition, our level of ambition and speed of implementation needs to further increase to halve emissions by 2030, limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, and achieve SDG 7 on energy access. We are planning for 215 gigawatt of solar, 115 gigawatt of wind onshore, 70 gigawatt wind offshore, and in the North Sea region with our neighbors in the whole 300 megawatt offshore wind. In its reports, Irina shows very illustratively in Irina's annual report are mostly not on track to achieve 1.5 target. However, energy markets, investors, peoples, and communities are ready for the transformation. We have technologies, we have tools, knowledge, and the finances, so let us use them for the necessary transition. Germany is convinced that the G7 have achieved significant progress in 2022 with regards to their climate protection and energy transition agendas. The G7 nations agreed, for instance, to decarbonize their respective electricity generation sectors by 2035, to end coal-fired power generation as soon as possible, to end direct international public financing for fossil fuels by the end of 2022, and to stop inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2020. To me, this type of cooperation can be key to successful energy transitions, and we invite all our partners to common efforts towards future sustainable energy systems. Renewable energies are mainstream, and when coupled with energy efficiency,
measures the most effective strategy to boost climate action, energy security, and lower prices for energy. With this in mind, we ask IRENA to continue support this year's conclusion of the global stocktake and to support countries in updating their NDCs before COP28. Let me thank the United Arab Emirates not only for hosting IRENA permanently but also for hosting the COP this year. We wish you much success. Berlin from 28 to 29 of March is supposed to translate our ambition into action, forwarding the global energy transformation. All the best for you, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Germany. I now invite Italy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, dear Director General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Let me appreciate the Director General for his very sobering and stimulating report and for the draft of the medium-term strategy. In this year, IRENA has strengthened the global energy dialogue on renewables and the strong role renewables have in the energy transition. Italy believes that renewable energies more than before are absolutely which has been undoubtedly exacerbated by the unjustified and unlawful aggression of Russia to Ukraine. 2022 has been an unprecedented year for Italy and Europe, where the necessity to rapidly reduce the dependence on fossil fuels has moved fast forward the green transition, raising ambition for the deployment of renewable energies in the medium term. Italy believes that the future of IRENA lies in the capacity of the agency to stay on top of the fast-evolving renewable energy deployment and integration, looking at all sides of the process and its spillovers. We encourage IRENA to continuously explore renewables' capacity to create jobs, to promote sustainable agriculture, of the collaboration between IRENA and Italy on recently launched initiative I-ACT, Italy IRENA Action Climate Toolkit Inspiring Young Leaders, dedicated to Piero Angela, one of the most influential and visionary Italian scientific journalists and intellectuals who anticipated since a long time the main issues we face today, like climate change, sustainable use of energy, and environmental resources. I-ACT is an education toolkit for young climate leaders, which will see hundreds of young activists from all over the world take advantage of IRENA's knowledge to empower their action against climate change. We also appreciate IRENA's commitment to raise funds on Energy Transition Accelerator Facility, which will be discussed during this assembly. Of equal significance is the work of IRENA on the value chains of critical minerals. Italy considers of utmost importance to ensure the availability of raw materials for the transition and to establish a strategic relation with the producing countries. We therefore need IRENA to promote dialogue that favours international cooperation both on the extraction and on the transformation of raw materials in a sustainable, cooperative and mutually beneficial way. Dear colleagues, let me conclude by giving a few examples of the way Italy has been successful in advancing this renewable energy policy during the last decade. In 2021, the deployment of renewables electricity supply is met by renewables. To support renewables, our Nation Implementing Agency for the Promotion of Renewables and Sustainability, GSE, managed in 2021 up to 12.5 billion of euros of incentives only in the renewable electric sector. Also in the transport sector, Italy has been a pioneer for the integration of renewables by incentivizing both electric vehicles purchase and the development of charging infrastructures. Moreover, around 1.7 million tons of sustainable biofuels have been released for consumption in 2021, growing by 14.5%. To accelerate the deployment of renewable or in the coming years, support schemes will involve looking at enabling factor towards market parity, regulatory simplification, and the self-consumption in end-use sectors. The target of a 40% share of renewable energy in total energy consumption by 2030 is ambitious, but certainly feasible. In order to add 65 gigawatts of renewable energy in the electricity sector to meet the 2030 target, it will be essential to develop all the enabling factors and technology in a coherent and holistic approach. ARENA will have an essential role in supporting policy makers in energy transition, taking into account the specific national and regional circumstances, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution. In this spirit, Italy is very glad to start a new biannual term as a member of ARENA Council. We thank all the members for their support. And by the same spirit, Mr. Director General, we are confident that you may continue leading ARENA according to the new 4-year mandate that will be given to you during this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. I invite some more.
Mr. President, honorable leaders, Mr. Director General of ARENA, distinguished delegates, Tala Falava. It is indeed great to meet again in person. Mr. President, the presidency of this 13th Assembly and assures you of our support during your tenure. We would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to El Salvador for their leadership of the 12th session. Samoa greatly welcomes the Director General's annual report on the agency's work and the forward-looking medium-term strategy, and expresses our sincere appreciation to the Director General and the Secretary of Staff for the immense work undertaken despite challenges. As we heard today also, the world must move faster than ever before while leaving no one behind. ARENA's role and mandate is more critical now than ever. The climate global stocktake at COP28 and the review of the SDG Goal 7 should provide a true picture of where we are and propel further the acceleration of renewable energy transition in our countries. Mr. President, we meet at a time of compounding challenges. Economic recovery, rising energy costs, extreme weather events, and other challenges have posed unprecedented hardship to our peoples and economies, tested the mettle of our resilience, and impacted our development targets and objectives than ever before. Climate change is an existential threat, and Samoa finds itself at the front line. For Samoa and its Pacific neighbors, the real challenge is not about securing more scientific evidence, setting new global targets, and making new pledges. It is about action for survival. Samoa therefore remains committed to its goals of energy transition and a low-carbon future. We commit that our efforts will continue to transition to solar, wind, and hydropower. Our second NDC report was submitted in July 2021. Samoa's low emission development strategy, our NDC roadmap, and investment plan carbon future for our nation. While 98% of Samoa's population have access to electricity, 60% of our electricity is generated for a combination of wind, hydro, and solar power. A new 750 kilowatt biomass gasification plant was launched in 2020. The remaining 40% of our electricity is generated from expensive imported fossil fuel. We target 2030, however, to reach 100% electricity generation from renewable sources. Plans are in the pipeline to explore other renewable sources such as waste, geothermal, wave, and ocean energy, as well as hydrogen, to achieve this target. Mr. President, the Sits Lighthouse Initiative. Mr. President, the sharing of best practices, the upskilling of our technicians on new technologies are needed. Access to finance and affordable, climate-resilient technology that undergird smooth transition are critically important. To conclude, I'd like, on behalf of the Government of Samoa, to express our sincere appreciation to our development partners, including in the Sits Lighthouse Initiative, for their support to Samoa. We thank the Secretariat for all their help and what they have done. And we also would like to thank sincerely our host, the Government of the United Arab Emirates, for their continued hospitality to us delegates and to hosting the IRENA headquarters. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Samoa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate India as the new President of the General Assembly, and as well recognize the designation of the Vice Presidencies of Belgium, Indonesia, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Zimbabwe. And I wish all these countries much success in your important endeavors. I would like to highlight how proud we are to see St. Vincent and the Grenadines represent our hemisphere as Vice President, as we have a lot of friendship for the island nation, for its government and its people. So I commend St. Vincent for its role in these endeavors. I would also like to recognize the previous presidency of our sisterly country of El Salvador, which made a tremendous job, and will convey to its government our congratulations for having chaired the General Assembly. Mr. Chairman, for Costa Rica, there is very few things that are as important as climate change and as energy transition. And for these, I believe that IRENA has a very important job within global work in this matter, but very especially within this year's realization of the COP28 here in Abu Dhabi. So I commend the IRENA for having created this task force with the UAE, and Costa Rica supports very much all the efforts that IRENA could do in these months previous to the COP28 to assist the UAE in this important task. Having said that, we would like to commend the UAE for not only hosting this General Assembly, but also for chairing the COP28. We would like to highlight that Costa Rica supports fully the UAE in this task and commends the designation of His Excellency Sultan Al Jaber as chairman of the COP28. We would like to highlight as well the work of the very able team and the whole secretariat. Costa Rica supports His Excellency Dr. Francesco La Cámara in his work, in his plans, and is ready to work with his secretariat in developments according to that report. We will just like to say that for Costa Rica is very important the actions that the organization take in Latin America and the Caribbean. We don't want to see Latin America fail back on the priorities of IRENA for this exercise, nor the Caribbean. When I talk of Latin America, I always include, of course, the Caribbean. For us CARICOM nations, preoccupations, aims, and hopes are us, as we feel it as us as well. So we would like to request information of what exactly actions IRENA have in mind for Latin America and the Caribbean during 2023. Having said that, I would like just to say that within the LATAM region, we have financial institutions that will be very helpful in assessing and working together for projects in our area. So we would like to ask the Secretariat to get in touch with them to see how best we can work. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I wish you a good end of the session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Costa Rica. I now give the floor to Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Switzerland congratulates IRENA, Director General Camera, and all staff for the impressive work accomplished over the last year. Overall, the body of work appears to be in line with the program of work and strategy. The report mentions fairness and justice as a compass for IRENA's work. Along the same thinking, Switzerland has always advocated that work should focus on regions and countries which require most advice, support and investment for the energy transitions and increasing energy access. Africa and other countries or groups such as SIDS and LLDCs lag behind in the deployment of renewables. As IRENA and other analyses point out, insufficient investment, especially private, has been exacerbated by the pandemic and the soaring cost of capital. We note that ever more countries are soliciting targeted support. We see this as proof of a high demand from developing countries for IRENA services. We appreciate that some generic work is becoming more bespoke, such as the renewable generation costs, which takes into account the weighted average cost of capital in some 100 countries. In this context, we view with satisfaction that the climate investment platform is yielding first matchmakings and hopefully final investment decisions. The reported cumulated $590 million worth of CIP projects are certainly very positive, but still a far cry from what is needed. We hope that the CIP will pick up speed in the future. We thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Switzerland. I now give the floor to Kazakhs.
Yeah, but if we have, we should have English, Spanish, French.
Are they going in order? Do you mean, can we see the French?
No, I mean, when we go out, right now we're both on the same English one, right? Just in case. Both on the same output, right?
Program of the Assembly, its high professional level and the relevance of proposed agenda. Republic of Kazakhstan, along with international community, pays great attention to the development of renewable energy, of energy transition, and declares strong commitment to be carbon neutral by 2060. Currently, we have 2.4 gigawatt of installed capacity of renewables, which is close to 5% of consumption. And by 2030, we will achieve the target of 15%. In the Republic of Kazakhstan, with the active assistance of IRENA, an auction bidding mechanism for the selection of renewable energy projects has been introduced, which has been highly appreciated by international experts in terms of transparency and simplicity. Recent auction results, which were held in digital format, surprised the market with the world record prices, with the price for wind below 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Having this result, we are introducing a new series of auctions for the large-scale projects with energy storage systems with a capacity up to 500 megawatt of each. And we are introducing renewable energy zones concept and expect to have 7 gigawatt of wind by 2035, and this will include energy storage systems. Kazakhstan is committed to the goals of sustainable development and fulfillment of its commitments under the Paris Agreement, and in the long term will diversify energy sources, pay special attention to green hydrogen. Today our country is at the stage of analyzing the needs of industries for hydrogen, the possibilities of its production, transportation and storage, coupled with assessment of its export potential. We attach great importance to participation in the activities of IRENA and express great hope for continued cooperation. So we invite IRENA to organize a renewable energy workshop in Central Asia region, focusing on joint efforts of neighboring countries to boost energy transition and involve vast planet. Warm welcome to other countries to participate in this event. Thank you for your attention. I wish all participants success and fruitful work.
Thank you, Kazakhstan. I now invite the United States of America.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you to Director General Nakamura for taking on a second term of leadership. We look forward to working with you closely in shaping a dynamic role for IRENA. When we founded this organization together, the wide-scale adoption of renewables could not be taken for granted. Yet now, IRENA reports that renewables comprise more than 80% of the expansion in global power capacity. There's not a lot of certainty in today's world, but I am sure of two things. One, that the energy transition is happening, and two, it's not happening fast enough. This means that IRENA must intensify its efforts towards accelerating the energy transition, especially in emerging markets and least developed countries. And to do this, its strategy must be flexible. In the run-up to COP28 here in the UAE, the United States expects IRENA to play a central coordinating role in this implementation COP. The United States urges all member states to raise their ambitions for COP28. And during this preparatory phase, we encourage IRENA to deliver an unrelenting message of urgency. This weekend, our business will include adopting a medium-term strategy for IRENA that the United States strongly supports. But we also look forward to ongoing discussions with interested member states and the DG to ensure that IRENA is a dominant but on the contrary, the sooner the energy transition succeeds, the sooner it will unleash unprecedented energy security and economic opportunity across the globe. We can have both the energy transition and energy security at once. Many of our member states are responding to immediate needs in Europe and around the world, stemming from Russia's brutal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. At the same time, we are working towards a long-term future of energy security and universal energy access. Our future will be powered by abundant, clean, and renewable energy technologies, and we will no longer depend on unreliable suppliers like the Russian Federation. Russia's fossil fuels. The United States will remain steadfast in our support for Europe during this energy crisis. We will help to rebuild Ukraine to include a greener and more sustainable energy grid, fully integrated with Europe. And we will continue to facilitate investments that improve energy access where it is needed most, such as in sub-Saharan Africa. President Biden announced at the Africa Leaders Summit in December of last year that the United States is all in on Africa. The United States International Development Finance Corporation will invest nearly $370 million into new projects, including $100 million to expand reliable and affordable clean energy access. That will surge $369 billion towards investments in clean energy technologies, providing incentives for much more from the private sector. The rapid expansion of clean energy manufacturing and deployment will introduce new innovations into global supply chains and contribute to lower energy costs around the world, including in developing and emerging economies. Supply chain bottlenecks continue to cause difficulties. The United States is working closely with trusted partners through the Minerals Security Partnership, IRENA, and others to support global clean energy supply chains that are transparent, resilient, and secure. Despite significant challenges, IRENA's mandate to promote clean energy remains more relevant than ever, and the United States looks forward to discussing ways to accelerate this transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, United States of America. I now give the floor to Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me at the outset congratulate India for assuming the presidency of the 13th session of the Assembly, and you and the other vice presidents for assuming your roles. Good luck to you and to all of us with your role in this very important year of action here in the United Arab Emirates as we prepare for COP28. Also, our thanks go to the Director General for his annual report and for the work on the midterm strategy, which Denmark had the pleasure to lead together with Kenya. And we are, of course, very much supportive of and endorse the midterm strategy as presented. We do think that the midterm strategy reflects the new geopolitical context and the increased focus on accelerating energy transition. And in that context, we do support the 4 pillars in the theory of change of both bilateral cooperation and international partnerships. And we think that based on the midterm strategy, IRENA can play a critical role in helping prepare for COP28 as indicated, but also supporting G7 and G20 meetings that can lead into COP28. It is, as many others have said, of critical importance that we get onto the trajectory of 1.5 degrees, and those twin goals of energy transition and access are absolutely critical in that regard, since 75% of greenhouse gas emissions stem from energy production and consumption in one way or the other. Now, as to the four main activities of IRENA in the midterm strategy, let me just offer a few remarks on each of those four tracks. On Knowledge Foundation, Denmark supports the SILS Lighthouse and are very much engaged in the IRENA work on long-term energy strategies, and we do think that the long-term energy strategies can be the underpinning of the enhanced NDCs that countries will have to prepare in accordance with Glasgow and Sharm decisions of the COP, but also the post-2030 NDC work that will have in COP28 and COP30. On the pillar of international cooperation and convening, we are proud to cooperate with IRENA on the Climate Investment Partnership that has raised almost $700 million for renewable energy projects. And while the Powering Past Coal Alliance and the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance are not IRENA-based alliances, they do base their work on IRENA analysis and are part of the push on the phase-out of fossil fuels. Furthermore, we are strongly engaged in multi-stakeholder collaboration on net zero shipping and in promoting renewable energy acceleration in Africa with IRENA as a partner. And as a special flagship, we have launched the Global Offshore Wind Alliance that was presented in the side event just before this session. The third pillar on country and regional support, we are very engaged in the Just Energy Transition part of Africa, Vietnam and Indonesia, and also wish for a strong role of IRENA in advising on energy transition in those contexts. We also collaborate with IRENA on accelerating global energy transition beyond those countries, including in the context of the NDC partnership, where IRENA is the knowledge partner on renewable energy, and we hope that we can step up that work going forward, including on technical assistance and capacity building. And finally, the fourth pillar on finance and investment facilitation. We do hope that IRENA can continue to be the global center of excellence also in supporting the multilateral development banks in their reform that we do hope will support energy transition acceleration in developing countries and increased finance in that regard. Finally, let me just, Mr. Chair, commend IRENA on the holistic approach energy sector also to create jobs for women. That gender aspect that is highlighted in the report is of particular importance to us. In conclusion, we are looking forward to an even stronger collaboration with IRENA, governments and the private sector in accelerating the global energy transition as we move forward to COP28. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Denmark. I now invite Algeria, but after Algeria there shall be Austria, New Zealand, and the European Union. Just be ready. Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. 14th session of IRENA Assembly. I also congratulate the rest of the Bureau members for the election. I'd like to also thank Mr. Francesco La Camera, the Director General of IRENA, and his staff for the excellent preparation for this meeting. And I would also like to thank the host country, the United Arab Emirates, for their excellent hospitality. Regarding points 5 and 6 of the agenda, before I start, I'd like to thank the Director General for the excellent presentation of the annual report on the program and budget for 2022 and 2023, as well as the draft midterm strategy 2023 to 2027. We can say in this regard that the Director General's report is very balanced and comprehensive, and included reference to all the activities and programs that were conducted by IRENA in the past year. And in this regard, I'd like to reiterate the thanks to Francesco La Camera for his excellent efforts incorporating several mechanisms, several activities that strengthen the work of IRENA, and especially on the ground. I would also like to thank the team that worked at preparing the different meetings for the midterm strategy, for the development of the midterm strategy 2023 and 2027. I'd also like to thank the Secretariat headed by the Director General for their efforts to present and develop the midterm strategy that took into consideration the changes that we witness around the world in energy transition. Algeria, as a member of the Council of IRENA for 2022-2023, has contributed to the strategy by proposing the need for the objectives of the strategy to be aligned with the SDGs, as well as the Paris Climate Agreement of 2015. And within this framework, my delegation would like to reiterate the need to give special attention to developing countries, especially African countries, and help them find the necessary financing for renewable energy projects through providing new and innovative energy transition within these countries, including relying on the private sector as a crucial actor in achieving these objectives in accordance with the agenda of the African Union 2063. I would also like to reiterate the need for IRENA to continue to work on the objectives of its statutes, which focus on the sustainable use of all forms of renewable energies. Mr. Chair, the energy market is now more globalized, and it's very difficult to control its various components. The increasing demand on energy is a challenge, and we need to meet this increasing demand, at the same time reducing its impact on the environment. This is one of the most important challenges that we are faced with as member countries, and this means that we need to use more dialogue and acceptable to all parties. On another hand, to reach a fair energy transition and equitable energy transition requires a transfer of technology to adapt energy transition for a low-carbon economy, a green economy, using new technologies and to
ensure that we reach net zero objectives. We have developed several projects since 2009 on different topics that are of common interest. And here I would like to thank IRENA for its efforts to support member countries, especially developing countries, to achieve common goals and objectives that have been agreed upon in the program of work. And we also and affordable energy for everyone, which is extremely important and a main component of sustainable economic development. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, I would like to reiterate the fact that Algeria is ready to work and collaborate with everyone to achieve these objectives, and we will exert all efforts to contribute to achieving the objectives and the activities and implementation of the activities in the midterm strategy. We reiterate our continued support for IRENA and for the Director General, who has done great work during his first term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Algeria. May I remind members to observe the 3 minutes allocation when you are making your presentation. Thank you. We now move on to Austria.
Austria is participating in the General Assembly in person. Since we have become a member of IRENA in 2021, I would like to underline how great it is to finally be able to meet in person to speak about the energy transition and the future of IRENA. Austria was not an official member of the medium-term strategy working team, but has still observed a number of its meetings. When the discussions on the new medium-term strategy first started, the context and the initial situation were significantly different. Energy security, along with energy access, have become a core concern for many. Austria is therefore pleased to see how the development of the medium-term strategy has evolved over the past month, and to see this difficult situation well Energy transition goes way beyond replacing fossil fuels with renewable energy technologies. Austria is therefore convinced that the new mission statement, including references to the fight against climate change, as well as to a just and inclusive transition, is well suited for IRENA's work in the coming years. While IRENA's core competencies remain integral parts of the strategy, we believe that the proposed regional and country-level approach rightfully reflects the need to approach countries and regions differently by taking into account their specific circumstances and needs. Adding a new pillar on the facilitation of projects and mobilization of capital not only makes sense, it is also necessary for the implementation of the energy transition on the ground. However, IRENA's work on project facilitations should avoid duplication of already existing initiatives and remain within the given financial and human resources. Austria welcomes the strong focus on international cooperation, and we are ready to play an active role in facilitating cooperation with the international energy organizations based in Vienna, the so-called Vienna Energy Hub. And allow me to conclude my remarks by thanking the co-facilitators, Denmark and Kenya, as well as the IRENA Secretariat for the facilitation of the work on the new medium-term strategy. Austria is convinced that the new strategy will provide IRENA with the necessary framework and tools to continue supporting us with the implementation of the energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. I now give the floor to New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. Aotearoa New Zealand commends the Director General and the Secretariat for the comprehensive reporting that's been provided in the annual report, highlighting the continuing contributions that IRENA is making to the energy transition. We would, however, like to comment on IRENA's efforts to establish the Energy Transition Accelerator Fund, the ETAF. In the annual report and as part of council reporting, there have been updates on the ETAF providing a series of statistics on progress to date, partners, and the target of funding that it is hoped can be facilitated, but the Secretariat has not specifically reported on the operational side of the ETAF. During council meetings, New Zealand and other member representatives have requested clarification on the structure of the IRENA and wider ETAF team, given that this is a significant with the potential of $1 billion in funds being facilitated. Of equal importance is the management of expectations that are being raised amongst members and the wider energy finance market with the announcements around the ETAF. For example, given the confirmed fund is now committed to ETAF, what will be the key criteria that will control project eligibility for financing? Aotearoa New Zealand has a particular interest in how ETAF could help address the needs across the Pacific and the SIDS more broadly. Of interest is the anticipated allocation of IRENA's staffing and management for the ETAF, related staff and administrative costs, and whether partners will make contributions to help offset these costs. An understanding of the overall governance of the ETAF initiative across IRENA and partner activities, especially where there may be an integration of resources, is important, as is how risks and liabilities are being identified and addressed. Ahead of the Assembly, we had suggested there could be an opportunity of how the Secretariat sees the establishment and operation of ETAF, its target markets, and the wider governance structure that's envisaged. We are sure all members look forward to an opportunity to learn more details of the ETAF during the Assembly to ensure their full support of this important initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, New Zealand. I now give the floor to the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the European Union, I would like to express appreciation to Director General La Camera and the IRENA Secretariat for their work on implementing the work programme and on developing the medium-term strategy 23 to 27, and for taking into account the comments by members in this process. The strategy will guide the agency's activities in strategy reflects the higher ambition of countries that see renewables a response to concerns around energy security and energy access. The strategy also keeps a strong focus on IRENA's objective to remain at the cutting edge of knowledge and experience in renewables, and in its holistic approach, which encompasses the broader economic and social effects of the energy transition. The proposed regional approach reflects the need to have specific approaches for different regions, but also the benefits of a wider geographic scope of analysis to address challenges that are common to multiple countries and leverage regional resources. The EU has a lot to offer in this respect, with its long experience of regional energy integration, and concretely supported the development of regional energy transition outlooks with the EU IRENA Energy Compact on regional energy transition outlooks. The strategy appropriately points out the need to the Russian war in Ukraine, and this highlights also the contribution of renewables to mitigate the ongoing energy crisis and to address that in a structural manner. We welcome, therefore, the strong focus on reinforced international cooperation, which is fully in line with our international energy strategy in the European Union, where bilateral and multilateral cooperation play a key role. We remain committed to cooperating closely with IRENA and its members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, EU. I invite the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director General Francesco Macanera, Excellencies, On behalf of the Republic of Korea, I would like to congratulate the opening of the 13th Arena Assembly at posing a challenge on global energy transition. Solidarity and cooperation are the key to overcoming these challenges. IRENA's leadership is becoming increasingly more important to build such a cohesive partnership between countries and between the public and private sectors. We know that IRENA is continuously monitoring the status of energy transition and using its convening power to lead the international discussion on renewables-based transition. We note the significant work it has done in publishing World Energy Transition's Outlook, Breakthrough Agenda Report, NDCs and Renewable Energy Targets in 2021, and etc. Korea fully understands that the multiple challenges of the pandemic, climate change, Ukraine crisis, and others have negatively impacted the progress of SDG 7, as was pointed out from the Tracking SDG 7 Energy Progress Report published by the IRENA. Korea will support the developing countries to achieve energy transition and GHG emissions reduction through its Green ODA project. Last but not least, in line with my government's renewable energy policy stance, Korea will take part in global energy transition efforts and constructively contribute to the arena, leveraging its experiences and technological know-how. In particular, Korea signed MOU with IRENA in last November to enhance cooperation on energy transition. With this MOU, Korea will disseminate Korea's energy policy and best practices of energy transition to the international community and will endeavor to contribute to our common goal, the net zero, by building a strong partnership with IRENA. Under the current global energy crisis, we look forward to IRENA's crucial role in acceleration of transition to sustainable energy.
On draft medium-term strategy 2023 to 2027, we would like to thank IRENA Secretariat and working group's effort to develop the strategy. Under the current energy environment, which is changing rapidly, the Republic of Korea would like to extend our support to the draft medium-term strategy 2023 to 2027, which aptly underscores energy security, just and inclusive energy transition, and climate action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I now invite Bangladesh, but also to indicate that Norway and Niger be ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. President, Bangladesh delegation appreciate the work of the Secretariat led by the Director General, His Excellency Mr. Francisco Lacamera, for providing comprehensive information of its work program and budget for 2022 and 2023, as well as of the state of the implementation of the program activities. Notwithstanding the unprecedented time of COVID-19 pandemic, the Secretariat has moved along with all 64 budgeted programs of activities over the year. It's noteworthy that the pace of the implementation corresponds to the news cycle. Congratulations to you, Natin. We would therefore hope that the Secretariat will maintain the current stream of implementation in the last year of the current biennium. Distinguished 2010 and 2019, while the total energy production increased more than 1.5 times since 2010. Most significantly, the renewable power process costs are gradually declining. Furthermore, the light shade on the socio-economic impact of the energy transition, like investment and employment creation in the renewables, would further encourage the national policymakers to be more engaging in this area with a view to achieving inclusiveness, resilience, and equity in energy transition. Furthermore, the introduction of new tools like collaborative frameworks and proposed global high-level forum on energy transition and reports by the agency would undoubtedly contribute to not only the national policy formation of member states, but note that in line with the UN strategy, the Secretariat has been able to close the gender gap by 2022 at senior team. However, 47% of the recruits of staff level are women. Bangladesh delegation comments the Director General's efforts to this end as Bangladesh is a champion on women empowerment under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. In this context, I would call upon the Director General to also take account of the population size of the member states while maintaining equitable geographical distribution in the INA recruits. It's good to see that over a decade, the agency has emerged as global center of excellence for knowledge and innovation and stakeholders network hub, as well as a voice for renewable energy. In the meantime, its outward face by voluntary contributions. In this context, Bangladesh delegation would like to express its deep appreciation to all voluntary contributors, namely the UAE, UK, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Germany, Japan, Republic of Korea, Norway, and other institutions like European Commission, UNDP, UNOPS for their support of the IRINA actions on the ground outputs. In this context, I would like to call upon the agency not to lose sight of the special needs of the LDC graduating countries, including Bangladesh, LDCs and small islands, developing states, with respect to both technical assistance and finance in their energy transition policies and programs. With these foregoing remarks, we welcome to the Director General's annual report mandated service to the member states, notwithstanding the adverse impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Finally, I would like to thank the host country UAE in the Secretariat and Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bangladesh. I now give the floor to Norway.
Thank you very much, President. First, let me congratulate India with assuming the presidency and also congratulate you and the other vice presidents. Let me provide some comments on agenda item 5 and 6, and we will give our national statement later in accordance with the list of speakers. Initially, let me thank the staff of IRINA and the DG for their hard work and for organizing this assembly. As you presented to us, the progress that you made is quite remarkable despite the challenging environment that you had to operate in. So we are extremely pleased with IRINA's delivery and the report that you provided to us. Let me just highlight two small issues from my side. We really welcome the youth forum that was organized here yesterday. I think this was a great platform for us to engage in the discussion with the young people, and I would encourage to bring in those voices also in this room. We also value the collaborative frameworks, and I think this has been excellent platforms for us to engage in, and I note the active engagement from a number of member states in the various collaborative frameworks. DG Camara presented also the draft medium-term strategy for 2023 to 27. And let me say that from the outset, Norway is ready to support the draft decision. I would like to thank Denmark and Kenya for facilitating the preparation of the draft strategy. I also note the active involvement of a number of member states in our discussions, which has helped us to move the strategy forward and to sharpen and focus the strategy. And I think the current document that we have in front of us is much sharper than the previous strategies that we've had. So for us, this is an excellent basis to move forward. And the strategy responds very well to the current global energy crisis that we are in the midst of. So in moving forward, I think it's really important that the voice of renewable is strengthened, and we need this clear voice more than ever in the current situation. So I would like to call upon IRENA to participate maybe even more actively in the to help us to ensure a successful outcome of COP28. And I'm looking forward to your strong cooperation with the host country, UAE, on this issue. We would like to see a stronger focus on gender and youth in the current strategy. This was also highlighted by the previous speaker from Bangladesh. Finally, also as brought up by Bangladesh, the agency needs resources to implement the draft strategy. So we all need to ensure that the agency has the adequate resources. And we are providing voluntary resources to IRENA, and I would like to encourage other member states to provide voluntary resources to enable the organization to deliver on the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I now give the floor to Niger.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to of our shared organization. I would also like to seize this opportunity to applaud the efforts deployed within the framework of the partnership between our organization and our member states, and Nigeria continue to support the mobilization of the finance required so that countries such as ours can implement high-quality infrastructure and energy projects which can promote the development of our poorest member countries. And I'd like to express my gratitude to IRENA and other member countries of IRENA for the constant support they've continued to give to helping to develop the energy system in our country. And Niger has benefited during the fourth cycle of the installation of IRENA of the Abu Dhabi an interesting loan, and I wish to thank the Abu Dhabi for this funding and for IRENA for having assisted with this project. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, access to energy is a major challenge for most African countries. This situation of energy poverty, which characterizes Africa, is an anomaly because of Africa's potential in terms of renewable energy forms is remarkable. And to transform this potential and enable millions of Africans to have access to renewable energy, it is urgent and necessary that member organizations and the member countries who lack resources uphold their commitments made to African countries, and avoid financial abuse, and they deliver the equipment and to ensure systems which enable African countries to the infrastructure required to generate electricity. Access to energy has to be considered as a fundamental human right, and organization must contribute in ensuring that this fundamental right has tangible content. Much has been done, but it remains insufficient. That is why Nigeria calls upon the international community to take action and ensure that all populations, wherever they may be, have access access to renewable energy. We have the potential to do so. What we still need is the willing to do so. We want to call upon IRENA to ensure that this willingness is there in the future. To wrap up, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call upon all the member countries of IRENA and all the attendant organizations to support Nigeria at the international conference on solar and attention.
Niger, I now call upon Nigeria, but the following must be ready: France, Uganda, and Mauritania. In that order. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the Nigerian delegation to the 13th session of the IRENA Assembly, we convey the compliments of the government of Nigeria to this 13th Assembly of IRENA. We congratulate India as the President, and Belgium, Indonesia, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines and Zimbabwe as Vice Presidents of this 13th Assembly. We also commend the preceding leadership of the Assembly under El Salvador. The Secretariat under the leadership of the Director General, Francisco La Cámara, is also applauded for the hard work and commitment put into the execution of the 2022 work plan, as well as the organization of this 13th General Assembly. Nigeria is committed to its energy security and increasing its access through the expansion of its energy supply mix to include its renewable energy sources as well as energy efficiency. The debilitating consequences of global warming and climate change on our people has convinced us to further deepen the exploitation of our energy, of our enormous renewable energy sources. We therefore appreciate IRENA for concluding and launching the Renewable Energy Roadmap Study Report for Nigeria. We are hopeful that the Regional Renewable Energy Investment Forum, deferred to be held in Nigeria this year, will facilitate the attraction of investments in the renewable energy sector of our country and the region at large. Finally, while we convey Nigeria's continued commitment to the principles of and support to IRENA, we wish this 13th Assembly a successful and fruitful deliberations. Senator Adeleke Mamora, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, and head of the Nigerian delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigeria. I now give the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le... Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the General Director for all, and I'd like to congratulate all of the people from the agency for all of the work that they've been doing throughout the year of 2022 within the context of climate change and energy safety. It is crucial to be able to have this energy transfer at a world level. Within this framework, the short-term strategy that has been presented to us is excellent, and we also would like to talk about how pertinent it is this agency is, and the quality of the work we've been doing, and especially with regards to collaborating among all the states, and plays a very important role within the first world bill as far as the climate change is concerned. within the European Union, we have chosen to be carbon neutral by 2050. This objective is written within our law since 2019. France has important goals that are quite ambitious to be able to have at least 35% of its consumption, about 40% as far as electricity is concerned with renewables. And to be able to achieve these objectives, France has continued with the European strategy of 50-55 Repower European. Resilience that we've been talking about 2 years ago is very important now. And this law, without any precedents, has been prepared within the framework of to have a deep change. This law has new measures to accelerate the transition.
And this is day one of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, a global initiative championed by the UAE and backed by clean energy powerhouse Masdar. Over the coming week, we will be diving deep into issues surrounding renewable energy and also the path to COP28, which of course will be held later this year in Dubai. Today, we're at the International Renewable Energy Agency's 13th Annual General Assembly. Delegates from IRENA's 168 member states have all come together from around the world. At the top of the agenda, how to promote international cooperation on the road to net zero. To do that, we'll need to measure where we are and where we need to be.
A global stocktake is underway, and by the end of COP28 in Dubai, we will all have a better idea of how countries around the world are delivering or not on their pledges to limit carbon. According to the UN's Climate Secretary Simon Steele, it's about ambition, accountability, and acceleration. An exercise to make sure every party is holding up their end of the bargain and knows where they need to go next to fulfill the goals of the Paris Agreement. Water, food, energy. It's the nexus at the heart of sustainable development. Traditional agriculture is the largest consumer of our planet's limited water resources, and water is also needed to produce most forms of energy. As the global population grows, and as many of us become more affluent and more urbanized, demand for power, heat, and transport also rises. Global energy demand is expected to double by 2050. It's called the energy trilemma: how to balance energy security, sustainability, and affordability. A delicate balance, especially for countries also dealing with geopolitical challenges like food insecurity, poverty, or war. Threatened by rising seawaters, plastic pollution, and freshwater scarcity, small island developing states are facing a triple threat. We are sinking, but we are all sinking, Tuvalu's foreign minister told COP26. Standing knee-deep in water, he called for urgent international cooperation to meet the climate targets set in Paris. With the inauguration last year of a solar plant and battery farm in the Seychelles, Masdar helped the African island nation one step closer to its clean energy ambition. The project will offset 6,000 tons of CO2 a year, an example of the international cooperation we'll need to meet our global targets.
Gauri Singh is IRENA's Deputy Director General. She has worked in renewable energy development for over a decade. She was one of the driving forces behind India's national solar mission back in 2010. She spearheaded several renewable energy initiatives aimed at improving the livelihoods of rural communities, artisans, and low-income women across India. And she joins us now. Welcome, Gauri. Thank you for making time for us. I know it's a crazy busy day today.
No, thank you. Thank you for having me here.
All right, let's get started. What do you expect will be the main takeaways, or what do you hope will be the main takeaways from today's IRENA assembly?
You know, it's a very important day for us and a very important assembly because it happens in person after 3 years. So naturally, there's a lot of excitement about meeting people that you've only seen virtually for the last 3 years. But apart from the fact that we do have the who's who in the energy sector here, we have high-level, very, very high-level delegates who are here to discuss about the state of energy transition. But it also, it happens at a moment where the run-up to the COP28 is really starting. And our first plenary, in fact, is about the global stocktake, where we hope that there will be discussions on where we are currently and where we need to go. So clearly, the strong messages that seem to be coming out from these conversations that we've heard in the COP27 and in other forums is that there needs to be an acceleration of pace. So while there has been there has been an increased uptake of renewables, but it's really not enough. It's clearly much more needs to be done. And I hope the discussions at the Assembly will lead to some, furthering the narrative on what needs to be done and how the pace can be accelerated for the energy transition moving forward.
Okay, we are, of course, in Abu Dhabi, the capital city of the UAE. As a major energy producer, what do you think the UAE brings to the table?
The fact that they were actually the first in the region to announce their net zero ambitions for 2050, I think was a great starting point for getting a momentum started off in the region. And since then, we've seen many other countries in the region up their ambition and bring in the net zero very firmly into the energy agenda. What we think is important is that in Abu Dhabi, it's not just an intent, a show of intent, but it's very clearly demonstrated by the actions that are being taken for getting projects on the ground, for actually making the moves that are needed to make the energy transition and the net zero happen. So I think that's a very important aspect of not just having a very strong political intent, but also being able to demonstrate it on the ground.
Okay, if you could sum up in one sentence for me, what is IRENA's top priority going forward?
I think for us, it is the pace of the energy transition has to be accelerated. There's no question about it. And I think we have in the Assembly today all the required decision makers who can take that decision and can actually take the required actions to make it happen.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Most welcome.
Dr. Nawal Al-Hossani is the permanent representative of the UAE to the International Renewable Energy Agency. Previously, she was Executive Director of Sustainability at Masdar, the international renewable energy leader based here in Abu Dhabi. She's been director of the Zayed Future Energy Prize, now known as the Zayed Sustainability Prize, and she's on the advisory panel for the United Nations Momentum for Change initiative. And you were one of the first 2 Emirati women to climb Mount Kilimanjaro.
I know, isn't that exciting?
You are a woman of many talents.
We
All right, thank you for making time for us. Let's get started. What would the focus be of this year's IRENA Assembly?
Well, IRENA Assembly, first, it's so exciting to have it in person. The last time we had it in person was 2020, so everybody is just so excited and happy to be here. We have more than 1,800 registrations and more than 100 high-level and a minister that is attending in person here today, so it's fantastic. We're going to focus on basically driving towards COP28, and that has been the highlight of the forum, because as you know, being the host country of IRENA, we would like to leverage as much the knowledge and the experience that we have here within IRENA and within the network of IRENA and the membership of IRENA. So we are going to have the first plenary looking at the global stocktake, then we are going to look at many other elements that is going to be part of the COP debate. But just in general, we look into policy, we look into stakeholders engagement, so we will have a lot of panels that is looking at the private government partnership and the different stakeholders partnership. There is a very huge focus on youth. So we had a youth forum yesterday. There is also a clear understanding of the importance of gender and women's role when it comes to renewable energy, and that's why yesterday there was an event on gender and solar energy, and we are going to launch also an initiative. When I say we, I mean the UAE and IRENA, launching together an initiative under the umbrella of Women in Diplomacy, looking at empowering lives and seeing how women can have a bigger role, not only in being an implementer of those policies, but actually a person who shapes and designs such policies.
Great. What would you say is the future of renewable energy and renewable energy technology in the UAE?
You know, the UAE has been a trailblazer when it comes to generally sustainability initiative, but renewable energy specifically, when we started, you mentioned my role with Masdar. When we started Masdar back in 2006, there was nobody talking about renewables in the region. We moved very quickly from having very little renewables to now having 3 of the largest, the cheapest actually, solar power plants in the world. And that shows how much commitment the UAE has. So the leadership of the UAE has been extremely clear on our vision and pragmatic in our approach to implementing that vision. So, we are not only looked at it from a technology point of view, but also very importantly from a capacity building point of view. And that's why in 2006, when we launched Masdar Institute of Science and Technology, that's now became part of the mainstream and became part of the Khalifa University of Science and Technology. So the future is for renewables here in the UAE is extremely clear. We are looking into integrating it as going to be a major part of our energy mix. Our energy strategy 2050 looks at clean energy as 50% of our energy mix. We are also introducing programs related to sustainability and renewable energy into all our universities as part of our curriculum for the schools, and this is why it's very important to build capacity. We are looking at renewable solutions not only from electricity generation, but also from electrifying all our appliances. As you know, we have introduced a lot of policies for the solar roof programs. We are looking into sustainable transport, and it is a holistic and a very strategic approach to that within the whole of the UAE, and every emirate has its own targets as well when it comes to renewables.
So as we push that vision forward and outward from the UAE, how important do you think that international gatherings like this, especially face-to-face like this one finally is, how important do you think those gatherings are?
It's very, very important, and because, one of the things, let me tell you the story, and when we launched Masdar, one of the things that we launched at the same time was Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. At that time, it was called the World Future Energy Summit. And the reason we launched this platform is we've realized when we were doing this as a fact-finding mission around to check, where we are when it comes to renewables globally, we noticed that there is what the sector is lacking is a platform that connects the different stakeholders. and the different, basically, players in the sector. So there isn't one platform that connects government with the private sector, with policymakers, with academia, with civic societies, and with the public. And this is why you would see that this is, when we launched Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, as I mentioned, it was World Future Energy Summit, we were the first platform that connects all those players at the same place. And why it's important? Because we cannot do anything, globally. It's very difficult for us to do something alone. You need this partnership. You need to share knowledge. You need to understand what works in which countries and what didn't work, which is more important, why it did not work. And we all basically complement and work with each other towards, a unified vision. So when we launched this is something that we kept doing, which is having this platform for advocacy around the world. So we have here IRENA Assembly, which is under the umbrella of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. Then we have the World Government Summit. We have many other platforms. We had the Expo, and now we are convening COP28 at Expo City, because we understand the power and the importance of partnership and working together, especially when we are united towards one target, which is clearly addressing climate change challenges.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm going to let you get on with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Siemens Energy is a leading energy tech company focused on powering society and accelerating decarbonization. Dietmar Seersdorfer is the managing director of Siemens Energy here in the UAE and across the Middle East. He joins us now. Dietmar, thank you for coming. I want you to tell us about the Alliance for Industry Decarbonization that you've been part of setting up.
The Alliance for Decarbonization is an interesting journey that we started together with IRENA. It's bringing together companies that really want to do now something for the urgent problem that we have in the world to reduce CO2. So it's about partnering, coming together and setting up plans what we can do now in order to move this problem away out of the world and save CO2.
And what role do you see industry playing in the achievement of net zero?
I mean, industry is, first of all, one of the biggest contributors to CO2. More than 40% of the CO2 emissions come from industry. More than 30% of the energy is consumed also by industry. So that's something where we can really create an impact. But it's not an easy task, because we have sometimes hard to abate industries like cement industry and steel industry, where it's not easy to get rid of the CO2. And that's why we formed this alliance to bring these people together, to join hands and to really do the impact, create the impact.
So you've said that you set up the alliance in August or September. It's not that long. Can you tell me which industries and which companies maybe are represented in the alliance?
Now we formed it the inauguration was actually in Bali at the G20 summit. That was the first outcome. And then at that time we had about in the tens of companies that joined us. In the meantime, we are more than 30. And we have them from around the globe. They are here from the Middle East, they are from Europe, from Americas, from Asia. So it's really around the world, and it's companies that really want to drive now the impact. Companies like Petronas, like Enel, but also Taka here, for example. So just to name a few. And it's really exciting, because we have every day or every week new applications where companies want to join us.
Okay, everybody seems to be working toward COP28, obviously. What is the target of the alliance by COP28?
We had at COP27, we had the first inaugurational meeting with the MDs and with the high-level people from the companies, and we rolled out some first plans and some work streams that we are working on. And we have just now here in Abu Dhabi, we have the first review also with the companies. What are the plans? What do we want to do? And the idea is to have at COP28 in November, December this year, that we then show the world also the plans, what we have done and what we want to achieve as team, as collaboration team, and as Decarbonization Alliance.
So watch this space. Great. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
That's all we have time for now, but you can check out all the action online and live at adsw.live. Or you can join us on our social media channels, the handles you'll see on screen right now. We'll be with you again tomorrow. That's Sunday. We'll see you then.
The sun shines bright over the desert, and deep water wells yielded a source of life. Every drop generously offered to inspire the old and young to always act right. Progress soon ignited on the shores of endless waves that delivered innovation to desalinate and build sources of fresh water. Powered by solar energy, delivering advanced solutions with technology intelligently purposed, giving rise to a sustainable city. Abu Dhabi, a city that acts responsibly for the globe and for all, delivering advanced solutions to give back all that is borrowed. Save water. Use it wisely.
متحدة. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the Atlantic Council, Frederick Camp. سيداتي وسادتي، لنرحب بفريدريك كامب الرئيس والمدير التنفيذي للمجلس الأطلسي.
Good morning. Welcome to you all. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Your Highness, and our virtual global audience, welcome to the 7th Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum in the United Arab Emirates. It's my pleasure and honor to return with the forum to Abu Dhabi. And you can see that the time of COVID has made all of us more eager to be with each other. And it's wonderful to see this crowd. This is the first time we've been back in Abu Dhabi since the COVID-19 pandemic struck in 2020. Abu Dhabi is the intellectual home for the Global Energy Forum, and we're delighted to be here. For those of you who have joined us before, welcome back. For you that are here for the first time, welcome. It is the greatest honor to hold this forum under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE and ruler of Abu Dhabi. And we've been holding it under this patronage from the beginning. It's a point of pride for us. The forum is held in partnership with the UAE Ministry of Energy, and I see my friend Minister Sohail Al-Mazroui here, and we hatched this idea many years ago, and I think this is a testament to the fact that it was the right idea at the right time, and it couldn't be more timely than it is this year. And it's in partnership with the ministry, with ADNOC, with Mubadala, with Masdar, with ENIC, and it is part of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. We thank His Highness for his country's generous hospitality. Further, This event would not be possible without the tremendous support of our presenting partners, ADNOC, Mubadala, Masdar, and ENIC. Also, I do want to call attention, we have come from Washington, and we have 6 U.S. officials here. It's a great pleasure to see Secretary John Kerry, the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, and a recipient of the Atlantic Council's highest honor, our Global Citizen Award, and also to see the Special Presidential Coordinator, Amos Hochstein, who's been a partner and a friend of this forum for a long time, and also a former board member of the Atlantic Council. I also want to welcome and salute our new Senior Director of the Global Energy Center, Landon Durrance. I want to thank Reed Blakemore, who's been his acting and still his deputy, and their remarkable team. You're going to see them all over in the next couple of days, and please thank them for their work. Much has changed since we last gathered here at the St. Regis in Abu Dhabi in January of 2020, just weeks before the global shutdowns due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And much has changed since we convened the 2022 Global Energy Forum in March, alongside the World Government Summit in Dubai, just weeks after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And even now, on the cusp of the UAE's hosting of COP28 next December, I expect that this year will be yet another one of transformative change. Our shared values and commitment to energy security and global decarbonization remain steadfast. And this gathering of leaders from across energy, economics, and politics is here to set the energy and climate agenda for this coming year, and it's probably never been more critical to do that. So I'm just going to say a few words about the themes of this year's forum and what we hope to accomplish over the next 2 days. As I think back to the year that's just ended, the most significant inflection point, of course, was Putin's invasion of Ukraine last February. A geopolitical crisis in Europe quickly became a global energy crisis, and it threw energy security into sharp relief while countries still worked to maintain a sustainable energy transition. Though there are geopolitical lessons to be drawn from the past year, we also saw the energy trilemma emerge clearly as decision makers and stakeholders tried to balance sustainable, affordable, and secure energy. Our call to action is that even amid geopolitical tension, even amid economic stress, we must take care to avoid the false choice between secure and affordable energy and a sustainable transition. So how do we get from where we are now to net zero by 2050? And what are the technologies that will enable a secure and equitable energy transition? That's going to be the heart of what we're talking about in the next 2 days. I'm not here to pick and choose my favorite clean energy technologies, though I have them. But I will say this: true net zero enablers require reliable supply chains, and they address the power sector and hard-to-abate sectors like heavy industry and manufacturing, desalinization, hydrogen production, and more. So I look forward to hearing from energy and climate experts and leaders and learning much more over the next 2 days. As the current geopolitical and energy crises force us to think seriously about the energy trilemma and pathways to net zero, we are fortunate to be here in Abu Dhabi, where COP28, hosted in the UAE later this year, November 30th, December 12th, shines bright on the horizon. The Global Energy Forum follows on the heels of COP27, hosted by Egypt as the first African COP since the Paris Agreement. Sharm el-Sheikh emphasized the importance of implementation by all communities to empower an inclusive energy transition. We all look forward to the UAE's opportunity to advance these ideas around an inclusive and reliable energy transition, which will be at the center of the global community's endeavors to meet the challenge of climate change. In light of the UAE's tremendous successes, especially in building new nuclear reactors, advancing solar power and other renewables, decarbonizing aluminum, there is no better place to bring the climate and energy communities together to convene these conversations of paramount importance. The announcement late last year of the US-UAE Partnership for Accelerating Clean Energy, or PACE, which will, according to the White House, catalyze $100 billion in financing, investment, and other support, and deploy 100 gigawatts of clean energy by 2035 to advance the energy transition and maximize climate benefits, offers clear evidence of the serious and sophisticated commitment to net zero that make the UAE uniquely well-suited for the presidency of COP at this critical moment. Before concluding my remarks and introducing our speaker for this morning, I would like to take a moment to remember a dear friend whose wise counsel was cherished and whose voice is greatly missed at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. He was at all 6 of our previous forums. His Excellency Mohammed Sanusi Barkindo, Secretary General of OPEC, passed away in July last year after guiding OPEC through a period of dramatic change while bringing his tremendous intellect and understanding of energy and geopolitics to bear. He was a friend of mine, and I know he was a true friend to so many people in his audience. As you know, Mohammed Barkindo would not have wanted you to now engage in a moment of silence, but I think he would appreciate a round of applause for everything he did in his life. In this era, we need true leadership more than ever, and we're fortunate to welcome top energy and climate policy leaders. We have 10 ministers joining us, 16 members of the Atlantic Council's Board of Directors, 3 members of our International Advisory Board, more than 36 CEOs, a large number of civil society experts, media, officials of various governments. You're all welcome here. It's a very exciting group for this period of time. And with leadership in mind, I want to recognize and congratulate Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, who just this week was named Presidential Designate of COP28. As the reality that we are falling ever behind on meeting the targets for climate action, at the same time that we navigate an energy crisis, the optimism of renewed ambitions alone are no longer enough. As I said to CNBC under the hot questioning of Hadley Gamble yesterday, there is no individual I know that is better prepared and equipped to take on this task than Dr. Sultan. It requires the breaking of silos, it requires transformative thinking and action, and that's something he's done throughout his entire career. We need transformative action and transformative actors who understand the energy system of the present, but have the vision, ambition, and skill to build the net zero energy system of the future, which is necessary to save the planet. I'm confident that Dr. Sultan is more than capable of rising to the opportunity of a new energy pragmatism, which brings the climate and energy communities together in the name of shared action. And with that, I'm delighted to turn the floor over to our longtime partner and dear friend, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, President of COP28.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome COP28 President-designate United Arab Emirates Special Envoy for Climate Change and Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology and Abu Dhabi National Oil Company's Managing Director and Group CEO, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Jaber. سيداتي وسادتي، لنرحب بمعالي الدكتور سلطان بن أحمد الجابر، المبعوث الخاص لدولة الإمارات للتغير المناخي ورئيساً معيناً للدورة 28 من مؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ، وزير الصناعة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة، العضو المنتدب والرئيس التنفيذي لأدنوك ومجموعة شركاتها كوب 28.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates, to Abu Dhabi, and to the 7th Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. And thank you, Fred, for your kind introduction. Thank you for your leadership, for your partnership, and for making sure that we always have the right mix of expertise participating in this very important forum. And as the opening event of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, this forum helps set the energy agenda for the year ahead. And as the UAE prepares to host COP28, the Emirates Climate Conference, this year carries a very special significance. The UAE approaches this task with humility, a clear sense of responsibility, and a great sense of urgency. Like all countries around the world, the UAE is exposed to the risks of climate change. We have always considered environmental stewardship as an integral part of our economy and view climate action as central to the successful development of our nation. We are proud to be the host country of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, the first country in our region to commit to the Paris Agreement, the first in the region to submit a nationally determined contribution, and the first to set out a roadmap to net zero. And we will continue to focus on this very important journey. More than 18 years ago, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates, had a long-term vision of the future, and he took a bold step when he decided to establish Masdar. This was our first major, practical, proactive move into the energy transition. Under His Highness's guidance, Masdar has grown to become one of the largest renewable energy investors in the world and is aiming for a 100 gigawatt portfolio by 2030. Over the last 15 years, the UAE has invested a total of $50 billion in renewable energy and clean tech globally, and plans to invest another $50 billion in the years ahead. And beyond investing in new energies, it was His Highness who said, there will be a time when we load the last barrel of oil. And he continued, if our plans and investments today are right, it will be a moment of celebration. This call to action by His Highness at the World Government Summit in 2015 clearly underscored his vision for sustainable development, delivered by economic diversification and enabled by a rapid transition of our energy systems. And today, over 70% of our economy is generated outside the oil and gas sector. And as the founding CEO and chairman of Masdar and the MD and CEO of ADNOC, I will continue to follow our leadership's vision and guidance in making today's energy cleaner while advancing and continuing to invest in the clean energies of tomorrow. And we will use our experience, our ambition, and deep and rich network of partnerships to inform our approach to COP28. During the course of the year ahead, we will work very closely with COP27 Egyptian presidency, the UN FCCC Secretariat, and of course, all relevant parties to build on and accelerate progress made before us. Yet, we must be honest with ourselves about how much progress we have actually achieved and how much further and faster we truly need to go. Of course, we have collectively achieved major milestones along our journey. In Glasgow, 90% of the world's economy is committed to net zero by 2050. Sharm el-Sheikh elevated the voices of the Global South, put loss and damage firmly on the agenda, and started to address reforming the climate finance system. COP28 will have particular significance as it will mark the first global stocktake, a comprehensive assessment of progress against the goals of the Paris Agreement. And we don't need to wait for the stocktake to know what it will actually say. We are way off track. We are way off track. The world is playing catch-up when it comes to the key Paris goal of holding global temperatures down to 1.5 degrees. And the hard reality is that in order to achieve this goal, global emissions must fall 43% by 2030. To add to that challenge, we must decrease emissions at a time of continued economic uncertainty, heightened geopolitical tensions, and increasing pressure on energy security. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no other way to really address our climate challenge. We need to make transformational progress. And for that to happen, we must be prepared. We must be prepared to transform the process with the support of all parties and stakeholders. We want COP28 to transform systems and accelerate 2030 trajectories through game-changing partnerships, game-changing solutions, and real, tangible outcomes. We want it to be a COP of solidarity that bridges global North and South and includes public and private sectors, scientists and civil society, women and youth. And we want it to be a practical COP, a COP of action, a COP for all, a COP that raises ambition and moves from goals to actually getting it done across mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and of course, finance. Allow me to elaborate on those points one by one. On mitigation, we know that many of the solutions do exist. scaling renewables and nuclear and hydrogen and carbon capture and energy efficiency, and of course, the least carbon-intensive oil and gas, as well as new technologies yet to be developed and deployed. Wind and solar added record growth of 550 gigawatts between 2020 and 2022, and are on course to grow more over the next 5 years than over the last 20 combined. The market is actually telling us something here. The market is telling us something. We are at a turning point in history. Low carbon growth is the future, but we must get there much faster. We must triple renewable energy generation from 8 to 23 terawatt hours by 2030. We must more than double low carbon hydrogen production to at least 180 million tons for hard to abate sectors. We also need to transform our food and our agriculture systems, because we know that agriculture accounts for 1/3 of global emissions. Much greater investment in agri-tech, smarter water use, and food production is needed to transform this critical sector alongside many other sectors. And we need to do all this in an accelerated time frame against a fast approaching deadline. And let me just add this. Our world is on its way to being home to 9.7 billion people by 2050. And will have to produce 30% more energy than what is available today. And as long as the world still uses hydrocarbons, we must ensure they are the least carbon intensive possible. We'll work with the energy industry on accelerating the decarbonization, reducing methane, and expanding hydrogen. Let's keep our focus on holding back emissions, not progress. On adaptation, the number one priority is very clear. We must do more to protect our most vulnerable communities and our most critical systems from extreme weather and biodiversity loss. We must protect our rainforests and invest in nature-based solutions like mangroves that act as powerful carbon sinks while protecting coastlines and preserving natural ecosystems. We must ensure that our global food system is resilient to the changing weather patterns that threaten farmers around the world. And to enable this progress, we must double adaptation finance for the Global South to $40 billion annually by 2025. On climate finance, we simply need more. And we need it to be more affordable. And we need it to be much more accessible. We need to ensure that every concessional dollar is matched by $2 or $3 of private capital. To make this happen, we need to answer the call from the international community for inclusive reform of the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions. In fact, that is a critical success factor. And to encourage this process, the UAE, as chair of the World Bank IMF Development Committee, intends to play a proactive, supportive, and facilitating role. And on loss and damage, we need to help the most vulnerable to rebuild after climate-related disasters. Together with the international community, we must build on the progress made in Sharm el-Sheikh and fully operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund. Distinguished delegates, dear friends, as an ambitious young nation that continues to evolve, the UAE has grown through partnerships, opened up to new ideas, and learned many, many lessons along the way. We don't claim to have all the answers, but we believe we have something valuable that we can contribute. At the crossroads of North and South, East and West, we will listen. We will engage with all those who wants to engage. We will listen, and we will engage with those who want to engage. We will build bridges, and we will pursue global consensus in this very important collective effort. Together with the high-level champion, Her Excellency Razan al-Mubarak, and the youth champion, Her Excellency Shama Mazroui, we will work very closely with the UNFCCC to move from ambition to real action. And we will mobilize the private sector and all other sectors to deliver greater, more meaningful impact. So let me extend an open invitation to all parties across government, private sector, and civil society. Cooperate, collaborate, share your ideas, and talk to us. I am here to listen, and I am here to engage. We can only succeed if we have an open and constructive dialogue. Let us together create a paradigm shift for tangible progress. And let us remember that reaching net zero emissions will deliver the biggest market transformation with the greatest economic and human promise since the first industrial revolution. I urge all parties to help make COP28 a COP of concrete outcomes and practical solutions. We are united by our common goal. We are united by our common humanity. And we look forward to hosting you all in the United Arab Emirates, where together we can ensure sustainable development for this generation and all generations to come. Thank you.
In the past, simple methods helped preserve the future, and then progress soon ignited. Tents and wind towers stood the test of time, and soon uncovered resources to generously light and empower all who lived across the deserts. Pastures of energy would soon illuminate the city through natural solar energy, fusing reactors to generate a new form of power. Abu Dhabi, a city that acts responsibly for the globe and for all, delivering advanced solutions to give back all that is borrowed. Save energy. Use it wisely.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates, to Abu Dhabi, and to the 7th Atlantic Council Global Energy Forum. And thank you, Fred, for your kind introduction. Thank you for your leadership, for your partnership, and for making sure that we always have the right mix of expertise participating in this very important forum. And as the opening event of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, this forum helps set the energy agenda for the year ahead. And as the UAE prepares to host COP28, the Emirates Climate Conference, this year carries a very special significance. The UAE approaches this task with humility, a clear sense of responsibility, and a great sense of urgency. Like all countries around the world, the UAE is exposed to the risks of climate change. We have always considered environmental stewardship as an integral part of our economy and view climate action as central to the successful development of our nation. We are proud to be the host country of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, the first country in our region to commit to the Paris Agreement, the first in the region to submit a nationally determined contribution, and the first to set out a roadmap to net zero. And we will continue to focus on this very important journey. More than 18 years ago, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates, had a long-term vision of the future, and he took a bold step when he decided to establish Masdar. This was our first major, practical, proactive move into the energy transition. Under His Highness's guidance, Masdar has grown to become one of the largest renewable energy investors in the world and is aiming for a 100 gigawatt portfolio by 2030. Over the last 15 years, the UAE has invested a total of $50 billion in renewable energy and clean tech globally, and plans to invest another $50 billion in the years ahead. And beyond investing in new energies, it was His Highness who said, "There will be a time when we load the last barrel of oil." And he continued, "If our plans and investments today are right, it will be a moment of celebration." This call to action by His Highness at the World Government Summit in 2015 clearly underscored his vision for sustainable development, delivered by economic diversification and enabled by a rapid transition of our energy systems. And today, over 70% of our economy is generated outside the oil and gas sector. And as the founding CEO and chairman of Masdar, and the MD and CEO of ADNOC, I will continue to follow our leadership's vision and guidance in making today's energy cleaner while advancing and continuing to invest in the clean energies of tomorrow. And we will use our experience, our ambition, and deep and rich network of partnerships to inform our approach to COP28. During the course of the year ahead, we will work very closely with COP27 Egyptian presidency, the UN FCCC Secretariat, and of course, all relevant parties to build on and accelerate progress made before us. Yet, we must be honest with ourselves about how much progress we have actually achieved and how much further and faster we truly need to go. Of course, we have collectively achieved major milestones along our journey. In Glasgow, 90% of the world's economy is committed to net zero by 2050. Sharm el-Sheikh elevated the voices of the Global South, put loss and damage firmly on the agenda, and started to address reforming the climate finance system. COP28 will have particular significance as it will mark the first global stocktake, a comprehensive assessment of progress against the goals of the Paris Agreement. And we don't need to wait for the stocktake to know what it will actually say. We are way off track. We are way off track. The world is playing catch up when it comes to the key Paris goal of holding global temperatures down to 1.5 degrees. And the hard reality is that in order to achieve this goal, global emissions must fall 43% by 2030. To add to that challenge, we must decrease emissions at a time of continued economic uncertainty, heightened geopolitical tensions, and increasing pressure on energy security. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no other way to really address our climate challenge. We need to make transformational progress. And for that to happen, we must be prepared. We must be prepared to transform the process with the support of all parties and stakeholders. We want COP28 to transform systems and accelerate 2030 trajectories through game-changing partnerships, game-changing solutions, and real, tangible outcomes. We want it to be a COP of solidarity that bridges global North and South and includes public and private sectors, scientists and civil society, women and youth. And we want it to be a practical COP, a COP of action, a COP for all, a COP that raises ambition and moves from goals to actually getting it done across mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and of course, finance. Allow me to elaborate on those points one by one. On mitigation, we know that many of the solutions do exist. Scaling renewables and nuclear and hydrogen and carbon capture and energy efficiency, and of course, the least carbon-intensive oil and gas, as well as new technologies yet to be developed and deployed. Wind and solar added record growth of 550 gigawatts between 2020 and 2022, and are on course to grow more over the next 5 years than over the last 20 combined. The market is actually telling us something here. The market is telling us something. We are at a turning point in history. Low carbon growth is the future, but we must get there much faster. We must triple renewable energy generation from 8 to 23 terawatt hours by 2030. We must more than double low carbon hydrogen production to at least 180 million tons for hard to abate sectors. We also need to transform our food and our agriculture systems, because we know that agriculture accounts for 1/3 of global emissions. Much greater investment in agri-tech, smarter water use, and food production is needed to transform this critical sector alongside many other sectors. And we need to do all this in an accelerated time frame against a fast approaching deadline. And let me just add this. Our world is on its way to being home to 9.7 billion people by 2050. And will have to produce 30% more energy than what is available today. And as long as the world still uses hydrocarbons, we must ensure they are the least carbon intensive possible. We'll work with the energy industry on accelerating the decarbonization, reducing methane, and expanding hydrogen. Let's keep our focus on holding back emissions, not progress. On adaptation, the number one priority is very clear. We must do more to protect our most vulnerable communities and our most critical systems from extreme weather and biodiversity loss. We must protect our rainforests and invest in nature-based solutions like mangroves that act as powerful carbon sinks while protecting coastlines and preserving natural ecosystems. We must ensure that our global food system is resilient to the changing weather patterns that threaten farmers around the world. And to enable this progress, we must double adaptation finance for the Global South to $40 billion annually by 2025. On climate finance, we simply need more. And we need it to be more affordable. And we need it to be much more accessible. We need to ensure that every concessional dollar is matched by $2 or $3 of private capital. To make this happen, we need to answer the call from the international community for inclusive reform of the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions. In fact, that is a critical success factor. And to encourage this process, the UAE, as chair of the World Bank IMF Development Committee, intends to play a proactive, supportive, and facilitating role. And on loss and damage, we need to help the most vulnerable to rebuild after climate-related disasters. Together with the international community, we must build on the progress made in Sharm el-Sheikh and fully operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund. Distinguished delegates, dear friends, as an ambitious young nation that continues to evolve, the UAE has grown through partnerships, opened up to new ideas, and learned many, many lessons along the way. We don't claim to have all the answers, but we believe we have something valuable that we can contribute. At the crossroads of North and South, East and West, We will listen. We will engage with all those who wants to engage. We will listen. And we will engage with those who want to engage. We will build bridges. And we will pursue global consensus in this very important collective effort. Together with the high-level champion, Her Excellency Razan al-Mubarak, and the youth champion, Her Excellency Sham al-Mazrou'i, we will work very closely with the UNFCCC to move from ambition to real action. And we will mobilize the private sector and all other sectors to deliver greater, more meaningful impact. So let me extend an open invitation to all parties across government, private sector, and civil society. Cooperate, collaborate, share your ideas, and talk to us. I am here to listen, and I am here to engage. We can only succeed if we have an open and constructive dialogue. Let us together create a paradigm shift for tangible progress. And let us remember that reaching net zero emissions will deliver the biggest market transformation with the greatest economic and human promise since the first industrial revolution. I urge all parties to help make COP28 a COP of concrete outcomes and practical solutions. We are united by our common goal. We are united by our common humanity. And we look forward to hosting you all in the United Arab Emirates, where together we can ensure sustainable development for this generation and all generations to come. Thank you.
Delivering progress, acting responsibly, offering possibilities, allow us to make a difference. We all need light to see a future that does not grow dark on us, to build special moments and help nature be part of our homes. We all need water to allow ourselves a resourceful life, so that every water drop saved can make our world abundant. We shouldn't lose the time before us, so that the future does not ignore us. Save energy, save water, use it wisely.
Morning, and thank you, Landon. It's good to be back in a place where I can be working with you and in your new role in the Atlantic Council. Really congratulations both to you and to the Atlantic Council. And really congratulations to the Atlantic Council for convening again, because when the Atlantic Council has this gathering, as I think Dr. Sultan says, it's setting the agenda for the year, for 2023. And as we look at setting the agenda, I think before we can set that agenda, we have to look, I think, in review of 2022 and to see what kind of lessons we need to learn and what we've learned. Now, 2022 is packed with a lot of things that happens. I'm going to focus on the many lessons that we need to learn on within the energy sector. This is a year where the energy markets were upended, but not by market fundamentals, but rather by missiles, tanks, and bullets as a horrific assault of one country on its neighbor invasion. The aggressor being a major energy supplier, which then impacts the markets and really changed, as we sort of talked about a little bit earlier, changing the flows of energy in a way that we never thought was ever happen, but also we probably would think was never possible. How could Europe possibly survive not one but two winters without flows from Russia? And yet, that's exactly what has been unfolding, and we're still in that process of trying to figure out how do you redirect energy around the world, both in gas, oil, and upon us on February 5th is the EU ban on oil products. And that is a change that we saw fundamentally in 2022 that we have to think about. What does that mean? And one of the things that that means is we have to focus, as we focus on the energy transition, is we have to do so while ensuring that we have adequate supplies in the market. And how do we do two things at the very same time? How do we make sure that commodities are priced, that are, first of all, commodities are available and are priced in a way that support economic growth, especially as the world is facing increased inflation concerns and potentially a recession and trying to battle against that? How do we make sure that we focus on that transition, but we do have enough investment in increased production that supports the years of the energy transition to make sure we have those commodities and priced appropriately? And while we do that, we have to invest in accelerating the energy transition. And that means increasing investment in deployment of renewable energy and advancing clean technology. In 2022, the US Congress passed the largest investment in energy, climate, and energy transition that we've ever seen in the United States. And while we're seeing that, we know that that investment is coming, and we're going to look at 2023 as the year of implementation. And we know that to do that, we have to think about the last 2 years were about getting the tools, in the United States at least, getting the tools from Congress, getting the funding that we needed in this investment. But as we go forward now, it's all about implementation. It's all about making sure that we can have the resources to invest, and we're already seeing that ahead of 2023 taking shape in the United States. We've seen record investments in solar, wind, electric vehicle, battery, supply chains, materials and products from mining to processing, opening the first mining sector in the United States that we've seen in many, many decades, the first cobalt mine opening in Idaho this year. These are things we haven't seen in the United States in a very long time. And what that means is that we can ensure a diversified energy security for the future. So not, as we've talked about for the last 20 years, energy diversification, and we talked about oil and gas, we now have to have the exact same conversation for energy diversification in the energy of the future. And as we do that, that is the agreement that we signed with PACE that was mentioned before between the United States and the United Arab Emirates, a partnership to accelerate clean energy, to invest together $100 billion in these technologies. But here's the thing that was blocking us. Here's what's not working. As we hear financial institutions and the private sector and governments around the world talking about billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars into trillions of dollars of commitments and pledges to invest in the energy transition, we have to talk more about where are those dollars being deployed. They're being deployed increasingly only in OECD and developed countries, and not in developing countries and middle-income countries. And that's because there's a barrier to finance. And that barrier to finance is risk, whether it's commodity risk or it's currency risk or ESG risk, or, well, the E of ESG or the G of ESG, and reputational risks. And therefore, the easier dollar is always going to be spent somewhere in the United States or in Germany or in Australia or in Chile. And that's as far down as we go when it comes to the developing and middle-income countries. And that's the kind of discussion we need to have, is how do we come together to de-risk? What is the role of government? What is the role of banks? What is the role of private equity? What are the role of multilateral development institutions and financial institutions to de-risk these projects? What are the kinds of steps that can be taken so that we don't just have examples of a project here and there, but actually have a de-risking of these projects so that they are not just investment opportunities or charity or development, but they are bankable projects. And I think that's the challenge that we're going to face as we go into the future if we really want to have an equitable energy transition. And if you want to fight climate change, it can't be done in one group of countries and not in another. So I'm looking forward to this panel and looking forward to the next couple of days as we look at how we manage this energy transition and particularly the finance. Thank you.
Objective before.
Good morning, everybody, once again, and welcome to the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Forum. I'm Hadley Gamble, CNBC's senior international correspondent and anchor, based right here in the UAE, and it's my great pleasure to be here to join you to talk about something that is very close to all of our hearts and minds, and at a time when energy security has never equaled national security in quite the same way. We're going to be talking about financing a sustainable and inclusive energy transition. Amos, you know, I want to introduce the rest of my panel. Elizabeth Lee, she is the Executive Vice President at the Rockefeller Foundation. I'm also speaking to Claudia Descalzi, of course, the CEO of E&I, and Bernie Munson, the President of International at Bank of America. Panelists, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. I want to kick it off actually with Amos. Just to sort of follow on to the situation that we find ourselves in today, it's no secret that the oil and gas community in the United States had high hopes, if you will, of the fact that the Republicans would be taking the House and what that could potentially mean for their